Well, hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Susan Thornton, the CEO of the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation, and we are here at our second international conference. And I just would like to welcome everyone from around the world who has taken the time to join us today. It's very exciting to be able to do this for the second time in the last 2 years. And to have the opportunity to bring to all of you, no matter where you live, this valuable opportunity to connect with each other, to connect with physicians, ask your questions, learn about the disease. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be able to come to all of you through the ether waves, although I wish we were in person, but more a little bit about that later. So I'd like to start with outlining today's agenda. We're in our welcome and hello. So this is really great. And I'll share a little bit about what's happening at the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation as we go along. But up first after this, we will have a presentation on the outcomes of the 2022 Global Patient Survey with Lorna Warwick, who is the CEO of the Lymphoma Coalition. We'll take a break. So we'll have an opportunity so you don't have to sit for too long. You can grab your coffee and maybe a little snack. And then we'll come back and learn more about the global research on the impact of dermatological diseases, which is a big research initiative sponsored by Global Skin. And then we have basics of cutaneous lymphoma, a lunch break, and then we're going to do live questions and answers. And then after that, we've got our networking breaks, which is where we'll have the opportunity to connect and engage with each other and meet and share experiences and stories. And then at the end, I'm going to share a little bit about my journey with cutaneous lymphoma before we finish up with a really wonderful and lovely inspirational song. So I'm excited about today, and I'm excited to have all of you joining us. And I thought I would say, okay, so wait, but why are we here? Why are we sharing this kind of an agenda, and what is new this year? So why are we here? Well, it's so important for those of us who are living with cutaneous lymphoma, and of course the people that love us, to come together and connect and be able to know that no one, no matter where you live, is alone, and to help provide support and guidance, connect people with specialist clinicians, share what's going on in research and in therapies. And then the other component, and why we're starting today with the outcomes from the Global Patient Survey, which many of you may have responded to, and if you did, thank you very, very much, because in our world today, it's so important to bring the patient voice to the table. And while all of our stories are important and we need to share them, what's really important, and when you're talking about regulators and approvals for new medicines and access to medicines and so forth, we've got to have data. And these initiatives that we're starting with today bring data to the table, and we can look across a large patient population. So the Global Patient Survey, we had, I think, over 500 cutaneous lymphoma patients from around the world answer those questions. And it's from your perspective, which is why it's so important. And that adds a richness to the clinical data that gets captured at the clinic and from your physicians, who may be asking questions about, how are you feeling today? How's your itch? This is really, how do you feel every day? What are the things that are really important to you? And we take that data and we can present it as the global patient voice, the aggregate patient voice, the hot topics, the things that really matter to patients, and share that both with those who are developing new therapies in the biopharmaceutical field, to the regulators who are reviewing and deciding and determining, wow, is this new medicine, should this be available in our country? So all of these things are really important, which is why we wanted to start today with both an update on the Lymphoma Coalition 2022 Global Patient Survey, and then the new grid project from Global Skin. So as many of you know, because our disease shows up on the skin, we live in the world of skin diseases, but it's a blood cancer because it's truly of the lymphatic system. So we also live in the hematology world. So by collaborating with these two large umbrella organizations that are bringing together in the lymphoma world, the global lymphoma patients, or in global skin, the skin disease patients, we have the capacity then to collect that kind of data from all of you. And again, pull it together and create the story, create the things that are important to patients, and then share that in a bigger, broader way. So that's why we're starting there. And then what I also wanted to share, which is very exciting today, is that we're doing presentations on the basics of lymphoma. But what's different this year is we have had the honor and privilege of having several physicians from around the world give up their time and create the basics presentation in several languages. So it will be available in English with subtypes. So for those of you who, we don't have all languages. So you'll be able to actually understand in your own language. But we have Professor Maarten Vermeer from the Netherlands, who has graciously provided a basics presentation in Dutch. Professor Martine Bagot has done a presentation in French, and Professor Quaglino from Italy has done it in Italian. We tried to get Spanish and German, and we just kind of ran out of time, but hopefully we'll be able to do those in the future. So we're trying our best to create an opportunity for all of you to be able to access this really important information in your language so that it's much easier to understand. So it's a start. And then for our questions and answers, we are hosting this program over 3 time zones. So Central Eastern European time, Eastern time, and Pacific time. And for the question and answers with the experts, each time zone will have a pair of clinicians. So for the Central European, we'll have Professors Vermeer and Bagot. For Eastern time, we are going to have Dr. Jennifer DeSimone from Inova in Virginia and Dr. Alison Moskowitz from Memorial Sloan Kettering. And for the Western region, we have Dr. Steve Rosen from City of Hope and Dr. Aaron Mangold from Mayo Clinic in Scottsdale. Now, you are welcome to participate in all of them or one of them or none of them, and also know that each of the presentations will be available after the conference. So you can always go back and watch the ones that you didn't participate in. And then our networking sessions are also going to be multilingual. We have collaborated with our dear friends and colleagues at other organizations to join us to help facilitate the networking groups. So Guy Bouguet, who's the president of ILI in France, will be hosting the French session. Rosemary Fowl, who is the president of the Lymphoma organization in Switzerland, will be hosting a group in German. And Tom Deleu from our sister organization in the Netherlands, the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation in the Netherlands, will be hosting one in Dutch. And then I'll be hosting in English. So I'm very excited to be able to provide this day, this conference for you in a variety of languages with a lot, hopefully, make it easier for all of you. And it's our dipping our toe in the water of trying to truly make this an international conference. So that's what we've got going up today. And I thought I'd share a little bit, switching gears, of what's coming up for the rest of the year. So for those of you, everyone, of course, is welcome to participate and join any of our programs. Obviously, September is a big month for all of us. It's Blood Cancer Awareness Month. We have World Lymphoma Awareness Day on the 15th of September. And at the end of September, it is Rare Cancer Day. So we've got lots of activities surrounding all of those awareness events, and encourage you also to leverage those events to share with your community, with your physicians, and raise awareness and help us raise awareness about cutaneous lymphoma around the world. So we are also hosting, we're going to launch today, the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation, our Care-a-thon, which will run through the 18th. It's a fundraiser, it's an awareness event for us to be able to let people know what we do, and also to raise funds so we can do more of this and create more of these kinds of opportunities, which is really important. And we have our monthly networking groups, which happen the first Tuesday of every month. And we are also doing our quarterly, or actually every other month now, answers from the experts. So lots of things going on in October. I forgot to mention, in September, we'll be joining our friends in Spain for a patient education program in person after the finish of the scientific meeting that is being hosted by the European clinicians in Madrid. I will be on site with our Spanish friends to host a patient program live in Madrid. So if you happen to be in Madrid and you can join us, please come to that. That would be fantastic. And I know our sister organization in the Netherlands is planning a live program as well. So if you're in the Netherlands or maybe Belgium, I encourage you to check them out and make sure that you can participate. And we're also hosting a global workshop in Porto, Portugal, where we're bringing together several different organizations who are interested in serving cutaneous lymphoma patients around the world. And we're trying to create a network so that we can do a better job of supporting all of you in your country, in your culture, in your language, and connect you to the physicians and so forth. So it's an exciting project, very early days, but wanted to let you know about some of those exciting things that are happening. And of course, we'll continue to provide great information on the website, and all of our programs are always on our YouTube channel. And if you've noticed, we're starting to build playlists, so it makes it easier to navigate and to find information that you're looking for. And then we are going to dip our toe in the water and have our first live one-day patient education program on November 5th in Philadelphia. So if you're in the Philadelphia region, please come and join us, because it's going to be a good one. And I'm excited to be back in person. I can't wait. It'll be so good. So that's kind of what's going on for the rest of the year. And then I think I mentioned a couple of things, but looking forward into 2023, we are planning to host our 2-day annual patient conference in person in April. So just kind of pencil that in. We don't have any details yet, but I wanted to put it on your radar screen. And as I mentioned, we are beginning this international collaborative initiative, and I'm very excited about it. It's something I think that is so needed. Obviously, there will never be a Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation in every country, but how can we best provide all the information that we have to all of you, no matter where you live and in your language? So stay tuned. We'll keep you posted as that rolls out and we begin to build that network around the world. And then maybe in 2023, this conference might be a hybrid. We'll have to see how the world looks next year and how things play out. But, I'm hopeful that maybe we'll be able to host the program as a hybrid virtually and be on site, and maybe be somewhere outside of the US. So that's what's coming up on the radar screen. Wanted to give you a heads up on that. And for the rest of the day, I think it's really all about learning, connecting, and let's have some fun. So enjoy your day. I look forward to seeing you throughout the day, and bring your questions to the physicians that they will be answering them. And I encourage you to join the networking groups, meet each other, and we'll be sharing our stories and our experiences, because as many of you know, there's nothing like meeting someone else and understanding that you are not alone in your journey. So thanks for joining us, and I look forward to seeing you all throughout the day. Take good care. Bye-bye.
Hello, I am Lorna Warwick, and I am the CEO of the Lymphoma Coalition, and I would like to thank the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation for inviting me to speak to you today on the outcomes from our 2022 Global Patient Survey, looking at what respondents who are affected by cutaneous lymphomas had to say to us. Now, the coalition is not like most nonprofit organizations, as we don't usually work directly with patients. What we do, though, is we are a global network of patient advocacy organizations. So every country in teal on this map is where we have a member organization. And the coalition is celebrating its 20th anniversary this year, so we have been around for a while. What we do at the coalition is we strive for care equity. Now, equity is a very purposeful word here. There are people in the world who get better health care than others. So equality, if we were going to use that, would say that we need to give everyone exactly the same amount of support, but that would still leave some people without adequate health care as they are starting at a large disadvantage. So you can see this person here, even if they're getting exactly the same help as the others, they still can't see over the fence to watch the game. But instead, equity means we help people the amount that they need to be helped to ensure they have access to the same opportunities. So which basically means we help some organizations, or we work in some subtypes more than we work in others, so that we can ensure everybody has the same access to good care at the end of the day. And this is our mission statement. You can read it, but it focuses really on collaboration leading to improved care. So of course, we work with our member organizations, but we also work with doctors and nurses and other health professionals. We work with other organizations that take care of cancer globally, like we do, and officials with responsibilities for cancer care, and pharmaceutical companies, because of course they play a big role in research and what medications and treatments are available for patients. So there are many people who contribute to a patient's health. So here, when we look at our mission statement, there's a focus on global local, which just means that anything we do at the global level as the coalition has to somehow lead to positive change locally for patients so they have better care. And then a big focus for us is evidence-based. So really is a focus on what does the data or the research say to guide what we do, as it increases our ability to engage with many of the stakeholders that we are trying to work with. So Lymphoma Coalition focuses their work in two areas. One is information and the other is advocacy. So information, because we need to make sure that people are up to date in this ever-changing world of lymphomas. There are more than 80 subtypes, and each of the subtypes have a different diagnosis pathway, different treatments, and different outcomes. So it is a challenge to stay on top of all of this information. And there is a lot of research going on in lymphoma, so it is changing frequently, as well as the fact that we have more information or better technology so we can diagnose in different ways. For instance, we've been working with the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation on information, obviously on cutaneous lymphomas for our patient groups in Europe. And that's because CL is a rare subtype. And so for a local group, they may see 1 or 2 people a year with a cutaneous lymphoma, and they may not have information available, and they don't have the resources to create it. But we can help them with that by connecting them with each other, by connecting them with the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation, and giving them some good information. When we look at advocacy, a lot of the work that we do is on access to treatments. And that includes, for instance, we have done some work with, again, with the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation on ensuring a drug that is often used in early stage disease remains available, because the company who produces the drug was looking at taking it off the market. And now they're not, so no worries. As well as helping with access to the new therapies that are coming out. And this all leads to the Global Patient Survey. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background, because one of the tools we use to support all of our efforts is the Global Patient Survey on lymphomas and CLL. This is a survey that we do every 2 years in the even years. So we just ran a survey at the beginning of 2022. But over the years since we've been doing this, which is since 2012, we've had over 28,000 people, almost anyways, 28,000 people respond to the survey over those years. So it's a lot of data we've collected. This survey itself ran from February to April and was available online in 19 languages, so lots of people could participate easily. When we develop the survey, we actually do look at what's going on in the patient landscape, what we learned from the previous survey, and then we work with our patient organizations to make sure that the questions that we're asking are really reflecting the experience of patients and caregivers. So we did ask the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation and others that work in this space around the right questions to ask those with cutaneous lymphomas in this survey. And then we do some analysis, of course, of the results, and we look at them large scale. So we look globally what's happening. We look at country, we look regionally, so what's happening in Europe. And then we do look at by subtype, which is what we'll talk about today in cutaneous lymphoma. And when we have those results, we do publish them. So we publish some reports that we make available. A CLF will get a copy of the cutaneous lymphoma report, for instance, as it may have some impact on their own work and what they should or might need to focus on. We present the results at conferences. This includes professional conferences. We do a lot of work communicating what we learn to healthcare professionals, because of course they have a lot of say in the care that an individual patient is going to get. And then we do create programs directly that help patients and try to close some of the gaps that appear or we see in the survey results. And just a note that it's really important that we're having those conversations with healthcare professionals, because sometimes we need their help to create these new programs that will address the gaps that we see in patient care. And this is just an example of some of the reports that we create. So in the middle is an example of some of the tools we created for cutaneous lymphoma, and on the side, something to help with cancer-related fatigue, which is a big issue for many patients. So when we look at the data from this year for cutaneous lymphomas, I just want to say if you participated in the survey, thank you. I know it takes a bit of time to get through it, but the information is really valuable and we will use it in our efforts to improve care, so we appreciate it. So you can see here we had 571 people connected to cutaneous lymphomas who participated in the survey. They represented 29 countries around the world, but most patients were from the Americas and usually mainly the United States. And just so you can see here, most people did receive a diagnosis of mycosis fungoides, though we do have others who had Sézary or may have had a different type of a cutaneous lymphoma. Most of the participants were female, but it wasn't that significantly high above the male participants. And for the most part, the patient population is older during the survey, so they're over 65. That's just for interest for you. And I'm sure this is not a shock, but cutaneous lymphomas take much longer to diagnose than other types of lymphoma. And first, that's because many patients themselves brush off their symptoms and don't go for help right away. You can see here that most patients are saying that it took them 12 months or more before they went for medical help. after they noticed that they had developed the symptoms of a cutaneous lymphoma. And then when they did go see a doctor, it took them another year or more to actually get a diagnosis. So this doesn't happen to this degree in other types of lymphoma. This is unique to cutaneous lymphoma. And it is really because the symptoms do match many other conditions. And you can see here, we asked if patients were given a different diagnosis before they actually had their cutaneous lymphoma confirmed. And we asked if they had received one other diagnosis or if they received multiple incorrect diagnoses before they got the right one. And when you add those two up, it's 2/3 of patients actually got an incorrect diagnosis to begin with. And this is just a list of things that they may have been diagnosed with allergies, eczema, and psoriasis being the leading things that patients noted in the survey. But I should also note, there were things like people were told that it was just a psychological response, and some people were just told some things where the doctor was obviously brushing them off, and that is really unfortunate. But also shows from a patient perspective that it's good to speak up and keep going back when you know there is something wrong with you. Your own advocacy here is what led you to eventually getting diagnosed. Now, 78% of those who got the wrong diagnosis did actually receive treatment for the wrong thing. I don't want you to worry about this too much, because in a lot of cases, the treatments are actually used for multiple diseases. So even though you may have had the wrong treatment, it doesn't mean that it would not have been able to help you with your cutaneous lymphoma. I am not saying from that it's good that you had the wrong diagnosis or that your diagnosis was delayed. Absolutely not. There's lots of education to be done here with doctors to make sure when they see persisting symptoms that they are doing a biopsy so patients are getting the right diagnosis. Now I'm going to look more into what is important to patients. And we asked about coping with living with cutaneous lymphoma, which is for most people a chronic condition that cannot be cured, and you'll be living with it for a really long time. And we asked, how do you cope with that? And this is like the top 3 responses that we got. So the first was, I just focus on living my life and I don't dwell on it, which is good. It's a good attitude to have. I think it's easier for people that have been living with the disease for a while and understand what it feels like. Much harder to do when you're newly diagnosed and you heard you have a cancer that can't be cured. That is much more problematic. And those patients are probably more likely to need some support to help them cope. The next thing that we heard is that you're content as long as you have a good quality of life. And we're going to talk a little bit about quality of life results coming from the survey. And the third is you would like to stay up to date on new treatment options so you're prepared if these things happen to you. So when we look at quality of life, most people, when we're looking at the symptoms that comes with lymphoma, most people are saying that what they had is rashes. And you can see here with the little representation of the stick figures, 9 out of 10 people are saying that they had rashes or lesions or some kind of skin effect. That is what they notice right away about their disease. And then, of course, there's that itchy skin with 8 out of 10 of respondents saying that they were dealing with that. And then the third one, actually, though, is fatigue with 6 out of 10 people saying that they had that. And fatigue is interesting for us because when we ask then about were your treatments able to alleviate the symptoms of the disease, you can see here that for both skin rashes and lesions and for itchy skin, a proportion of patients are able to have that resolved or at least eased by treatment, but only 1 out of this group of 6 patients that had fatigue were actually able to be, were helped so that that went away with treatment. So fatigue is something that remains kind of an issue that is not well addressed. And I know there's still issues with the right kind of support to help you cope with itch as well. But I'm just saying, don't forget about the fatigue, because fatigue is also the number one thing that people mentioned as a side effect of treatment that really affects their quality of life. So fatigue is showing up both as a symptom of the disease and a side effect of the treatment. And so when, almost half of patients said that their symptoms were negatively impacting on their ability to live their everyday life and their social life, and a quarter of patients had to change their job or their work hours because of their symptoms, then, really let's focus in on that alleviation and see what can be done. The Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation has some good resources for you on what you can do to help you cope with that itchy skin or those skin issues that you're dealing with. But I do want to focus in on this fatigue. And the first thing I want to say is really tell your doctor about your fatigue. Many patients tell us that it's one thing they do not talk about with their doctor. They think that they have to cope with it themselves, and it's just a natural part of having cancer and having cancer treatment. That's not necessarily true. There are something called clinical practice guidelines, which is a document for doctors telling them how they should respond to a certain medical condition that a patient reports. And so there are clinical practice guidelines for cancer-related fatigue. And it goes through a bunch of different tests that doctors should do to figure out why you are tired. Now, your tiredness may come from the fact that you're so itchy, you're not sleeping well, but there are things that can be done to help you cope. Your tiredness may come because there's something else wrong with your blood. Maybe you're anemic. And then if they deal with the anemia, then you won't be as tired. Your fatigue could also be related to your emotions. So if you're depressed or anxious, it can increase your fatigue level. But again, doctors can help. They cannot help unless you tell them that it's a problem for you. The second is exercise. And I know that sounds counterproductive, but it does help. And the last one, is to manage your energy level. And what that means is even though you're tired, you have times when you feel really good and you have times where you just really need a nap. And you can recognize when you're feeling good and make the most of that time. And there are apps and other things that can help you with this. Untire is an app that was created just for cancer-related fatigue. So it might be something you would like to look at. It does have a fee associated with it, but if you want to use it, we can get you a coupon code so you can use it for free. So just let us know. You can do that through the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation. And so we look again at some of those emotional effects of cutaneous lymphoma, and you can see here, again, if we're looking at of every 10 people, a lot of people have some fear, right? So they're scared of their disease relapsing if they've achieved a remission, or they're scared that their disease is going to get worse. And so everybody has fear often when we're looking at cancer, but really it's looking at the amount of fear. So is your fear preventing you from living your life the way you would like? In which case you really do need to seek some additional help, professional help. But other things that can support you in this are support groups, or being able to talk to somebody else who's had the disease and can explain how they coped. Some people do mindfulness exercises or yoga or things, and that helps them cope with fatigue as well. With fear of relapse as well. So there are steps you can take to help you deal with this. Of course, there's some people that are focused on their physical appearance and how that has changed with the disease. And 3 out of 10, or about a third of people, are dealing with anxiety or depression. So then we said, did you actually tell your doctor you're having these issues? And so, more people are telling their doctor that they have a fear of relapse or disease progression. Less people are telling their doctor that they feel anxious or depressed. again, we do encourage you to tell your doctor because there are steps they can take to help you. Now, one thing I will say with these emotional effects of the disease, when we asked if the doctor followed up to those people that actually spoke up about it, 60% said no. And I know that is really frustrating, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't tell them and see how they can support you. And you can also bring it up again when you see your doctor at your next appointment. But if your doctor is not helping you, then there are other avenues for support, like support groups coming from patient organizations. A lot of organizations have buddy or peer programs when you can talk to another patient. So there are ways that you can find some support yourself. And I encourage you to reach out to your local patient organization to see how they might be able to do that. We also looked into how you're making decisions with your doctor, because when we asked if you were given more than one treatment to choose from, you can see that just over half of people said yes, they were. And that's great. But how do you actually know how to contribute to that discussion? And there are people that simply choose to listen to your doctor, and that is absolutely fine if that's what is comfortable for you, to listen to what your doctor said. But for other people, they want to participate more actively. And so part of that comes down to your information level. How much information do you have and what are you understanding? And you can see here that over half of people thought that they were well-informed or very well-informed, which is great. Though, of course, there's also those people in purple that do need some more information. And it can be a struggle to find good information on cutaneous lymphoma. And where we asked where people were getting their information, these are listed in order. Most people are going to websites. And then they're talking to their medical team. Now, of course, there's good and bad on the internet. Dr. Google is not always right. So we did ask some other questions about their people's sources of information. And really, patients would prefer that their sources came from their doctor so their doctor could tell them where to go on the internet, for instance. But number two was patient organization. And when we actually asked about the websites that patients were going to through this survey, most said, so 2/3, 66%, were going to patient organizations' websites. So what's interesting for us is we see websites as number three. Number 2 and 3 are probably very, very similar, right? Because you're either calling and talking to a patient organization, or you're going to a patient organization to get good information that you believed in. And so really it's making sure you're getting into those right avenues for support. A lot of doctors do not tell their patients about local patient organizations, which is unfortunate, but you can find them yourself. And if you need help, please reach out and we can help you find a local organization that can support you. So when we asked again about you making those care decisions with your doctor, now that you have some good information, these are some things that doctors are doing well. So they're letting patients express themselves, they're empathetic, they're explaining things in a way you as a patient can understand, etc. And you can see here the number of people that were reporting this if we were just looking at a group of 10. So it ranges, from about 60% of doctors are encouraging questions and checking that the patient is understanding what is happening. And then a much larger, over 80%, where the doctor is allowing patients to express themselves without interrupting, which is good because sometimes doctors have a habit of doing that. But there are some negative things we're seeing. And again, this is specific to cutaneous lymphomas, where doctors are not asking you questions about your preferences. And they're not asking you questions or providing you with other support that you can go look at. And why is this important? Well, you may have certain things you like to do in your spare time or that you do as part of your work life if you're working that are really important to you. And sometimes some treatments that you have may cause issues that would prevent you from doing those fully. And so it's important that you have a conversation with your doctor about the things you like to do. I like to garden. I like to paint, for instance. So if I take a medication that may cause peripheral neuropathy, which is a numbness and tingling in your hands and your feet, like your extremities, that could prevent me potentially holding a paintbrush or being able to dig in my garden the way I like. So I would prefer to have a treatment that didn't have that kind of side effect, for instance. You know what's important to you. If you communicate those things to your doctor, there's a good chance they can cater your treatment where different treatment options are available to preserve your quality of life, which you all said way back a few slides ago was really important to you. So this is one way to make sure that happens. You have to speak up. And where the doctor is not identifying and recommending other resources and support, ask them. Ask them if there are other things that they should read or learn about. Because if they are not giving you other resources that you can go look at to read up on these potential new treatments that they are recommending for you, then you're only dealing with the information the doctor has decided you need to know. And I'm not saying a doctor is deliberately holding information back from you, but they may not know that it's important to you. So one way for you to know that is to go and read some information about the potential treatment and making some choices or talking to some people that have had it. And so you can figure out if this is the right thing for you. And if the doctor is not doing that, if you notice in your appointments those are missing, speak up again and ask if they have recommendations. But if not, then maybe approach your local patient organization to find some of that other resources and support to make your best decisions with your doctor. And I do want to talk really quickly about clinical trials, because 3 out of 5 patients never received any information about clinical trials. Yet most patients are aware that clinical trials give you access to the best treatment. It can take a while because most cutaneous lymphomas are rare. It can take a while to get approval for new therapies. So something has come out of a clinical trial and it's been proven that it works for a lot of people, and now it's something that you may be able to access if your disease comes back, or if treatment doesn't work, if the treatment fails you and the disease doesn't go away as planned. So that's how those new treatments come to market, and you understand that. But patients still need to be involved in those clinical trials, or that medication never progresses from that idea, something that works in a laboratory, to something that is available to most of the population. And really, for patients, if you're struggling to get access to the newer therapies, whether that's cost related or just because they haven't been approved locally, a clinical trial can be your best way to do it. And patients in the survey did say their biggest fear about participating in a clinical trial was that they were scared of the potential unknown side effects. And I know that that is true. You don't always know what will come with a new treatment, but look at the phase of the clinical trial. So clinical trials are basically in 4 phases. And the first phase is they're trying to figure out some information, including side effects. But when you look at a phase 2 or 3 clinical trial, it's already been examined in another group of patients, and they have a pretty good idea of what side effects are going to come with the new treatment, and they can tell you about it. So ask lots of questions. But when we asked in this particular survey, only 1 out of every 10 patients has actually participated in a clinical trial, which is a very low number. And I know with cutaneous lymphomas, there are not as many clinical trials as we see in other types of lymphoma or other cancers, so it can be harder to find one. Only you can decide for you what you are willing to do to get access to a new therapy. Are you willing to travel somewhere to another clinic where the trial is open? Yes or no? If it's yes, then you need to tell your doctor you're willing to do that. And with what happened with the pandemic, we actually have more clinical trials that are opening with a way to participate virtually and getting your test results done at a local hospital or clinic rather than having to go to a central site. So you can also ask your doctor if there are clinical trials available where you could do that. And this really, again, is not only about advancing the science for everybody, which is, of course is important, but making sure that you have access to the latest and greatest care yourself. So what I hope you got from this is that you know you better than anyone else. And if you really want to have the best care, you have to communicate. Whether your doctor asks you or not, tell them about the biggest issues that are affecting you, because your quality of life is important. They don't know that they should help you if you don't tell them there is something wrong. Even in that limited time you have available with a doctor, write a list, go in with them, tell them, I have some questions to ask, I have some things to tell you. Tell it to the nurse as well. She may be able to help make sure that the doctor addresses those issues that you're facing and can help direct you to other resources that maybe can help you cope with whatever you're dealing with. Make sure that you're educating yourself. Some people are quite happy only knowing what the doctor wants to share. And if you're that person, that's perfectly fine. Of course, you have to do what is best for you. But for other people, make sure you're learning about your disease and about the treatments that are being offered for you. But make sure you're getting that information from good, credible sources, whether those are connected to the hospital where you receive treatment, or if they're coming from a reputable patient organization like the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation. And make sure you're getting the support you need. So if the doctor isn't helping you connect to support, again, if you're struggling with emotional issues or struggling coping with some of the effects of the disease itself, and you just want to talk to somebody else, feel free. Reach out yourself to different patient organizations, look online, and I'm sure there are avenues of support for you available. And that is it for me. So thank you for listening. This is how you can find out more about the Lymphoma Coalition and our upcoming World Lymphoma Awareness Day, which happens every 15th of September, and just bring some awareness to lymphomas overall and what we might need to do or can do as a community to improve care. Thank you.
Goedemorgen allemaal. Ik ben uitgenodigd door de Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation om een presentatie te geven, Basics of Cutaneous Lymphoma. Mijn naam is Maarten Vermeer. Ik ben het hoofd van de afdeling huidziekten in het LUMC in Leiden. En dat is het huidlymfome expertcentrum in Nederland. En daar zal ik zo meteen nog iets meer over vertellen. Maar eerst gaan we beginnen met een presentatie over huidlymfomen. Hier vertaald als inleiding tot huidlymfomen. En er zijn een paar vragen die ik in deze presentatie wil proberen te beantwoorden. En de eerste vraag is, wat zijn huidlymfomen nou eigenlijk? En daarvoor moeten we eerst in het bloed kijken. Het bloed bestaat uit erytrocyten, rode bloedcellen, en het plasma, het vocht, laat maar zeggen. En daartussenin zit een dun laagje leukocyten en trombocyten. Leukocyten, dat zijn degenen die belangrijk zijn voor dit verhaal. En dat zijn de witte bloedcellen. De witte bloedcellen die hebben we in ons lichaam om infecties op te ruimen. En er zijn heel veel verschillende soorten leukocyten die we hebben om dat te doen. Maar leukocyten kunnen ook kwaadaardig worden, kunnen kwaadaardig gaan woekeren. En een kwaadaardige woekering van lymfocyten, dat is een subklasse van leukocyten, dat noemen we een lymfoom. De eerste persoon die een woekering van lymfocyten beschreef, dat was Thomas Hodgkin. En dit is Thomas Hodgkin, dit is de schilderij. Dit zijn de heel afwijkende lymfocyten die hij zag, tot en met deze enorme grote cellen aan toe. En dat was bij patiënten met die hele grote opgezwollen lymfklieren. En dat heette toen het Hodgkin-lymfoom. En alle woekeringen of kankers die uitgaan van lymfocyten, die daarna zijn herkend en zijn beschreven, Dat worden de non-Hodgkin lymfomen genoemd. Dus dat is een wat wonderlijke naamgeving eigenlijk. Waar kunnen lymfomen ontstaan? Heel vaak in lymfeklieren. De grote meerderheid van de lymfomen ontstaat in lymfeklieren. En dan krijgen mensen dus van die grote lymfeklieren die je hier ook kan voelen. In de hals of in de oksels of in de liezen. Zoals dat Hodgkin lymfoom dat ik net liet zien. Maar dit is een inzicht van alweer een aantal jaren geleden. Is dat lymfomen ook kunnen ontstaan buiten de lymfeklieren. En dan heten het ineens extranodale lymfomen. Bijvoorbeeld in de huid of in de darm of in de hersenen. Huidlymfomen zijn een groep extranodale lymfomen. Dus het zijn woekeringen van witte bloedcellen, lymfocyten, die in de huid ontstaan. De tweede vraag. Hoe kom ik aan een huidlymfoom? Daarvoor moeten we eerst eigenlijk een paar inleidende dingen zeggen, namelijk het is heel zeldzaam. We hebben in heel Nederland 150 tot 200 nieuwe patiënten per jaar. De oorzaak van huidlymfomen is niet bekend en ook risicofactoren weten we niet. We weten wel steeds beter wat er misgaat in het erfelijk materiaal, het DNA van een T-cel of een B-cel, maar waarom het misgaat is onbekend. En dan moet ik erbij zeggen dat een T-cel of een B-cel, dat zijn verschillende soorten lymfocyten. We weten wel dat huidlymfomen niet besmettelijk zijn en het is ook geen erfelijke ziekte. De familieleden, de broers, de zussen, de kinderen van een patiënt met een huidlymfoom hebben geen grotere kans om dat huidlymfoom te krijgen dan een willekeurige andere persoon. En we weten dat huidlymfomen niet geassocieerd zijn met andere ziekten. Dus we hoeven niet bezorgd te zijn dat bij iemand met een huidlymfoom er ook een grotere kans is op een andere vorm van kanker. Wat gaat er dan mis in een tumorcel? Nou, dat is een onderwerp van heel veel studie op dit moment. Heel veel verschillende laboratoria in de wereld en ook op onze afdeling in Leiden proberen we te ontdekken wat er nou verkeerd gaat in zo'n huidlymfoomcel. En dit zijn plaatjes, een beetje verwarrende plaatjes misschien. Maar wat ik hiermee wil laten zien is dat er een overdaad aan data is. Want dit zijn alle genen waar breukjes in ontstaan zijn, die op een verkeerde plek terecht zijn gekomen. En dit is op een andere manier dat uitgebeeld. Maar vanuit die veelheid aan data, waarin we zien dat er op alle mogelijke plekken gaat het mis in het erfelijk materiaal, in die lymfocyten die kwaadaardig zijn geworden, proberen we te reconstrueren wat dat dan betekent. En dan krijg je dit soort diagrammen. Dit zijn zogenaamde signaaltransductiediagrammen. Dit is een beetje, zou je kunnen zeggen, dat je onder de motorkap kijkt bij zo'n witte bloedcel van waar in die motor is het nou misgegaan. En de derde vraag die heel belangrijk is dan, hoe kunnen we die kennis gaan gebruiken? Kunnen we daar betere geneesmiddelen van gaan maken? Wat betekent het om een huidlymfoom te hebben? Dat is de volgende vraag. Daarvoor moeten we een paar dingen bespreken. Huidlymfomen zijn heel verschillend in hoe ze eruit zien. Het kunnen van dit soort kleine pukkeltjes zijn, of grotere pukkels, bobbels, tumoren. Het kunnen ook meer vlakke plekken zijn, die meer rood zijn en schilferend en heel scherp begrensd. Het kan ook veel uitgebreider zijn, met enorme tumoren die ook grote wonden geven. Onder de microscoop zie je ook een wisselend beeld. Bij sommige patiënten zie je dit soort hele grote tumorcellen. Bijna zoals die Hodgkin-cel van daarnet. En bij andere patiënten zijn het deze hele kleine donkere celletjes, die nu in de epidermis, helemaal in de opperhuid gelegen zijn, met zo'n ophelderingetje eromheen. We zien ook aan patiënten dat er grote verschillen zijn in hoe goed ze te behandelen zijn en wat de prognose is. Sommige mensen hebben een hele goede prognose. Na 5 jaar is bijna iedereen nog in leven. En andere huidlymfomen hebben een hele slechte prognose. Na 5 jaar is eigenlijk iedereen overleden. En dit is de klassificatie van huidlymfomen waar we nu mee werken. Want op basis van al die verschillende type huidafwijkingen, beelden die we zien onder de microscoop, de mate waarin patiënten wel of niet goed reageren op therapie en wel of niet een goede prognose hebben, hebben we verschillende ziekteentiteiten kunnen afgrenzen. Een heel bekend type huidlymfoom is mycosis fungoides. Ongeveer de helft van de patiënten heeft een mycosis fungoides of een vorm daarvan. Maar er zijn ook heel veel zeldzamere type lymfomen. Bijvoorbeeld het subcutaan panniculitis-like T-cel-lymfoom. Of het hydroa-vacciniforme-like lymfoproliferatieve ziekte. We gaan niet vandaag al deze verschillende type lymfomen doorlopen. De boodschap van deze dia is dat er niet één type huidlymfoom is, maar dat er binnen de T-cel-lymfomen, die uitgaan van T-cel-lymfocyten, hebben we al 14 verschillende subtypen. En binnen de B-cel-lymfomen, die uitgaan van B-cellen, daar hebben we al 5 verschillende subtypen. En al die typen hebben weer een karakteristiek klinisch beeld, histologisch beeld, dus wat je ziet onder de microscoop, een hele specifieke prognose en daarmee ook behandelaanpak. En hier zijn al deze verschillende typen lymfomen nog een keer, of een aantal daarvan moet ik eigenlijk zeggen, nog een keertje gevisualiseerd in plaatjes. En dan zie je dus ook dat mensen met mycosis fungoides, waar de ziekte begint met dit soort roodschilferende plaks, die meer verdikt kunnen worden en uiteindelijk zelfs tumoren kunnen geven. Dat is een ander beeld dan lymfomatoïde papillose, met deze kleine bultjes die daar vaak gegroepeerd aanwezig zijn in verschillende stadia van ontwikkeling. En dit is een patiënt met Sézary-syndroom, waarbij de hele huid diffuus rood is gekleurd. Nadat we weten welk type lymfoom we mee te maken hebben, moeten we ook weten hoe uitgebreid is de ziekte. En dan kijken we naar de uitgebreidheid en het soort huidafwijkingen. Maar we willen ook weten of er tumorcellen zijn in de lymfeklieren. We willen ook weten of er tumorcellen zijn in het bloed en eventueel in andere organen. En die informatie bij elkaar, die bepaalt het ziektestadium. En de uitgebreidheid van, het type huidlymfoom en de uitgebreidheid van de ziekte samen bepalen de prognose en ook daarmee de behandelaanpak. Nou, wat kan er dan aan huidlymfomen worden gedaan? Bij vroege stadia van de huidlymfomen, de ziekte alleen aanwezig in de huid, kunnen we ons beperken tot op de huid gerichte behandelingen. Bijvoorbeeld salven, waarin corticosteroïden zitten, of eventueel carmustine of chlormetine, dat zijn celdodende stofjes. Of als het heel uitgebreid is en zalftherapie wel heel erg arbeidsintensief, kan ook behandeld worden met lichttherapie. Als er meer dikke plekken zijn ontstaan die niet meer door lichttherapie te behandelen zijn, dan zijn bestralingen, de radiotherapie, een goede mogelijkheid. Bij latere stadia van de huidlymfoom, als de ziekte ook aangetoond kan worden in het bloed of in de lymfeklieren, of zelfs in andere organen, dan moeten we systemische behandelingen toepassen. En met systemisch wordt bedoeld het hele systeem. En dan zijn het eigenlijk 2 invalshoeken. De een is het versterken van de tumorafweer, bijvoorbeeld door interferon. En de ultieme behandeling daarbij is de zogenaamde stamceltransplantatie. En we kunnen ook kiezen voor behandelingen die meer gericht zijn op het doden van de tumorcellen. En dan kom je uit op vorm van chemotherapie. Nou, naast deze behandeling van de zieke huid zelf, is ook de verzorging van de huid heel belangrijk. En meer proberen we ook heel veel aandacht te geven aan aandacht en begeleiding en kwaliteit van leven. Waar kan ik met mijn vragen terecht over huidlymfomen? De informatie over huidlymfomen kunt u in ieder geval krijgen binnen de patiëntenzorg in Nederland. Die is als volgt georganiseerd. Je hebt in het LUMC in Leiden het expertisecentrum. En alle Nederlandse academische ziekenhuizen zijn aangesloten bij de Nederlandse werkgroep huidlymfomen. En er zijn ook patiëntenverenigingen natuurlijk waar u informatie kunt krijgen. En dat is in Nederland de Stichting Huidlymfoom en internationaal de CutaneousLymphomaFnd. Ik noemde al dat het LUMC het landelijk expertisecentrum is, maar de vraag is, wat doet dat dan? Nou, we zijn het informatieloket voor andere zorgaanbieders, ook andere UMC's. We leveren hooggespecialiseerde zorg met de huidige behandelingen en we zijn ook heel erg betrokken bij het ontwikkelen van nieuwe behandelingen in trials. We geven onderwijs en nascholing in Nederland, maar ook internationaal. Dus, we doen wetenschappelijk onderzoek, dat er erg op gericht is om betere behandelingen te ontdekken. We participeren in internationale organisaties en we proberen patiëntenparticipatie een goede plek te geven. Dit geeft een klein overzichtje van wat we de afgelopen 2 jaar aan nascholing en wetenschappelijk onderzoek hebben gedaan. We geven dus onderzoek aan studenten, aan artsen in opleiding. We geven nascholing aan dermatologen, radiotherapeuten en hematologen ook. We zijn actief op sociale media. En ons wetenschappelijk onderzoek richt zich op dit moment heel specifiek op bloedbetrokkenheid, kwaliteit van leven en het ontwikkelen van functionele modellen waarin nieuwe therapie kan worden uitgetest. En we hebben een groot waardegedreven zorgproject in het LUMC. Als LUMC staan we wat dat betreft, zou je kunnen zeggen, een beetje in het midden van de organisatie van huidlymfoom, zorg en onderzoek in Nederland. Waarbij we dus goed samenwerken met de landelijke werkgroep Cutane lymfomen. En bij ons zit ook de databank en de biobank die hierbij hoort. We hebben goed contact met de Stichting Huidlymfoom en internationaal met de EORC, de ESMO en de WHO dragen we ons steentje bij in het ontwikkelen van richtlijnen en lymfoomclassificaties. Eén dia over wetenschappelijk onderzoek op Europees niveau. Vanuit Leiden wordt er op dit moment een grote studie georganiseerd waar 17 Europese centra aan meedoen. Allemaal erop gericht om de bloedbetrokkenheid bij patiënten met huidlymfomen beter te kunnen herkennen. Wat betekent het voor de zorg van de patiënt? Bij het LUMC kunnen mensen terecht binnen het zorgpad cutane lymfomen. We hebben wekelijks 1 of 2 spreekuren voor cutane lymfomen en verder hebben we wekelijks multidisciplinair overleg met de dermatoloog en de patholoog voor de diagnostiek, met de radiotherapeut voor behandelingen en met de hematoloog en de radiotherapeut voor nog heel intensieve behandelingen. De meeste mensen kunnen binnen een week ongeveer gestageerd worden en bij 90% van de mensen hebben binnen 1 tot 2 weken een diagnose en ook een behandeladvies. Bijna altijd worden patiënten met een huidlymfoom verwezen vanuit een perifere dermatoloog naar een regionaal academisch centrum of direct naar het LUMC. En alle academische centra werken samen in de landelijke werkgroep Cutane lymfoom. Hier ziet u dat nog een keertje op een andere dia. Deze landelijke werkgroep is opgericht in 1985. Er zitten dermatologen en pathologen in van al deze academische centra in Nederland en ook in Gent. 4 tot 5 keer per jaar bespreken we alle nieuwe patiënten met een huidlymfoom of een verdenking op een huidlymfoom. En op deze manier hebben we al meer dan 5000 patiënten besproken en zijn we tot een diagnose gekomen en hebben een behandeladvies gegeven. Op deze manier proberen we de patiënt heel centraal te stellen. Vanuit de patiënt is daaromheen de zorg georganiseerd met de pathologen, de hematologen, de dermatologen en de radiotherapie. We hebben interactie met de landelijke werkgroep, waar alle nieuwe patiënten dus gepresenteerd worden. En met internationale samenwerking proberen we de zorg voor huidlymfoompatiënten te verbeteren voor in de toekomst. Op 6 oktober 2018 was de eerste Nationale Patiëntendag, waarbij meer dan 350 patiënten in Leiden kwamen om informatie te krijgen over huidlymfomen. En hier ziet u een paar foto's die een indruk geven daarvan. En op 12 oktober is er een tweede dag georganiseerd, nu genoemd de Contact- en Informatiedag. En dat was een mooi moment, want toen is ook de oprichting Stichting Huidlymfoom bekendgemaakt, waar u hier het logo van ziet. En inmiddels is deze stichting ook aangesloten bij het patiëntenplatform Zeldzame Kankers. En binnenkort, op 8 oktober, dan is de derde dag alweer, wordt dan georganiseerd. Hier ziet u het programma van die dag. En iedereen die hier belangstelling voor heeft, raad ik erg aan, of wil ik erg uitnodigen om hier naartoe te komen. Want ik denk dat het een mooi programma is. En een heel mooi moment om lotgenoten en naasten te ontmoeten en een heleboel informatie te krijgen over huidlymfomen. Hier nog even een heel klein kaartje waar het is. Dit is het station in Leiden. En als u dan aan de achterkant uitstapt, dan zullen er bordjes zijn die u leiden naar gebouw 3. Daar is de Buremazaal en daar zal dit programma plaatsvinden. En dan kunt u nog veel meer horen over huidlymfomen. Maar ik hoop dat dit enige informatie heeft gegeven en mogelijk zie ik u dan.
Hi there. I'm Dr. Keri Chaney, an assistant professor of dermatology at the Medical College of Wisconsin. I'm delighted to be invited by the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation to share this presentation with you on the basics of cutaneous lymphomas. As an overview of my talk today, we're going to start by discussing lymphomas. What is a lymphoma? What are the types of cutaneous lymphomas? And how does my doctor diagnose a skin lymphoma? We'll review staging, what it is, what tests need to be done, and how they're done. I will also speak specifically about staging of mycosis fungoides and Sézary syndrome, as these are the most common cutaneous lymphomas that we see here in the United States. We'll very briefly go over prognosis of cutaneous lymphomas and also some of the treatment options that are available for patients. So starting out with how we make a diagnosis. A diagnosis is naming the problem and telling where it came from. And we name cancers by the type of cell that they come from originally. So a lymphoma is a cancer of the lymphocytes, and the lymphocytes are a type of white blood cell. We'll discuss that more later. I also want to mention that leukemia, which you may hear me mention as well, is also a cancer of white blood cells, but this occurs when the abnormal white blood cells or cancer cells are present in the bloodstream or bone marrow. Sézary syndrome, which you'll also hear more about today, is a form of leukemia of the T lymphocytes. So as I mentioned, lymphocytes are a type of white blood cell. So white blood cells are part of our body's natural defense against infections and cancers. You can see here on my slide that there are many different types of blood cells. There are red blood cells, which help carry oxygen to the body. There's platelets that help us with blood clotting. And then there's a variety of different white blood cells that are our defense system. So over here, I'm going to draw your attention to the two main types of lymphocytes, which are the B lymphocytes and T lymphocytes. So we define these lymphocytes by the types of proteins they make and attach to their cell surface. So B cells have what's called the B cell receptor, and T cells have what's called a T cell receptor. And that is how we recognize which cells these are. Now, lymphocytes are found throughout the body. They're in our bloodstream and they're in our lymphatic system. And the lymphatic system consists of a number of different organs. So there are lymph nodes, which are present in these little green clusters, which are all throughout the body. And lymphocytes are also found in our bone marrow. That's the inside of our bones where blood cells are made. They're in our liver, our spleen, and our thymus, which is a gland that is more present in children and sort of atrophies as we get older. But as a dermatologist, I want to highlight that there are many, many lymphocytes in the skin as well. There's actually more T lymphocytes in our skin than there are in our bloodstream. And those T lymphocytes circulate through our skin and through our body as our police force or our army, protecting us from germs, especially viruses, and then also protecting us from developing cancers. But when these lymphocytes multiply out of control, a cancer forms. So one note about Hodgkin's lymphoma. So historically, Hodgkin lymphoma was the first type of lymphoma that was recognized by doctors when they were looking at tissue under the microscope. And so anything that was not a Hodgkin's lymphoma was labeled as non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So virtually all cutaneous lymphomas are a form of non-Hodgkin lymphoma. And here in the United States, there's many, many different types of lymphomas that are diagnosed each year. And there's about 80,500 new cases of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma diagnosed. And that includes both adults and children. Now, cutaneous lymphomas make up only about 4% of non-Hodgkin's lymphomas. So roughly speaking, in 2022, there will be about 3,220 new cases of cutaneous lymphoma diagnosed. And in the United States, most of our cutaneous lymphomas are T cell lymphomas as opposed to B cell. There's probably at least 3 times as many T cell lymphomas as there are B cell lymphomas. Now, you're probably wondering what may cause cutaneous lymphoma. And unfortunately, we do not have a great answer for that. Now, when we look at lymphomas as a whole, there are a few risk factors. So people with weakened immune systems, now, if that's from a medication that's suppressing your immune system, from another illness like an autoimmune disease, another cancer, and then some genetic causes There are certain infections that predispose people to some types of lymphomas and some toxic exposures. For example, things like Agent Orange in the military in Vietnam, and firefighters have an increased risk of lymphomas. However, when we look at cutaneous lymphomas specifically, they are not hereditary. We don't see them running in families. There's no direct genetic cause, meaning we can't find a mutation in one gene in your DNA that causes the cutaneous lymphoma. And they're not caused by an infection. They're not infectious, so you can't spread them to anyone. And we have not found any specific toxic or environmental exposure that will lead people to develop cutaneous lymphomas. Now, as I mentioned, there are a lot of different types of cutaneous lymphomas and lymphomas in general. And we usually group the skin lymphomas into the T-cell lymphomas and the B-cell lymphomas. And just as I mentioned, there's lots of different types. The treatment and the prognosis can vary very considerably among the different types of lymphomas. So it's really important to know your subtype and know that not all information on lymphomas will generalize to your specific condition. So here is a long list of some of the many different types of cutaneous lymphomas. We'll look at some of these a little bit more in detail. So as I mentioned, the T-cell lymphomas are the most common cutaneous lymphomas in the United States. The most common forms of cutaneous T-cell lymphoma are what we call mycosis fungoides and Sézary syndrome. Over here, I have pictures of mycosis fungoides, which starts as scaly lesions or sometimes tumors in the skin, and Sézary syndrome, which is a leukemic form. Again, that's where the abnormal lymphocytes are in your bloodstream, and it's characterized by diffusely red scaly skin all over the body with enlarged lymph nodes, hair loss, and a few other features. Now, there's another form of cutaneous T-cell lymphomas called the CD30 positive lymphoproliferative disorders. This includes an entity called lymphomatoid papulosis, which is not really a cancer, and then other tumors and forms of cancer called anaplastic large cell lymphoma. B-cell lymphomas look a little bit different. There are three main types that we see in the skin, including diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, most of which is called the leg type, primary cutaneous marginal zone lymphoma, and primary cutaneous follicle center cell lymphoma. And these tend to be red or skin-colored bumps. Many of them start on the head or neck region, and sometimes they start out looking like a bug bite or a pimple that just grows and doesn't go away. Now that we've seen some different types of cutaneous lymphomas and discussed some of those subtypes, how do your doctors go on to arrive at a diagnosis? So the main thing that needs to be done is a skin biopsy. Most of the time that's done by a dermatologist, but sometimes it's done by oncologists or primary care doctors. And to do a biopsy, usually what a doctor does is they numb up the skin using an injection of lidocaine or another anesthetic. They use a little tool called a punch biopsy that's like a small cookie cutter that takes a very small piece of skin. The skin is removed. Sometimes a stitch is put in. And there's other ways of doing biopsies too. But then that biopsy goes off to the lab to see what they can find out about it. So the biopsies go to a pathologist, and that's a medical doctor that studies tissue. And there's a number of different tests that are done. So it's very difficult to get these results overnight or in a few days because it takes time to do these. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the tests that are done. One is called histology or histopathology. Then there's another type of testing called immunohistochemistry. And then there's even more complicated, sophisticated molecular studies that are done, things called T-cell gene rearrangement studies, IgH gene rearrangement studies. And the most recent test that we've added to our toolbox is something called high throughput TCR sequencing. So histology or pathology is the study of tissue or the study of abnormal tissue. So the pathologist looks at the cells that they see. So this is an example of a lymphoma. And they look at the cells themselves and whether those cells look abnormal. And then they also look to see if the arrangements of the cells is abnormal. We call that the architecture of the tissue. Then we go on to immunohistochemistry, and that uses antibodies to help us decide what kind of cells are present. So if you're looking at one of your own pathology reports, oftentimes you'll see some of these proteins that are named CD and then a number. So for example, CD19 and CD20 are markers that help us find B lymphocytes, and CD3, CD4, and CD8 are some of the markers that label T lymphocytes. So deciding whether these proteins are present or not present helps us decide what kind of cells are present in the tissue, and then if they're acting in a normal or abnormal way. Then there's some other markers that can be interesting to help us with both diagnosis, prognosis, and treatment. For example, there's a protein called CD30 that can be found on both T and B cell lymphocytes. It's also one of the defining characteristics of that form of T cell lymphomas that we call the T cell lymphoproliferative disorders. And then there is a special treatment, an antibody that is linked to almost like a chemotherapy agent called brentuximab vedotin. And that's an immunotherapy medicine that kills any cells that express CD30. Now I want to briefly mention these more sophisticated molecular tests that we use called T cell receptor gene rearrangements. And the purpose of this is to look for clones in your biopsy or your sample. So a clone is an exact copy of a cell or an entire organism. So some of you may remember when Dolly the sheep was cloned back many years ago, or some of you may be Star Wars fans like they are in my house, and you may be familiar with clone troopers. So cancers all contain clones, and a lot of time cancer cells are descendants of a single abnormal cell that then replicates itself over and over again. So in our biopsies or blood work, we're looking for lymphocyte clones to help us make the diagnosis of a lymphoma. So as I mentioned, all cancers are cloned or clones of one another, but not all clones are cancer. So in some benign skin conditions like drug reactions or even eczema, we may find clones, and that does not make it a cancer. So when we're looking at T cell lymphomas of the skin, what we're looking at are there clones of those T cells? And the way we do this is by looking at the T cell receptors of the cells. So a T cell receptor is a specific molecule that is on the surface of that T lymphocyte. And this is the tool that the lymphocyte uses to bind to abnormal cells, to germs, and then it uses that to activate the immune system to destroy that invader. So here is the T cell receptor of this T cell binding to something that should not be in your body. Now, all T cells have slightly different receptors so that they can identify many different things. Something that identifies the coronavirus is going to be different from something that identifies the chickenpox virus. Just like you have many different keys to unlock different doors, T cells have different receptors to identify different pathogens. But a T cell clone will all have the exact same receptor. And so we are able to do studies by looking at the DNA in these cells to see if there's clones. So we take the sample, either skin or blood, and then we isolate the DNA from that. And then we use a process called PCR to amplify the DNA to see if there are clones of the DNA in many different cells. Now, if we're trying to diagnose a B cell lymphoma, we can look for clones there too. Instead of looking at the T cell receptor, we look at the immunoglobulins that the B cell makes. B cells make antibodies. That's their main job. So there are different parts of the antibody, especially this heavy chain, this larger part of the antibody that we can amplify to see if those are clones. Now, so after all of these tests, If the cells in the biopsy look like cancer when we see them under the microscope, if the immunohistochemistry, all of those tests looking at the type of lymphocytes, if that's typical of a lymphoma, and if there's a clone, we can make a diagnosis of a cutaneous lymphoma. However, this is not always straightforward. And some of you may know that you needed multiple biopsies and possibly over even a variety of years to make the diagnosis. So this is not uncommon. Doing a biopsy of a spot that has not been treated sometimes may help us make this diagnosis faster. Oftentimes, if you're putting topical steroids on a skin lesion, it makes it harder to make that diagnosis. So once we have the diagnosis, we move on to staging. So staging helps us define where the lymphoma is located. Is it just in one place? Is it just in the skin? And that helps us determine the prognosis of the cancer, and then also helps us determine what treatment would be appropriate. So there is a standardized system for defining the extent of cancers, and it's called the TNM system. And for cutaneous lymphomas, we also look at B, which is the blood. So T stands for the tumor. How many lesions are there, and what extent do they cover? N is looking for the lymph nodes. Is the cancer present in the lymph nodes or not? M is for metastasis. And a metastasis is a tumor that has spread to a completely different organ. So for lymphomas, that may include the lungs, the liver, the spleen, the brain, or other organs. And then B is looking at the blood to decide if there's cancer cells there as well. So I'm going to discuss staging of mycosis fungoides and Sézary syndrome. Unfortunately, I can't discuss the other staging systems. They do exist. There is a TNM system. However, it doesn't give us any information on prognosis. Like I said, each lymphoma is different. Each lymphoma has a different prognosis. And for some of these lymphomas that are quite rare, they don't have their own staging system. We have a staging system that helps doctors divide patients into groups on whether the cancer is localized in one area or if it's spread throughout the body. But unfortunately, that doesn't give us information on prognosis. So when we deal with mycosis fungoides and Sézary syndrome, to figure out the T, that is done by the eyes of a doctor, especially a dermatologist. So we look at the type of lesions that we see and we describe them and we see how many there are and how much of the body it involves. So T1 is when there's either patches or plaques covering less than 10% of the body's skin surface. So a patch is completely flat. A plaque is very slightly elevated, like a small plateau on the skin. And 10% of the skin surface, if you want to know how to estimate this, if you look at the palm of your hand, that's approximately 1% of your skin surface. Now, T2 is patches or plaques covering more than 10% of the skin surface. T3 is when there's tumors present, and a tumor is about as deep as it is wide, or it's much deeper than a plaque would be. And they need to be at least 1 centimeter in size. Finally, we have T4, which is erythroderma, which means there's redness and scaling covering at least 80% of the body. So here's some examples. T1 of patches or plaques. These appear to be plaques covering a limited amount of the skin. T2 is when you have patches or plaques covering more than 10% of the skin. T3 is when you have a tumor, a lesion that is almost as deep as it is wide, and it's at least 1 centimeter. And then T4, which is erythroderma, red scaly skin covering at least 80% of your body surface area. Then we move on to the N and the M. N is looking at lymph nodes to see if they're abnormal, and M is searching to see if there's any metastasis or cancer spread to other organs. We do this through physical examination. So we'll feel for enlarged lymph nodes in your neck, under your arms, in the groin area. We can also feel to see if your liver or your spleen is abnormally large. And then we use different types of radiology to help us look into the areas that we can't feel. So these include CT scans and PET scans. Then if abnormalities are found, usually we may need to do a biopsy to confirm that the abnormality that we find is actually cancer. So with the N's, we grade that on a scale of 0 to 3, depending on if there's lymphoma in the lymph node or not. And N is graded as either a 0, meaning no metastases, or 1 when there's metastases present. So a CT scan, also known as a CAT scan, that stands for computerized axial tomography. That's a test that uses X-rays in a computer to generate pictures of the inside of the body. It allows us to look at your lungs, at your liver, at your lymph nodes, and see if things are enlarged or if they're abnormal. A PET scan is a little bit different. The PET stands for positron emission tomography. And that is a test that uses radioactive glucose, which is the main food of all of our living cells, to identify if there is cancer in the body. So glucose is the fuel that all of our cells run on, and cancer cells are dividing more actively and require more glucose than many of our other types of cells. So in this PET scan here, you can see that we can use this scan to identify cells that have more glucose that they take up and therefore are darker. Now, there are some normal cells that take up a lot of glucose, like your brain and your kidneys. However, that's normal and we understand that. But then we do see the lymphoma present in lymph nodes. Here, this is actually under someone's arm and here in the pelvis as well. Finally, we look at the blood, and there's a variety of different tests we can do. The main one we do is called a CBC, or a complete blood count. And that looks at your red blood cells, your white blood cells, and your platelets, and tells us how many they are. That doesn't tell us if they're abnormal, but we do get to see if there's an increase or decrease in what we expect to see. Then there's another test called flow cytometry, which can be done on blood or even tissue, and that's counting and sorting the lymphocytes. So we use those proteins that they make to sort them into groups and decide if there are abnormal cells present. So if this grouping over here are lymphocytes from a patient with Sézary syndrome, they will have normal T cells, and there's two different types that we talk about mostly, CD4 cells and CD8 cells. And then we will have the Sézary cells, which are usually a form of CD4 cell too. So we use these proteins that are attached to the surface to sort them into groups. So cancer cells will stop making some of the normal proteins that we see on normal lymphocytes. So if this is a normal T cell that expresses CD4, CD7, and 26, then we can sort it by those, compared to the Sézary cell, which is no longer making the CD7 and the CD26. So we can count up how many of those abnormal cells there are, and then we grade it on a scale of 0 to 2. If we find no abnormalities, that's a 0. 1 is when there's a limited number of abnormal cells, and 2 is when we see more than 1,000 Sézary cells in a given sample. Then we take all of this grading we did and we plug it into this table to figure out people's stage. So the majority of people with mycosis fungoides are going to be stage 1A or B. These are patients who have just patches or plaques with no lymph node involvement, no metastases, and they can actually have some blood abnormalities, but it's not a significant number. The stage 2B are people who have tumors. The stage 3 are people who have erythroderma. And the stage 4 are patients who either have a lot of blood involvement, who have lymph node involvement, or who have metastases. Now, as I mentioned, prognosis depends on the staging, particularly for mycosis fungoides and Sézary syndrome. But because we don't have a perfect staging system for all of the different types of cutaneous lymphomas, we like to group them into 2 groups based on how fast they grow and how aggressive they are. So we talk about the indolent lymphomas, which grow very slowly. Treatment may not even be necessary unless it's causing symptoms or to prevent progression. And indolent lymphomas are sometimes not curable. Then there's aggressive lymphomas. They grow very rapidly. Treatment is necessary for survival, or these are the ones that can spread and lead to death and morbidity, and they may be curable with treatment. So the indolent lymphomas tend to be mycosis fungoides and a few varieties of other cutaneous T-cell lymphomas. And then two of the B-cell lymphomas called primary cutaneous marginal zone lymphoma and primary cutaneous follicle center cell lymphoma. The aggressive lymphomas include Sézary syndrome, and then a number of other T-cell lymphomas, such as the aggressive CD8 positive lymphomas, the primary cutaneous gamma delta lymphomas, and the peripheral T-cell lymphomas. Finally, there is one aggressive form of B-cell lymphoma, the primary cutaneous diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. Now, when we look at treatment of cutaneous lymphomas, we have two ways that we can go. We can direct the treatment at the skin, or we can direct the treatment at your entire system. So some of our skin-directed treatments include topical corticosteroids. Those are the topical steroids. We can also use intralesional corticosteroids. That's where we inject a steroid medication into an individual lesion. There's other topical medicines called topical retinoids. The most common used to treat cutaneous T-cell lymphoma is the one called bexarotene, and these are relatives of vitamin A. We have topical chemotherapy, which are topical medicines that kill off cancer cells. This includes nitrogen mustard, which is also called mechlorethamine, and rarely we'll use a topical medicine called 5-fluorouracil. And then there's topical immunotherapy. That's a topical medicine that stimulates your immune system to fight off the cancer. The main one that's available is called imiquimod. Then another very common tool in our tool belt for treatment is phototherapy. There's a number of different types of this. The most common is called narrowband ultraviolet B. There is another more potent form of phototherapy, although it's not widely available, called PUVA, which is Sorlin, which is an oral or topical medicine that's given, and then ultraviolet A light. And then there is a device called an excimer laser, which is a laser that produces ultraviolet B radiation. Finally, we have radiation treatment or X-ray treatment that can be done to individual lesions or to the entire skin of a person, called total skin electron beam radiation. And this is typically done by a different doctor, a radiation oncologist. Then we have systemic therapies. There's a variety of these. There's oral medicines that can be given, especially oral retinoids, which are pills that you take to help fight off the cancer. There is a medication called methotrexate, which is also a pill or sometimes an injection. There are injectable medications called interferons, which rev up your immune system to fight off the cancer. And then there are other medicines called HDAC inhibitors. There's an oral one called varinostat and an IV one called romidepsin that are useful in treating some cutaneous lymphomas. Then there is a treatment called extracorporeal photopheresis. This is used most commonly for people with T-cell lymphomas with some blood involvement. And this is a blood treatment where your blood is removed, a chemical is added to it, and it undergoes treatment with ultraviolet light and then is given back to you. Then there's true chemotherapy. So chemotherapy are medications that are used to kill off cancer cells, and they're somewhat nonspecific. So most of the time we use just a single type of chemotherapy at a time. The names of some of the more common chemotherapy medicines are gemcitabine or doxorubicin, sometimes called Doxil. And then we have targeted therapies. These are some of our newer treatments, and they target the specific proteins that are on the surface of lymphocytes or other immune cells. So some of these include brentuximab, alemtuzumab, mogamulizumab, and pembrolizumab. You'll see that they all end in AB, and that means that they're an antibody that binds to those proteins. Sometimes with very aggressive lymphomas, we use multi-agent chemotherapy. That's combining multiple chemotherapy drugs together to get a better response. I certainly want to mention clinical trials. These go on sometimes in private practices and also at academic centers. And it's where we study new treatments to see if we can find things that are better for treating. And finally, there are stem cell transplants and bone marrow transplants that are sometimes used for people with life-threatening disease. Now, with cutaneous lymphomas, oftentimes we combine therapies together. We'll use multiple systemic treatments, or sometimes a skin and a systemic treatment, or sometimes multiple skin-directed treatments to get added benefit and a better outcome. Now, how do we choose which treatment we use for patients? That can be very variable, and it may depend on the stage or the extent of the cancer, whether the cancer is causing symptoms. With cutaneous lymphomas, itch is one of the main symptoms that may lead us to be more aggressive if the itch is limiting your ability to sleep or function. The age of a patient, what we can use in a 30-year-old may be different than things that we would use in an 85-year-old patient. Other coexisting medical problems may make it harder for us to use certain treatments. Access to treatment can be a problem sometimes. Things like phototherapy that are done in the office of a dermatologist may not be close to some people's homes, or things like extracorporeal photopheresis is typically only done at academic centers and maybe hundreds of miles away for some people. And then also patients' ability to adhere to a treatment program. And I mean no judgment with this. So if phototherapy requires 3 visits a week and you need to work every day and you are unable to alter your work schedule, then that is not a good treatment for you. And we may have to look at alternatives. So thank you for your attention. I hope you learned something from this presentation. And I really would like to thank the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation for giving me the opportunity to speak to you about the basics of cutaneous lymphoma.
Bonjour à toutes et tous, je m'appelle Martine Bagot, je suis chef du service de dermatologie à l'hôpital Saint-Louis et coordinateur du réseau national lymphome cutané. Aujourd'hui, je vais vous parler des lymphomes cutanés, ici mes conflits d'intérêts. Les lymphomes cutanés sont des lymphomes qui débutent et qui prédominent au niveau de la peau. Il s'agit du 2e site en dehors des ganglions après les lymphomes digestifs. Les lymphomes T-cutanés, contrairement aux lymphomes ganglionnaires, représentent la majorité de ces lymphomes, 75 à 80%, alors que les lymphomes B sont minoritaires. Il existe une classification internationale pour les lymphomes cutanés. Et vous voyez que cette classification reconnaît de très nombreuses entités de lymphomes cutanés. Au sein de ces groupes, le plus fréquent sont le mycosis fongoïde et ses variantes avec le syndrome de Césari. Et le 2e grand groupe, les lymphoproliférations CD30. Donc nous verrons ces 2 grands groupes les plus fréquents et nous verrons ensuite les lymphomes B cutanés qui sont beaucoup moins fréquents. D'abord, un petit peu d'épidémiologie. Le groupe français d'études des lymphomes cutanés a fait une analyse de son registre, une analyse de 8593 patients du registre français des lymphomes cutanés. Et vous voyez que la fréquence de ces lymphomes est stable entre 2005 et 2019 et que les lymphomes qui sont bien connus ont une proportion qui diminue parce que de nouvelles entités sont décrites qui sont de plus en plus mieux reconnues par les dermatologues. Donc, nous allons d'abord parler des mycosis fongoïdes et de ces variantes qui sont les lymphomes les plus fréquents. Vous voyez que le mycosis fongoïde est caractérisé par des lésions rouges qui sont d'abord localisées sur les zones non exposées au soleil, donc sur les seins, sur les fesses. Et ce sont des lésions qui sont rouges, qui peuvent régresser au début et puis qui ont tendance à se multiplier, à devenir de plus en plus fixes. Chez les patients qui ont la peau un petit peu plus mate, vous voyez que ça peut se présenter sous forme de lésions dépigmentées. La majorité des patients vont rester au stade de patch et de plaques et ce n'est qu'une minorité de patients, environ 15 à 20%, qui vont évoluer vers des tumeurs, vers des lésions qui sont plus en relief, qui surviennent chez les patients qui ont des patchs et des plaques depuis de très nombreuses années, voire dizaines d'années. Alors, comment fait-on le diagnostic de mycosis fongoïde? Eh bien, on fait une biopsie cutanée, c'est-à-dire qu'on prend un petit morceau de peau avec un ponge et vous voyez que sur l'analyse, on voit qu'il y a des cellules anormales qui sont ici, là vous voyez dans la membrane basale, ici des cellules qui vont dans l'épiderme, qui réalisent ce qu'on appelle des micro-abcès de Potrier. Et on peut aussi identifier, voir un petit peu quels sont les marqueurs qui sont exprimés par ces cellules. Vous voyez que ces cellules sont avec des immunomarquages. On voit que les cellules sont surtout CD3. Ici, vous voyez ces cellules qui sont le long de la membrane basale, ce qui explique que les lésions prédominent au niveau de la peau. Alors, il y a des formes de mycosis fongoïde qui touchent plus spécifiquement les poils. Ici, vous voyez une patiente, ça peut se manifester uniquement sous forme d'une perte de poils au niveau du sourcil, une petite plaque rouge, où vous voyez une zone où les poils ont disparu. Ça peut être sur les jambes, ça peut être sur les sourcils, et ça peut être c'est extrêmement bénin, et il faut y penser quand il nous présente une zone avec une perte de poils localisée. Et puis, il y a des patients chez qui, là encore, la maladie peut se mettre à être plus évolutive avec apparition de lésions plus infiltrées ou, comme vous voyez ici, d'une impétigisation, c'est-à-dire d'une surinfection bactérienne. Et bien évidemment, cela se traite très bien et il faut traiter par des antibiotiques, mais ce n'est que le traitement de la cause du lymphome qui va permettre de guérir définitivement. Et vous voyez que chez ces patients, l'infiltrat est ici le poil. Vous voyez l'infiltrat autour du poil. Ici, vous voyez l'infiltrat qui est spécifiquement localisé autour du poil. Il y a aussi des lymphomes. Ici, vous voyez le bleu qui montre la mucine à l'intérieur du poil. Il y a aussi des patients qui ont des mycoses fongoïdes syringotropes, c'est-à-dire des mycoses fongoïdes qui touchent plutôt les glandes sudorales. Alors, ces mycoses fongoïdes sont plus souvent localisées au niveau des plantes des pieds et des paumes des mains. Vous voyez ici cet aspect au niveau des plantes des pieds. Et vous voyez que si on fait une biopsie, on retrouve l'infiltrat, les cellules anormales au niveau de la glande sudorale. Et puis, il y a des lymphomes qui sont très localisés, qu'on appelle les lymphomes pagétoïdes, qui sont caractérisés par une seule lésion unique, avec des cellules qui sont uniquement dans l'épiderme. Vous voyez des cellules de grande taille avec un halo. Donc, toutes ces variantes sont des formes particulières de mycosis fongoïde. Ici, vous voyez que ces cellules qui sont là encore dans l'épiderme. Alors, il y a aussi une autre forme de mycosis fongoïde qui est caractérisée par ce qu'on appelle une érythrodermie. Alors ici, vous voyez des patients à un stade très avancé avec une rougeur sur tout le corps. Vous voyez un ectropion, c'est-à-dire une infiltration au niveau de la paupière. Mais il faut faire le diagnostic à un stade beaucoup plus précoce. Et il y a différents aspects cliniques du syndrome de Sézary. On peut avoir de manière caractéristique ce qu'on appelle le signe du drapé, avec comme des plis dans le dos. Donc l'ectropion, on l'a vu, c'est-à-dire une eversion de la paupière, une atteinte des ongles, une mycodystrophie, une atteinte des paumes et des plantes, des lésions plus infiltrées au niveau du visage, mais il y a aussi des patients qui se grattent mais qui ne sont pas rouges. C'est ce qu'on appelle un syndrome de Sézary invisible. Il faut savoir faire le diagnostic de syndrome de Sézary, même chez un patient qui n'est pas rouge, devant des démangeaisons qu'il faut alors explorer. Alors, comment fait-on le diagnostic de syndrome de Sézary? Eh bien, on fait une biopsie cutanée, mais parfois la biopsie cutanée ne permet pas de porter le diagnostic. Donc, il faut faire une cytométrie de flux. La cytométrie de flux, ça veut dire qu'on analyse le sang, on analyse les sous-populations lymphocytaires dans le sang, et vous voyez que ça permet de différencier différents sous-types de patients qui sont érythrodermiques. Il y a des patients qui sont érythrodermiques, mais qui n'ont pas de cellules anormales dans le sang. Il y a des patients qui ont plus de 1000 cellules de Sézary dans le sang, plus de 1000 cellules qui expriment ces marqueurs, vous voyez, et là, ce sont les vrais syndromes de Sézary. Et puis, il y a des patients qui ont un pré-Sézary, c'est-à-dire qu'ils ont des cellules dans le sang, mais pas vraiment un Sézary. Donc, il est très important, devant un patient qui est rouge, de ne pas se contenter d'un diagnostic d'eczéma ou d'atteinte de réaction médicamenteuse, mais savoir faire cette fameuse cytométrie de flux pour faire le diagnostic de Sézary ou pré-Sézary. Pourquoi? Parce que ça va permettre de donner un traitement adapté et d'améliorer beaucoup ces démangeaisons qui sont extrêmement invalidantes. Alors ici, vous voyez que quand on fait une cytométrie de flux, on analyse les cellules 4+26- ou 4+7- ou ce nouveau marqueur, et ça permet de différencier le Sézary, les pré-Sézary, les mycosis fongoïdes érythrodermiques et les mycosis fongoïdes classiques. Donc ça permet de faire un diagnostic très précis du stade de la maladie. Alors, l'autre grand groupe de patients qui ont ces deuxième grand groupe de lymphome cutané, ce sont les papuloses lymphomatoïdes. La papulose lymphomatoïde est caractérisée par des lésions, des petits nodules qui sont localisés ou disséminés et qui ont tendance à régresser, qui régressent dans tous les cas spontanément en 6 à 8 semaines, parfois en laissant une zone un peu croûteuse comme ça. Donc, vous voyez que le tableau clinique est très, très évocateur. Et quand on fait une biopsie, on voit des cellules qui expriment CD30, donc c'est très caractéristique. Donc ça, c'est vraiment ce qu'on appelle la papulose lymphomatoïde. C'est extrêmement bénin et ça ne nécessite pas de traitement, on le verra. Et puis, il y a beaucoup de sortes de catégories de papulose lymphomatoïde. Différents aspects peuvent se voir chez le même patient. Ce qui est très important de savoir, c'est que quel que soit ce qu'on voit sur l'examen anatomopathologique, l'attitude est la même, c'est-à-dire une attitude très conservatrice, avec surtout pas de traitement agressif. Alors, dans le spectre des lymphomes CD30, vous avez aussi des patients qui présentent ce qu'on appelle un lymphome T cutané anaplasique à grande cellule, c'est-à-dire ce sont des patients qui peuvent présenter une lésion localisée, comme vous voyez ici, au niveau de la commissure labiale, au niveau de la main, et dans un tiers à 40% des cas, ces lésions régressent là aussi spontanément dans 40% des cas. Et puis, chez certains patients, les lésions peuvent être plus étendues et ne pas régresser. Dans ces cas, il est toujours important de faire un bilan complet afin de vérifier qu'il n'existe pas de lésion en dehors de la peau. Vous voyez par exemple cette patiente qui avait cette lésion du nez extrêmement inquiétante pour elle, et vous voyez qu'un mois et demi plus tard, la lésion a complètement disparu spontanément. Donc ça, c'est ce qu'on appelle les lymphomes T cutanés anaplasiques à grande cellule, donc un lymphome de très bon pronostic quand il est uniquement cutané, qui le plus souvent régresse spontanément. Alors, sur le plan, là encore, on fait une biopsie pour faire le diagnostic et on met en évidence des nappes de grandes cellules qui expriment CD30. Donc, c'est ce qu'on appelle le lymphome T anaplasique à grandes cellules CD30 positif. Alors, ici, 2 diapositives pour expliquer comment on traite ces pathologies. Donc, la papulose lymphomatoïde, on fait un petit bilan, c'est-à-dire un examen clinique complet, une numération. On ne fait pas de scanner, ce n'est pas la peine. On ne fait rien du tout puisque les lésions régressent spontanément. Éventuellement, on peut prescrire des corticoïdes, des pommades à la cortisone. Si les lésions sont multiples ou reviennent très souvent, on peut faire des traitements par des rayons UV ou des applications de chlorméthine gel commercialisées sous le nom de Ledaga. Et puis, très rarement, si les patients ont beaucoup de lésions, on peut traiter par méthotrexate ou bexarotène ou interféron ou brentuximab. Pour ce qui concerne les lymphomes cutanés T anaplasiques à grandes cellules, là où on l'a vu, la clinique est très impressionnante, mais le pronostic est très bon. La régression spontanée est fréquente. Donc là, il faut faire un bilan, comme je vous l'ai dit, pour ne pas passer à côté d'un lymphome qui aurait d'autres lésions cutanées, mais il ne faut surtout pas surtraiter ces personnes. Et si ça régresse tout seul, on ne fait rien, on surveille simplement. Si la lésion est unique, on fait des rayons ou éventuellement une exérèse, mais plutôt des rayons. Et si les lésions sont multiples, là encore, on peut traiter par méthotrexate, vinblastine ou brentuximab vedotin. Alors maintenant, on va parler un petit peu des lymphomes B cutanés. Donc, vous avez vu que les lymphomes T cutanés représentent 75 à 80% des cas de lymphome. Eh bien, il y a 20 à 25% une minorité qui sont des lymphomes B cutanés. Alors là, c'est beaucoup plus simple. Vous voyez qu'on a 3 cas de figure. On a 2 cas de lymphome qui ont un très bon pronostic et un cas de lymphome qui se voit chez des gens plus âgés qui sont un peu moins bon pronostic. Donc, on a d'abord le lymphome B cutané de la zone marginale. Donc ça se présente sous forme de papules ou de nodules, uniques ou multiples. Ça prédomine sur les membres. Parfois, ça peut être associé à une infection par Borrelia burgdorferi. Il y a souvent des rechutes, mais ça n'est pas grave puisque le pronostic est excellent et très rarement des localisations extracutanées. Donc, vous voyez que c'est un très bon pronostic et on fait un bilan, mais on suit les patients et la survie est excellente et la même que des patients de même âge et de même sexe. Alors, il y a un autre type de lymphome B cutané de bon pronostic, qui sont les lymphomes B cutanés folliculaires, qui sont caractérisés par des tumeurs ou des plaques infiltrées. Là, ça ne prédomine pas sur les membres, mais sur la tête et sur le tronc. Et là aussi, ça se traite très bien, soit par radiothérapie si c'est localisé, soit par rituximab si les lésions sont disséminées. Il faut savoir que ça peut rechuter et les personnes peuvent développer une dissémination en dehors de la peau dans 10 à 15% des cas. Mais enfin, vous voyez que dans l'immense majorité des cas, le pronostic est très bon. Et puis, le troisième catégorie de lymphome B cutané, ce sont les lymphomes B cutanés à grandes cellules de type membres inférieurs. Vous voyez que ce sont des tumeurs qui se voient sur les jambes, l'une ou les 2 jambes. Ce sont des sujets âgés le plus souvent, c'est-à-dire plus de 60 ans, plus de 70 ans, souvent plus de 80 ans. Ça peut toucher aussi les fesses et il peut aussi y avoir des sites en dehors des membres inférieurs. Et dans ces cas-là, les rechutes et les localisations extracutanées sont plus fréquentes. Et là, il va falloir faire une chimiothérapie adaptée à l'âge. Alors maintenant, on va revenir un petit peu sur la prise en charge du mycosis fongoïde et du syndrome de Césari parce que ce sont les plus fréquents des lymphomes cutanés et il y a beaucoup de traitements possibles et des innovations thérapeutiques dont je vais vous parler. Alors d'abord, le traitement du mycosis fongoïde dépend du stade de la peau. Vous voyez que pour le stade, on définit différents stades. Le stade T1, ce sont des personnes qui ont moins de 10% de la surface corporelle atteinte. Alors il faut savoir que 1% représente la paume de main de la personne. Donc vous voyez 10 paumes de main, donc c'est quand même très moins de 10%. Et si il n'y a pas de lésion infiltrée, c'est-à-dire si on passe le doigt, il n'y a pas de relief, ça s'appelle des patchs. S'il y a du relief, ça s'appelle des plaques, donc on définit comme ça le stade. Et ces personnes qui sont au stade T1 ont un excellent pronostic. Les personnes qui sont T2 sont les personnes qui ont plus de 10% de la surface corporelle atteinte, soit des patchs et des plaques. Le stade T3, ce sont des personnes qui ont des tumeurs, donc vous voyez plus en relief. Et T4, c'est les personnes qui sont tout rouges, une érythrodermie, ce qu'on appelle une érythrodermie, c'est-à-dire rouge de la tête aux pieds. Alors, vous voyez que cette classification, évidemment, c'est un petit peu compliqué, mais c'est juste pour vous montrer que la classification dépend du stade dans la peau, ce dont je vous ai parlé, du stade dans les ganglions, qu'on va falloir biopsier les ganglions. Souvent, c'est pratique de faire une biopsie à l'aiguille. Et puis, l'atteinte sanguine qu'on a déjà vue, B0, B1, B2. Et en fonction de toutes ces classifications, vous voyez qu'on définit des stades. Donc, ce qu'on appelle les stades précoces, ce sont les personnes qui ont des patchs ou des plaques qui font moins de 10% ou plus de 10% de la surface corporelle, donc qui n'ont pas d'atteinte ganglionnaire ou très peu d'atteinte sanguine, pas ou peu d'atteinte sanguine. Donc ça, c'est les stades précoces. Et puis, ce qu'on appelle les stades plus avancés, ce sont les personnes qui ont soit des tumeurs, soit un pré-césarie, vous voyez, qui sont tout rouges, mais qui n'ont pas d'atteinte dans le sang, 0, ou les pré-césaries 3B, qui sont tout rouges, qui ont un petit peu de cellules anormales dans le sang, et les vraies césaries, qui ont plus de 1000 cellules de césarie dans le sang. Et donc, bien évidemment, la survie dépend du stade. Vous voyez qu'au stade précoce, à une échelle de 30 ans, les patients qui ont au stade précoce ont une évolution, une survie qui est identique aux patients de même âge et de même sexe. En revanche, c'est sûr que le pronostic est moins bon quand il y a des tumeurs ou une érythrodermie, mais vous allez voir qu'il y a maintenant beaucoup d'espoir dans les nouveaux traitements. Alors, comment on traite les lymphomes T cutanés? Alors, au stade précoce, on privilégie les traitements locaux, puisqu'il n'y a qu'une atteinte de la peau, donc on privilégie les traitements locaux. Alors, les traitements locaux, ça peut être des pommades à la cortisone, de la chlorméthine gel, c'est-à-dire une pommade qui s'appelle l'Edaga, c'est un gel qui s'applique sur la peau et qui permet de traiter, qui est différent des corticoïdes, qui peut avoir une très très bonne efficacité. On peut aussi faire un traitement par une photothérapie, c'est-à-dire des rayons ultraviolets comme les rayons du soleil. Donc, si les lésions ne sont pas infiltrées, on va plutôt choisir des UVB. Si les lésions sont infiltrées, on va plutôt choisir une puvathérapie, c'est-à-dire on rajoute des psoralènes par la bouche avant de faire une irradiation dans une cabine par des UVA. On peut faire une électrothérapie, c'est-à-dire une irradiation de toute la surface corporelle très superficiellement avec des électrons. Donc ça, c'est très pratique parce que ça permet de ne traiter que la peau et de n'avoir aucun effet secondaire en dehors de la peau. Et puis, si on a une tumeur localisée, par exemple, on peut faire une radiothérapie. Alors, si ces traitements locaux ont perdu de leur efficacité, si la personne a eu tous les traitements locaux et que malgré tout la maladie continue à évoluer, on passe à des traitements systémiques, c'est-à-dire généraux. Et puis bien évidemment, quand les patients sont au stade plus avancé, c'est-à-dire avec des tumeurs ou une érythrodermie, on fait directement ces traitements systémiques. Alors, ces traitements systémiques, ce sont d'abord des traitements dits immunomodulateurs, c'est-à-dire qui modulent l'immunité, mais qui ne sont pas des chimiothérapies. Alors, les traitements immunomodulateurs dont on dispose, c'est d'abord le bexarotène, commercialisé sous le nom de targrétin. Donc, c'est un produit qui s'appelle un rexinoïde, qui module la transcription de beaucoup de gènes et qui a comme effet secondaire d'élever les lipides dans le sang. Ça élève les triglycérides dans le sang. Donc, c'est ça qu'il va falloir surveiller chez les personnes qui sont traitées par bexarotène. Le deuxième traitement, c'est l'interféron pégylé. Ce sont l'interféron, un peu la substance qu'on produit quand on a la grippe, par exemple, quand on a une maladie virale. Donc, ça se prescrit sous forme d'injection une fois par semaine et ça peut être extrêmement efficace. Le troisième traitement immunomodulateur, c'est le méthotrexate. Le méthotrexate à faible dose, 10 à 25 mg par semaine, un traitement qu'on donne dans beaucoup de maladies inflammatoires, dermatologiques ou rhumatologiques. Et donc, ces trois traitements sont trois traitements immunomodulateurs qui sont utilisés les uns après les autres. Parfois, un patient répond à un traitement, pas à un autre. C'est impossible de prédire avant d'avoir essayé. Donc, il faut essayer quel est le traitement qui va être le plus efficace chez une personne donnée. Quand le patient est érythrodermique, c'est-à-dire tout rouge, il y a un traitement qui est très efficace, ce sont les photophérèses. Les photophérèses, ça consiste à prendre le sang et à l'irradier dans une machine en présence d'UVA et de psoralène. Et on réinjecte ce sang qui a été traité et ça permet d'augmenter la réponse immunitaire contre les cellules anormales. Et vous voyez que ce traitement par photophérèse, qui se fait à peu près tous les 15 jours ou 2 jours de suite tous les mois, peut être associé au traitement immunomodulateur. On peut associer les photophérèses aux interférons, à la bexarotène ou au méthotrexate. Et puis, il y a des nouveaux médicaments qu'on peut normalement pas commercialiser, mais qui sont commercialisés aux États-Unis et qu'on peut avoir en Europe, comme la romidepsine ou l'histodax. Ce sont des perfusions. Et ces traitements peuvent être extrêmement efficaces si on n'a plus d'efficacité des différents traitements qui sont commercialisés de manière autorisée en Europe. Alors, il peut arriver que tous les traitements, finalement, et d'échapper à tous ces différents traitements. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire dans ces cas-là? On peut faire un traitement par des anticorps monoclonaux. Donc, avant, on faisait des traitements par alemtuzumab. Maintenant, c'était très efficace, mais maintenant, ce traitement est très difficilement disponible. Et puis, on a des nouveaux traitements qui sont le brentuximab vedotin, commercialisé sous le nom d'Adcitris, le mogamulizumab, commercialisé sous le nom de Poteligeo. Donc, je vais vous parler plus en détail parce que ce sont deux nouveaux traitements très intéressants des lymphomes cutanés. On peut aussi faire des chimiothérapies qui sont non agressives parce que l'objectif, c'est de les faire le plus longtemps possible sans avoir beaucoup d'effets secondaires. Donc, les médicaments les plus utilisés sont la doxorubicine liposomée, commercialisée sous le nom de Caelix, ou la gemcitabine, commercialisée sous le nom de Gemzar. Et puis, malheureusement, la maladie a tendance à récidiver. Le traitement est efficace, mais souvent, il y a une rechute. Si on veut ne plus rechuter et être définitivement guéri, il y a possibilité de faire une greffe de moelle allogénique, c'est-à-dire une greffe de moelle d'une autre personne. Mais pour ça, il faut avoir moins de 70 ans, il ne faut pas avoir de maladies trop importantes, pas de diabète sévère, pas d'atteinte cardiaque sévère, et puis il faut de toute façon être mis en rémission complète. Si on arrive à faire disparaître toutes les lésions cutanées, ganglionnaires et dans le sang, ce qui est tout à fait possible, si on peut faire une greffe de moelle d'un frère ou d'une sœur achélo-identique ou d'un donneur du fichier, on a la possibilité d'être complètement guéri de la maladie, ce qui est quand même un confort de vie très intéressant. Alors, donc, je vais vous parler du brentuximab vedotin. Donc, le brentuximab vedotin, c'est un anticorps anti-CD30 dirigé contre la molécule CD30 qui est conjugué à la monométhyloristatine. Donc, c'est un agent qui se fixe au CD30. Ensuite, l'anticorps est internalisé et puis ça détruit la cellule. Donc, ce brentuximab vedotin, il a été approuvé aux États-Unis et en Europe pour les malades qui ont un lymphome cutané anaplasique ou un mycosis fongoïde qui exprime CD30 après échec d'une ligne de traitement systémique. Donc, ces résultats ont été publiés dans un article du Lancet en 2017. Et vous voyez que c'est très intéressant puisque c'était comparé au méthotrexate ou au bexarotène. Vous voyez qu'il y a beaucoup plus de patients qui ont une bonne efficacité sur la peau avec le brentuximab qu'avec le méthotrexate. Également, la qualité de vie est très améliorée, nettement plus améliorée chez les patients sous brentuximab que sous méthotrexate. Et c'est vrai aussi pour les lymphomes anaplasiques à grandes cellules. Vous voyez que si on regarde la progression free, c'est la survie sans progression, vous voyez que les patients sous brentuximab ont une meilleure survie sans progression que les patients qui sont sous méthotrexate ou bexarotène. Le problème, c'est que ça n'est pas un traitement qui guérit définitivement et que beaucoup de patients vont présenter des neuropathies, c'est-à-dire d'abord des fourmillements dans les mains. Et puis, si on n'arrête pas, on peut finir par avoir des problèmes moteurs, des difficultés pour se déplacer. Donc, bien évidemment, à ce stade, il faut savoir arrêter. Et donc, le problème de ce médicament, c'est que c'est un médicament très efficace, mais qui ne va pas pouvoir être utilisé chez la plupart des gens pendant des années et des années. L'intérêt du brentuximab, c'est que ça peut permettre de faire le lien avec les allogreffes, dont je vous ai parlé, des allogreffes pour les lymphomes T-cutanés au stade avancé. Donc en France, on a fait une étude multicentrique, on a étudié ce que peut donner la greffe, et vous voyez que la survie sans progression est très intéressante si la personne est mise en rémission complète. Vous voyez qu'au début, il y a quand même des problèmes liés à la greffe, mais après, vous voyez que si on est en rémission, si on est très bien après 1 an, vous voyez que les personnes ne rechutent pas, et ça, c'est extrêmement intéressant. Vous voyez qu'il ne faut surtout pas faire il faut pas faire de déplétion de la moelle, et si on est en rémission complète, avec une greffe de moelle, on peut avoir un très bon résultat. Vous voyez, c'est exactement sur 7 ans, on a une très, très bonne survie. Donc, cette greffe de moelle, c'est très intéressant. Et le brentuximab peut aider à mettre en rémission avant de pouvoir faire une greffe de moelle. Et nous avons récemment eu les résultats de ce PHRC, c'est-à-dire une étude multicentrique française entre le groupe dermatologues de groupe français d'études des lymphomes cutanés et le groupe de greffeurs français de greffe de moelle. Et donc, cette étude est en cours de publication et montre que la greffe de moelle est une modalité de traitement très intéressante pour les patients qui ont un lymphome T cutané au stade avancé. Alors, je voulais vous parler aussi d'un autre anticorps qui a été commercialisé récemment, qui s'appelle le mogamulizumab. Le mogamulizumab, c'est un anticorps dirigé contre la molécule CCR4. CCR4, c'est une molécule qui est exprimée par les lymphocytes T qui viennent au niveau de la peau, aussi bien les lymphocytes T de lymphome que les autres lymphocytes T. Et c'est aussi exprimé par des lymphocytes qui régulent l'immunité, qui sont les lymphocytes T régulateurs. Alors, quel est le mécanisme d'action? Vous voyez que le mogamulizumab vient se fixer sur la cellule anormale, et puis les lymphocytes NK viennent se fixer, et puis finalement, la cellule NK se met à détruire la cellule tumorale. Donc, c'est extrêmement efficace. Il y a eu une grande étude qui a comparé le mogamulizumab à un inhibiteur d'histone déacétylase qui s'appelle le Vorinostat, qui a été publié dans Lancet Oncology en 2018. Et vous voyez que là encore, le mogamulizumab a montré dans cette grande étude qu'il y avait des bien meilleurs résultats avec le mogamulizumab qu'avec le Vorinostat. Et donc, ce produit a obtenu l'AMM à la fois en France, en Europe et aux États-Unis. Et vous voyez que là encore, il y a beaucoup de patients qui ont une rémission complète ou une rémission de plus de 50% de leurs lésions, beaucoup plus avec le mogamulizumab qu'avec le Vorinostat. Alors, quels sont les effets secondaires avec ce mogamulizumab? Alors, il y a beaucoup plus d'effets secondaires avec le Vorinostat qu'avec le mogamulizumab, mais le problème du mogamulizumab, c'est que ça peut donner des éruptions cutanées. Alors, vous voyez que c'est extrêmement intéressant, ce traitement par mogamulizumab. Vous voyez que les cellules anormales disparaissent complètement, mais au bout de 3 ans, on peut avoir une reprise à partir des cellules qui n'expriment pas CCR4. Donc, on peut avoir une résistance au traitement après quelques années, mais néanmoins, pendant 3 ans, la maladie a été complètement contrôlée. Et puis, ce qui peut se passer aussi, c'est qu'on peut avoir ce qu'on appelle un rash associé au mogamulizumab, c'est-à-dire une éruption induite sous traitement. Vous voyez que c'est assez fréquent puisque ça survient chez 24 à 68% des malades. Mais vous allez voir que cette éruption peut avoir des effets très bénéfiques. Alors, vous voyez que ce rash associé au mogamulizumab, ça peut se présenter comme un mycosis fongoïde, comme on peut être tout rouge, on peut être comme un petit peu comme la rougeole. Et puis, ce qui est caractéristique, c'est que normalement, le mycosis fongoïde des Sésaries exprime CD4, on l'a vu. Et là, si on a un rash, on est plutôt CD8. Donc, pour faire le diagnostic différentiel entre une progression de la maladie et un rash, il va falloir faire une biopsie. Et voilà, une biopsie avec immunomarquage. Et les arguments en faveur du rash, c'est que les cellules sont plutôt CD8 plutôt que CD4. Il y a une augmentation des lymphocytes CD8 et des monocytes macrophages dans la peau. Et surtout, vous voyez que le clone T disparaît. Vous voyez un patient qui a un clone T ici dans la peau. Il va faire une première réaction au MOGA, le clone diminue, enfin c'est plusieurs patients. Et puis après une deuxième réaction au MOGA, le clone disparaît complètement de la peau. Et surtout, ce qui est très intéressant, c'est que le rash associé au mogamulizumab et la réponse clinique sont plus fréquents chez les patients qui ont un césarie. Et les patients qui ont ce rash est associé à une meilleure réponse clinique chez les patients qui ont un césarie. Donc, les patients qui vont faire cette réponse cutanée vont avoir une meilleure réponse, ça devient plus souvent une réponse complète, et ont une meilleure survie. Vous voyez que les patients qui font un rash ont une survie, très très bonne survie, meilleure que les patients qui ne font pas de rash. Donc ça peut être très intéressant finalement de faire un rash parce que c'est associé à une survie prolongée, parfois sans aucun traitement. Alors, pour terminer, je voudrais vous parler d'un autre traitement qui est un nouveau traitement qui est en expérimentation, qui peut être aussi très prometteur pour l'avenir. C'est un anticorps anti-KIR3DL2. KIR3DL2, c'est un marqueur spécifique des cellules de Sésarie. C'est un récepteur NK qui est un marqueur spécifique des cellules de Sésarie. Vous voyez que les cellules anormales expriment très fortement CD158K, alors que les cellules qui n'expriment pas CD158K sont les cellules réactionnelles. Et vous voyez que c'était très intéressant parce que KIR3DL2 est exprimé par 80% des lymphomes T cutanés, non seulement le syndrome de Sésarie, mais aussi d'autres pathologies ou d'autres types de lymphomes cutanés. Vous voyez qu'on peut mettre en évidence les cellules anormales dans la peau qui expriment KIR3DL2. Alors, il y a un essai qui a été fait il y a quelques années, qui est un essai de phase 1-2, qui a analysé l'efficacité de cet anticorps anti-KIR3DL2 qui s'appelle lacutamab. Et vous voyez que beaucoup de patients ont présenté une très bonne réponse, et en particulier des patients qui avaient été en échec du mogamulizumab. Vous voyez ici M, des patients qui avaient échappé au mogamulizumab, qui répondaient ensuite au lacutamab. Donc, ça veut dire que c'est un nouvel espoir très intéressant de traitement pour les patients qui échappent au mogamulizumab. Un troisième anticorps disponible dans la lymphome T cutanée. Vous voyez qu'on peut avoir des réponses très, très durables qui se maintiennent chez les patients. Et puis, surtout, une amélioration très importante de la qualité de vie. Vous voyez, les émotions, la fonction. On peut avoir une amélioration très, très importante du prurite et de toutes les anomalies, les choses défavorables qui sont associées à ce syndrome de Sésarie. Et vous voyez que les lymphocytes anormaux, sous ce traitement, disparaissent complètement du sang. Vous voyez ici les cellules anormales qui disparaissent complètement du sang. Ici, vous voyez la disparition rapide des cellules. Donc, c'est un nouvel anticorps qui est extrêmement intéressant et qui, on espère, sera commercialisé dans quelques années. Ça a été publié dans Lancet Oncology il y a 2 ans. Et il y a actuellement un essai thérapeutique qui est en cours aux États-Unis et en Europe afin d'évaluer plus l'efficacité de ce lymphome cutané, de cet anticorps dans les lymphomes T cutanés. Donc, le traitement des lymphomes T cutanés est en pleine mutation. Il y a beaucoup de nouveaux anticorps. La recherche translationnelle a pu mettre en évidence de nouveaux traitements ciblés, c'est-à-dire des traitements qui détruisent les cellules tumorales en ne touchant pas les lymphocytes normaux. Il y a la possibilité d'entraîner des rémissions complètes très durables. Et puis, on espère que dans l'avenir, voilà, on fera plus de chimiothérapie, qu'on pourra jouer avec différents anticorps monoclonaux successivement et avoir là encore des réponses très durables. Il y a actuellement de nombreux traitements qui sont en cours de développement et l'avenir, c'est effectivement soit de combiner des anticorps, soit de les faire les uns après les autres. Voilà, donc pour terminer, vraiment un message d'avenir sur tout ce qui est très nouveau et qui va se développer au cours des prochaines années pour le traitement des lymphomes T cutanés. Voilà, je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti e grazie per il tempo che ci e vi concedete per parlare di questo argomento. Ci sono argomenti migliori sicuramente, dalle vacanze ad altre cose, ma è importante parlare di questo argomento perché è un argomento che coinvolge un gruppo di patologie cutanee rare, ma che sicuramente purtroppo portano tanti problemi per la gestione, per chi ne soffre. Ed ero contento e sono contento di essere qui con voi oggi per parlare di questi argomenti e a disposizione per le vostre domande. Quindi linfomi cutanei, io mi chiamo Pietro Quaglino, sono un medico e lavoro dermatologo e lavoro all'ospedale di Torino, all'universitario, alla Città della Salute e delle Scienze di Torino. Quindi cosa sono questi linfomi primitivi della pelle? Sono un gruppo raro, molto raro, perché abbiamo come incidenza una nuova diagnosi su 100.000 persone all'anno. Poi, come tutte le cose brutte, dalle tasse agli anni il chili di peso sta aumentando nel tempo, sono più frequenti rispetto a anni fa. E quindi un gruppo di patologie in cui questa crescita dei linfociti in maniera irregolare, in maniera neoplastica, tumorale, anche se è una brutta parola, ma non bisogna preoccuparsi perché la maggior parte dei casi hanno un decorso favorevole, quello torneremo poi dopo. Quindi la crescita di questi linfociti si sviluppa a partire dalla pelle, quindi non insorgono dai linfonodi, dalle ghiandole, dal midollo, ma dalla pelle. E poi da lì possono, anche se non sempre, ahimè, andare poi agli organi interni. E quindi sono totalmente diversi dai linfomi, diciamo dei linfonodi, più quelli che colleghiamo al lavoro degli ematologi, anche se gli ematologi sono importanti, lavorarci insieme e collaborare multidisciplinare anche in questo caso, sicuramente i linfomi pluricutanei, ma non sono i linfomi spesso a prognosi peggiore che insorgono dalle ghiandole. E proprio perché non sono linfomi che insorgono dal sangue, dagli organi, diciamo così, linfonodali o dal midollo, hanno un decorso differente, spesso più favorevole, a volte anche non così favorevole, e quindi hanno bisogno di un approccio differente, hanno bisogno di classificazioni differenti e hanno bisogno di una gestione differente. E quindi in questa mia breve presentazione, che cercherò e spero di rendere il più possibile piacevole, con i limiti appunto dell'argomento, condividerò con voi alcuni aspetti dell'origine, delle modalità di sviluppo, delle classificazioni, dei gruppi, delle patologie più frequenti, perché non c'è il linfoma cutaneo, ci sono i linfomi cutanei, differenti patologie, per finire anche con alcuni aspetti di terapia. Intanto, per quanto riguarda le cause e fattori di rischio, devo tranquillizzarvi, non abbiamo delle cause e fattori di rischio, non c'è come dire il sole per i tumori della pelle o il fumo di sigaretta per certi tumori del polmone. Anche se sono stati fatti molti studi, ci sono anche dei lavori recenti su antigeni ambientali, pesticidi, virus, eccetera, non abbiamo niente di definito, quindi al momento non abbiamo cause e fattori di rischio. Sappiamo che ci può essere una stimolazione cronica dei linfociti che prima sono infiammatori e poi, in base alla predisposizione genetica o altri fattori, crescono e diventano appunto tumorali in associazione poi e in stretto contatto con la risposta immunitaria dell'ospite, che chiaramente va a essere modulata e può giocare un ruolo importante. Quindi non abbiamo, diciamo, delle cause o dei parametri, dei fattori da evitare per questa situazione. Detto questo, vi dicevo prima appunto che non c'è il linfoma cutaneo, ci sono i linfomi cutanei, perché anche se sono forme rare, all'interno di questo gruppo raro vedete quante differenti tipi di linfoma cutaneo ci sono tutti questi, divisi tra linfomi a cellule T e a cellule B in base all'origine, perché normalmente nell'organismo abbiamo i linfociti T e i linfociti B, che sono cellule immunologiche con diverse funzioni, ad esempio i linfociti B sono quelli che sintetizzano e producono gli anticorpi, eccetera. Dalla evoluzione, dalla crescita incontrollata di linfociti T o B, originano i linfomi primitivi cutanei a cellule T o B. E in ambito di questi due gruppi i più frequenti sono comunque i linfomi T e i linfomi B sono meno frequenti. Tanto per sintetizzare e schematizzare tutte queste entità, abbiamo possibilità di individuare dei gruppi di linfomi cutanei. La forma più frequente, che da sola costituisce il 40-50% di tutti i linfomi cutanei, è questa forma che prende nome di micosi fungoide, che è un linfoma a cellule T, questo sarebbe in inglese Cutaneous T-cell lymphoma, quindi un linfoma a cellule T, che ha il nome chiaramente, tra virgolette, sbagliato, nel senso che quando è stata descritta più di 200 anni fa, si riteneva che fosse una forma di micosi, quindi infezione da funghi, con le lesioni che assomigliavano ai funghi che si vedevano proprio nei boschi. E da qui il nome, che poi è rimasto, ma si è capito che in realtà era una forma di linfoma. Poi vi spiegherò anche questa associazione SS, questo SS sta per sindrome di Sézary, che è una forma che a volte può configurarsi come evoluzione della micosi fungoide, a volte viene a sé, è molto più rara e, ahimè, più aggressiva come decorso. Ma restiamo alla micosi fungoide, che poi è la forma appunto più frequente. Prevalenza nei maschi, età più di 55 anni in media, ma ci sono anche casi più giovani, ha un decorso clinico, noi diciamo indolente, come dire è tranquilla come decorso. Tant'è vero che la maggior parte delle persone, dal 75 al 90%, mantengono per tutta la durata della malattia, quindi anni, decenni, le lesioni iniziali a piccole chiazze, quindi arrossamenti. Alcune persone però purtroppo invece da queste chiazze, lesioni iniziali, sviluppano delle manifestazioni sulla pelle più importanti, cioè queste macchie, queste aree di arrossamento diventano più rilevate, multiple, quindi spesse, possono anche andare incontro a ulcerazione, dare dolore o infezioni. E queste sono le forme avanzate delle placche o delle lesioni nodulari, fino a che in una piccola parte di persone si può anche sviluppare questo che si chiama eritrodermia, cioè l'intera pelle è interessata da arrossamenti da eritema. Ma il concetto appunto che vuol far vedere questa diapositiva, e senza farvi vedere brutte cose, è che proprio fino al 90% delle persone, 75-90% delle persone, mantengono queste chiazze, quindi queste aree arrossate con un po' di squame, soprattutto nelle zone che si dice del costume da bagno, quindi glutei, addome, cosce, per tutta la durata della malattia. E vanno e vengono, a volte sono più presenti, a volte meno, alcune volte pruriginose, altre volte no, senza avere altri problemi. Solo una piccola parte hanno lesioni più estese, spesse, infiltrate o eritrodermia. E il rischio di avere un interessamento fuori dalla pelle per questa patologia è veramente basso, per non dire inesistente, nelle forme iniziali, mentre è un pochino più presente, soprattutto a livello di rischio di interessamento di linfonodi o ematico, quindi del sangue, nelle fasi o di noduli o di eritrodermia, e quindi implica anche una diversa impostazione come esami strumentali, ma ci torneremo su questo aspetto. Senza preoccuparvi per tutto quello che ho scritto in questa diapositiva, ma semplicemente per dire che la diagnosi, che è la partenza, è fondamentale, è importante farla il più precocemente possibile, anche se spesso ci va tempo, perché queste macchie all'inizio sono poche, sono poco specifiche, possono essere confuse con altre cose, ma di per sé non è un problema, perché la patologia ha un decorso indolente. La diagnosi viene fatta mettendo insieme l'aspetto clinico che vede il dermatologo con i dati della biopsia, quindi bisogna fare un taglietto, prelevare un pezzo di pelle e fare delle analisi a livello di quindi esame istologico, di marcatori, di biologia molecolare, per confermare la presenza o meno del clone, quindi delle cellule neoplastiche. A volte anche non è così facile da trovare nelle fasi iniziali, ma comunque bisogna mettere insieme tutti questi dati per arrivare alla diagnosi. Quindi la diagnosi non è solo la clinica, non è solo l'istologia, è tutte le cose messe insieme. Tutti questi aspetti messi insieme. E dopo la diagnosi si fa anche la stadiazione, cioè il medico, il dermatologo, il dermatoncologo, l'ematologo, a seconda. Poi la gestione di queste problematiche è una gestione multidisciplinare in cui i vari specialisti a differenti fasi collaborano, e poi nella fase iniziale magari il dermatologo che segue più da vicino la patologia, nelle fasi più avanzate magari l'ematologo, ma si lavora tutti insieme col patologo, col biologo molecolare, col radioterapista, con i vari specialisti coinvolti al meglio nella gestione di queste situazioni. E si procede appunto alla stadiazione, che si basa sulle lesioni cutanee, quindi sul T della cute, poi la valutazione dei linfonodi, degli organi interni e anche ematico, perché questi pazienti, soprattutto nelle fasi più avanzate, ma raramente anche a volte nelle fasi iniziali, può essere presente una anche minima quota di cellule circolanti che arrivano nel sangue dalla pelle, ed è importante definirlo per seguirlo al meglio e definire poi la gestione migliore. Anche qui, senza andare nel dettaglio della stadiazione, però il concetto fondamentale è che nell'ambito della micosi fungoide, appunto, abbiamo e distinguiamo due fasi: una fase cosiddetta iniziale, in cui c'è solo interessamento della pelle con chiazze, quindi solo arrossamento, placche, quindi appena infiltrate, e una fase avanzata in cui ci sono lesioni nodulari più rilevate, eritrodermia o coinvolgimento extracutaneo di organi interni. Chiaramente la gestione è differente. La maggior parte, il 75-90%, mantengono fasi iniziali per tutta la durata della patologia, e quindi la maggior parte dei pazienti li troveremo in questa early, vuol dire iniziale, phase. Nell'ambito appunto di questo gruppo micosi fungoide c'era anche quella barra sindrome di Sesari, ve la faccio vedere qui, dal nome del dermatologo francese che meno di 100 anni fa l'ha descritta, e questa è una forma molto più rara, perché se la micosi fungoide costituisce il 40-50% dei casi, questa forma qua costituisce il 2% dei casi, e qua c'è tutta la pelle interessata da arrossamento e eritrodermia, con linfonodi, ghiandole visibili, palpabili, e anche cellule in circolo, quindi come una forma di leucemia, quindi di cellule circolanti associate alla pelle, quindi non che vengono dalle ghiandole, dal midollo, ma direttamente dalla pelle. E questa forma purtroppo ha un decorso meno favorevole, e anche sintomi importanti, al di là di chiaramente più c'è interessamento sulla pelle, chiaramente più è importante dirlo, e chiaramente lo sapete bene, ma è importante ricordarlo, l'impatto sulla qualità di vita di lesioni sulla pelle. È chiaro che se una persona ha tutta la pelle coinvolta avrà un impatto importante, ma anche se una persona ha poche lesioni e localizzate, è chiaro che sulla pelle si vedono, sono importanti per i rapporti interpersonali, sociali, e quindi è importante trattare, aiutare le persone che hanno queste patologie anche col supporto, quando è il caso, psicologico, per affrontare al meglio questa situazione. E le cellule in circolo della sindrome di Sesari hanno tutta una serie di caratteristiche, cioè esprimono, noi diciamo, dei marcatori che caratterizzano la loro entità come cellule, ma che recentemente sono anche importanti, perché questi marcatori, quindi questi antigeni, queste molecole espresse sulla superficie della cellula circolante, diventano a loro volta target, quindi bersaglio per terapie. E infatti abbiamo la possibilità di avere anticorpi monoclonali, che sono queste nuove frontiere delle terapie, ma ne abbiamo già autorizzati, che vanno a riconoscere molecole della superficie, vanno a riconoscere il CCR4, e abbiamo questo nuovo farmaco di cui parleremo, che è il mogamulizumab, ma abbiamo quest'altra molecola, e ci sono farmaci via via che si stanno sviluppando proprio riconoscendo questi marcatori, quindi dalla diagnosi alla terapia. Andando avanti nell'analisi dei vari gruppi di patologie compresi nell'ambito dei linfomi cutanei, il secondo gruppo di patologie di linfomi cutanei più frequente relativamente, chiaramente vista la rarità, è questo gruppo di linfomi, sempre linfomi T, che prende nome di linfomi cutanei CD30 positivi. Perché CD30 positivi? CD30 è una molecola sulla superficie delle cellule del linfoma, che in questo gruppo è espressa costitutivamente. Cosa vuol dire? È sempre espressa. Il CD30 in altre forme, anche la micosi fungoide, può essere espresso oppure no in diverse fasi della malattia. Nell'ambito invece di questo gruppo è sempre espresso. E l'altra cosa favorevole, questo aspetto, è che questo gruppo di patologie di linfoma cutaneo hanno una prognosi, quindi un decorso buono, se non ottimo, se non favorevolissimo. Due entità sono le più frequenti, una è questa, è un nome anche un po' complicato, ma che spiega anche un po' la patologia, no? Micosi fungoide, abbiamo detto, era un nome sbagliato. Questo è un nome che ricorda la patologia, perché è papulosi linfomatoide, quindi abbiamo delle papule. Cosa sono delle papule? In ambito dermatologico le papule sono delle piccole lesioni solide rilevate a livello della pelle. E linfomatoide ce la dice lunga sul fatto che originano appunto da linfoma. E la forma rara è caratterizzata da queste piccole papule che vengono fuori, a volte anche multiple. Anche qui non abbiamo cause, non c'è dieta, non c'è allergie, non c'è stress. Per carità, lo stress non fa bene, ma lo stress non è che determina il linfoma. Dicevo, queste papule che poi nel tempo variabile, settimane o mesi, tendono poi a fare la crosta sopra, a fare la pustolina e poi a regredire con croste e squame spontaneamente. E quindi queste persone hanno queste eruzioni di papule che vanno e vengono, a volte ce ne sono di più, a volte meno, a volte nessuna, ma senza che ci sia nessun rischio di coinvolgimento interno. A volte, raramente, questa papulosi linfomatoide è associata ad altri linfomi non cutanei, a volte si può associare alla micosi fungoide, ma comunque di per sé la papulosi linfomatoide non ha rischio di coinvolgimento extracutaneo. Sempre favorevole, ma un pochino più, diciamo così, importante come impatto è l'altra forma nell'ambito dei CD30, che è questa patologia col nome difficile, linfoma cutaneo anaplastico ranicello CD30 positive. Fondamentalmente qua abbiamo lesioni che non vanno e vengono, ma sono per lo più ferme, sono poche, a volte anche solo una, con questo aspetto, vedete, di noduli, quindi rilevato, a volte anche ulcerato. Però al di là della presentazione, che non è sicuramente piacevole, la presenza di sole lesioni cutanee, quindi primitivo cutaneo, è associata a un decorso favorevolissimo. La terapia poi può essere anche solo molto conservativa, anche solo con radioterapia, e c'è la regressione completa. Quindi di fronte a questa diagnosi non bisogna preoccuparsi. Mi permetto ancora di procedere con la classificazione, con l'esame della classificazione, prima di arrivare poi a qualche indicazione, no, di terapia, condividerla insieme, poi è a disposizione per tutto quello che posso dire e fare per voi. Dicevo, nell'ambito della classificazione ancora due gruppi di patologie, senza andare troppo nel dettaglio. Uno, voi direte, i linfomi B ce ne sono di meno, ma ce ne sono, e anche qui ne abbiamo vari tipi, alcuni favorevolissimi, nessun rischio di interessamento extracutaneo come questo della zona marginale, altri un po' meno come questo linfoma diffuso a grandi cellule. Vedete qui anche, e qui vedete anche la presentazione clinica, che vedete differente nelle forme più indolenti, poco arrossamento, poco più, e queste molto più evidenti anche con queste brutte lesioni, anche con rischio, ahimè, dolore, infezioni della pelle, che sono da considerare e da gestire al meglio. Queste sono le forme cosiddette leg type, una volta si chiamavano della gamba, poi si è visto che non erano solo sulla gamba, e quindi si è preferito dare questo termine leg type. Però quindi a far capire come importante la valutazione clinica delle lesioni, che è associata poi all'aspetto della biopsia, perché qua chiaramente poi la diagnosi, in tutti questi casi bisogna procedere alla biopsia, e quindi c'è la correlazione con i dati della biopsia, dell'esame istologico, quindi dell'anatomo patologo, per arrivare alla diagnosi corretta. E molto molto brevemente l'ultimo gruppo, quindi abbiamo visto micosi fungoide e sindrome di Sézary, i linfomi a CD30T, i linfomi B, il gruppo più piccolino è quest'ultimo con una serie di forme di linfomi cutanei a cellule T, senza andare nel dettaglio dei nomi, vedete che sono anche complicati, molto molto rari se non rarissimi, alcuni con un aspetto clinico molto più brutto come questo, assolutamente anche con lesioni diffuse e ahimè anche con rischio di interessamento interno importante. Qua la terapia deve essere importante fin dall'inizio con gli ematologi, quindi anche chemioterapia, anche trapianto e anche in altre forme si può considerare, ma anche in queste, e altre invece per fortuna con la prognosi molto buona come queste forme qua, che adesso si chiama disordine linfoproliferativo a piccole e medie cellule, ma senza andare nel dettaglio, ancora una volta decorso e prognosi differenti in base alla presentazione clinica e ai dati dell'anatomia patologica. Detto questo, come carrellata di diagnostica e di gruppi e diverse entità di linfoma cutaneo, volevo ancora condividere con voi due aspetti per quanto riguarda la gestione. Abbiamo visto la diagnosi con la biopsia, dopodiché si procede a una stadiazione. Quindi cosa vuol dire stadiazione? Vuol dire che noi ci dobbiamo chiedere se dobbiamo fare degli esami in più per andare a capire se questo linfoma è solo sulla pelle o è anche a interessamento da altre parti extracutaneo. Allora, ci sono alcune forme di linfoma cutaneo che abbiamo visto che sono sempre solo primitive cutanee, la micosi fungoide, la sindrome di Sézary e la papulosi linfomatoide. Queste sono sempre primitive cutanee. Quindi l'obiettivo della stadiazione è di andare a cercare localizzazioni interne di un linfoma che è sempre primitivo cutaneo. Nella Sézary facciamo la TAC, nella micosi fungoide nelle fasi iniziali solo l'ecografia, in quelle avanzate invece la TAC e anche altri accertamenti, quindi in collaborazione ancora una volta multidisciplinare, poi la biopsia ossea, soprattutto se c'è una trasformazione in linfoma grandicellule all'istologico, quindi un aspetto istologico più aggressivo, o la PET anche. Per la papulosi linfomatoide, abbiamo detto, è sempre solo cutanea, quindi non si fanno indagini a meno che ci siano sospetti di altri linfomi che raramente si associano. Invece per le altre forme, no? Quelle altre forme T, B e anche la forma CD30 anaplastico grandicellule, c'è un concetto importante ancora da affrontare in più, e cioè dobbiamo chiederci se il linfoma che vediamo sulla pelle è solo cutaneo o è una localizzazione di un linfoma interno. Perché queste forme possono essere primitive cutanee oppure rappresentare una localizzazione cutanea di un linfoma interno. E quindi bisogna fare le indagini, la TAC, la PET, eventualmente la biopsia ossea in molti casi, in base alla diagnosi, per andare a capire se quella forma è primitiva cutanea e quindi sicuramente più favorevole in molti casi, oppure una localizzazione cutanea di un linfoma nodale, e cambia chiaramente l'impostazione. Dopodiché la terapia è fondamentale che sia gestita a livello multidisciplinare. Non c'è il singolo specialista, per quanto bravo, per quanto esperto, per quanto tutto quello che volete, è il gruppo multidisciplinare con dermatologo, patologo, radioterapista, ematologo, emato-oncologo e altri vari specialisti che si riunisce, valuta la situazione e definisce la strategia di terapia migliore. Perché ci sono molteplici strategie di terapia e si va dalla terapia cosiddetta, con un termine inglese, wait and see, quindi guarda e aspetta, come dire, se nella micosi fungoide ci sono pochissime lesioni, si può anche fare solo terapie idratanti, eccetera, e come creme, e aspettare, fino alle forme più estese e gravi, in cui si può utilizzare chemioterapia, polichemioterapia e trapianto. Perché il concetto alla base è che al momento non abbiamo un farmaco anche di prevenzione, cioè noi trattiamo quello che vediamo. Se abbiamo poche lesioni, per fortuna, usiamo dei trattamenti più conservativi, se abbiamo tante lesioni dobbiamo usare un trattamento più aggressivo, ma non abbiamo una cura da fare nelle fasi iniziali che ci possa prevenire, che possa evitare, che possa lavorare in modo che non abbiamo manifestazioni più diffuse. Dobbiamo poi seguire nel tempo e vedere cosa succede. E chiaramente quindi, focalizzandoci in particolare sulla micosi fungoide, il trattamento avrà degli obiettivi, degli scopi, anche delle problematiche differenti a seconda della fase, se early, quindi iniziale, o advanced, no? Ricordate, early con chiazze, arrossamento, poco più infiltrate placche, la advanced proprio con lesioni nodulari o rettodermie e coinvolgimento extracutaneo. Se noi abbiamo una persona davanti con poche chiazze, anche magari non prurito, eccetera, dobbiamo decidere di tutto se fare una terapia oppure utilizzare solo idratanti emollienti e wait and see, chiaramente in base all'età, alla sede e ai sintomi. E lo scopo è quello di mantenere al meglio le lesioni, magari vanno anche via, ma se c'è un miglioramento soggettivo importante con un'ottima qualità di vita, la terapia ha raggiunto il suo scopo. E sicuramente se abbiamo solo chiazze o poco più sulla pelle non dobbiamo e non c'è indicazione a fare terapie più aggressive fino alla chemioterapia, che invece sono utilizzate nelle fasi più avanzate dove abbiamo bisogno di nuove terapie, di marcatori e di terapie di mantenimento per gestire al meglio queste situazioni. Senza andare troppo nel dettaglio e senza complicare troppo le cose, volevo condividere con voi quello che noi chiamiamo, a volte avete sentito questa parola, algoritmo, cioè qual è l'indicazione nelle varie fasi della terapia. E qua vedete micosi fungoide, qua sono i vari stadi, la barra rossa divide le fasi iniziali, no? Chiazze e placche, da quelle avanzate, anche con la sindrome di Sézary, e vedete che nelle fasi iniziali la prima linea di terapia deve essere valutata tra wait and see, quindi follow up e vedere cosa succede, creme topiche di cortisone che sono importanti da utilizzare su singole lesioni, magari per un certo periodo, non sempre mesi, possono fare cicli di 30-40 giorni e poi sospendere, magari poi riprendere dopo un po' in base a indicazioni cliniche, evitandone l'uso o l'abuso, soprattutto in certe zone, ad esempio il volto, dove posso dare dei rischi di effetti collaterali cutanei indotti appunto dal cortisone. E poi possiamo utilizzare anche la fototerapia, quindi raggi ultravioletti in cabina, ne abbiamo diversi tipi. Importante è anche qui poi il sole, anche solo diciamo così naturale, può far bene, quindi l'indicazione è anche d'estate per le persone che hanno questo problema una esposizione solare blanda e controllata, chiaramente per evitare rischi di esposizione solare. E l'impiego appunto della fototerapia in cabina non vuol dire che si va contro quello che diciamo sempre, che diciamo così i lettini abbronzanti fanno male. Queste non sono forme di lettini abbronzanti, sono forme di fototerapia controllata e diciamo seguita a livello medico, e quindi sono con le loro limitazioni e nei tempi giusti chiaramente utilizzabili. E poi anche la radioterapia localizzata su singole lesioni. In quest'ambito abbiamo anche un nuovo farmaco che è un gel di un particolare chemioterapico che si può utilizzare nelle varie fasi di malattia, anche nelle forme iniziali con lesioni un pochino più spesse, che è la topical clormetina, quindi la clormetina topica, di cui vi dirò poi dopo, perché è uno dei 3 nuovi farmaci che abbiamo a disposizione. Nelle forme avanzate invece il trattamento non può essere solo topico e quindi abbiamo dalle radioterapia anche su tutto il corpo, questa è total skin radioterapia, quindi radioterapia su tutto il corpo, vari farmaci immunomodulanti quali interferone, retinoidi, fino alla chemioterapia per le forme più avanzate. Chiaramente poi nelle linee successive di terapia, se una persona con micosi fungoide in fase iniziale non ha una gestione, non ha la terapia topica non consente un management ottimale delle lesioni, potremo utilizzare farmaci per OS o sottocutanei in associazione, ma non nelle fasi iniziali di chemioterapia. Si potrà usare il bexarotene, l'interferone, il metotrexate a basse dosi, ma non chiaramente, se sono le lesioni iniziali, la chemioterapia, che ancora una volta è riservata alle fasi avanzate. Vi accennavo ai nuovi farmaci. Per fortuna negli ultimi anni abbiamo avuto la possibilità di avere nuovi farmaci a disposizione che sono derivati dalla studi registrativi in ambito appunto di linfomi cutanei e specifici per i linfomi cutanei, e abbiamo 3 nuovi farmaci che sono autorizzati per l'impiego nei linfomi cutanei, in particolare i T. I B hanno meno nuovi farmaci a disposizione. Quali sono questi farmaci? Uno è il brentuximab vedotin, che è un farmaco, un anticorpo monoclonale, che va al target, quindi che va a riconoscere diretto le cellule che esprimono quel marcatore di cui vi parlavo prima, che è appunto il CD30. Quindi è autorizzato per l'impiego nelle forme che hanno l'espressione del CD30. Il farmaco si fa per via endovenosa a cicli, se ne può fare un certo numero, poi non è più autorizzato, e ha un'importante attività anche nel lungo periodo, determinando risposte in particolare su persone che hanno lesioni sulla pelle, tra virgolette, brutte, infiltrate, estese, a placca, ma non solo, con un'importante attività. Il secondo farmaco nuovo autorizzato è un farmaco, anche qui anticorpo monoclonale, diretto contro uno di quei marcatori che avevo fatto vedere prima sulle cellule circolanti e non solo, che si chiama CCR4, è l'antigene, e questo farmaco ha un nome molto complicato perché si chiama mogamulizumab. Anche qui si fa endovena a certi intervalli, anche per lunghi periodi, e determina un'ottima risposta anche e soprattutto a livello delle cellule circolanti, e in particolare anche di più nelle persone che hanno cellule circolanti. Quindi a definire come non ci sia un farmaco migliore o peggiore, sono farmaci che hanno un'azione diversa e in diverse fasi della malattia, e quindi a seconda della tipologia di espressività della malattia possono essere impiegati in maniera efficace. E il terzo farmaco nuovo è quello che vi accennavo prima, è una forma nuova di chemioterapia topica, quindi una formulazione topica in gel da applicare direttamente sulle lesioni, proprio di recente impiego, e quindi va a targettare direttamente le lesioni cutanee con un'ottima attività e senza effetti collaterali legati alla terapia sistemica. Come ultima diapositiva, cosa ci aspettiamo dal futuro? E chiaramente dal futuro ci aspettiamo tanto tramite la collaborazione multicentrica e multidisciplinare, l'interazione con i pazienti, gli sviluppi della ricerca tecnologica in ambito di ricerca, di andare sempre più nell'ambito della medicina cosiddetta personalizzata, cioè andando a individuare alterazioni molecolari alla base di questi linfomi per poter arrivare a un trattamento ancora migliore, ancora più mirato e anche con meno effetti collaterali. Con questo ho terminato, vi ringrazio e sono a disposizione. Buon proseguimento a tutti.
Well, hello, everyone, and greetings from wherever you might be joining us. It's really exciting to do this part of the program today. I think this is probably the thing that most people look forward to. So this is our live question and answer hour. And today we have 2 esteemed clinicians who specialize in cutaneous lymphoma who are joining us this morning. We have Professor Maarten Vermeer, who is joining us from the Netherlands, and he is the head of the Department of Dermatology at Leiden University Medical Center. And Professor Vermeer is an active researcher, physician, all-around expert in cutaneous lymphomas. And joining us from Italy is Professor Pietro Quaglino. And Professor Quaglino is the Associate Professor of Dermatology at the Department of Medical Sciences at the University of Turin in Torino. So welcome to you both. It's really an honor and a pleasure to have you joining us today and being available to answer questions from our audience, which is just so exciting. We're crossing all the ponds here.
Thanks to you, dear Susan, and to all the people connected. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you.
Great. Go ahead, Martin. Just want to make sure everybody's audio and everything is working okay.
Yeah, I've just been unmuted, I see in my screen. So
Great.
also welcome from me, and I'm very happy to be on this call.
Great. Well, thank you again, both. And I know you both are fresh off of the European Academy of Dermatology and Venerology, the professional meeting that was being held, I think it was in Spain. So you both have just traveled back home and are here joining us today. So thanks really so much. And I'll remind all of our folks watching that you can put your questions into the Q&A box and you can write it in your language, and it will, through the magic of technology, translate on my screen in English so I can read it. And so we're going to go ahead and get started so we can use the most of our time together. And I'll kick off with a couple of questions. And again, as the questions come in, we'll take a look. But so, you know, we've gotten a lot of, with COVID and all of the challenges that everyone has faced over the last 2 years. From either of your opinions, can you share about the immunocompromised cutaneous lymphoma patient? How, based on maybe someone's diagnosis, what's their immune system's resilience, I guess, and how maybe should they think about dealing with COVID and so forth? I know we've gotten a lot of questions over the last couple of years, and I know the clinicians globally have also been collecting data. So I'll toss it over to Professor Quaglino. You're shaking your head, so I'm going to let you go first if you want to jump in and just share your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. And indeed, you had really 2-3 years with this pandemic, COVID pandemic, which broke out and is not finished yet, unfortunately, even if completely changed it, as I think as what all of you knows and have experienced, that the feature, the characteristic and disease related to COVID changed a lot, and now basically less relevant lung infection, even if can be also severe. I think as a general consideration, I think at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, we were all worried about the fact that people, particularly elder people, could be safe to get to the hospital, and then a lot of initiatives and help and work was given to improve the fact that telemedicine, the possibility to collect data from patients outside the hospital, and also to increase the safety for patients coming to the hospital with separate positions, separate area for waiting, and etc. Now the situation is better, but I think that we learned a lot from this experience. And first of all, generally, in my experience and also collecting data, as you mentioned, there's no particular risk for the fact of worsening of cutaneous lymphoma disease in presence of COVID infection, and no major risk in presence of cutaneous lymphoma for having COVID infection. For sure, immune-compromised patients treated by chemo, and as you know, the percentages of patients treated by chemo with cutaneous lymphoma decreased in the last years due to the fact that we have new active drugs that improve a lot our treatment options in these cases. Anyway, for sure, immune-compromised patients need to pay more attention indeed to prevent COVID infection. But as a whole, I would say that there is a general agreement on the fact that there is no particular problems about the relation with COVID and cutaneous lymphoma. So no risk in both ways. So cutaneous lymphoma patients don't have a high risk for having severe COVID infection, and in the presence of COVID infection, there's no major risk of worsening in cutaneous lymphomas. For sure, for each case. I think it's important each patient refer to the specialized center where he or she are followed to have more detailed and more focused information for the specific patient situation.
Great, great. Professor Vermeer, any additional comments, thoughts?
I agree with Pietro. I think the one of the things we've learned during the COVID pandemic or pandemic was how to reorganize our outpatient clinic. We tried to organize in such a way that we would see only patients in the hospital that we really needed to see, and we've tried to be very critical in making these appointments with patients. The other thing, so that was from a practical standpoint, how to organize our clinical care. And the other point is, are patients with cutaneous lymphoma more vulnerable to COVID? I don't think it's the cutaneous lymphoma itself, and we should always remember, of course, we're talking about a very heterogeneous disease or very different types of cutaneous lymphoma in patients that have just one relative small patch or plaque mycosis fungoides is a very different patient from someone that has a very advanced stage of disease. So we have to take into account the extent of the disease and the type of treatment that patients are receiving, and both can compromise the immune system. And I think it's a good advice, and in particular for those patients with advanced disease, to be very careful in their contact with other people, so to minimize the risk for acquiring COVID. And second, I think it's important to realize that those patients that are will receive a chemotherapy or will have more intensive systemic therapies, it's a very good idea, in particular for them, but also for other patients, to go through the vaccination protocols. We have not seen adverse effects from vaccinations more in cutaneous lymphoma patients, so there's no reason to not take this vaccination program. And I would argue that because the disease and the type of therapies that we use can compromise the immune system, there's a very good reason to try to get as much protection as you can.
Great, that's great. Thank you both for that. I know that's top of mind for a lot of people, especially as, you know, COVID is waning a little bit perhaps, but still for many of us who are grappling with cutaneous lymphoma, trying to manage that and make the right decisions and get back to life, right? So that's very much appreciated. I'm going to switch to another question here, which talks about, asks about UVB light. We use UVB light a lot for treating cutaneous lymphomas and especially for early stage disease. And how long can you do UVB light? You know, given this is a long-term chronic disease, can we do it forever, or are there side effects? And I know there's a difference, and maybe you could talk about the difference between UVB light and UVA light, where we use PUVA, and maybe there's some differences there in the longer term effects of using either of the light therapies that we use in cutaneous lymphomas.
Yeah.
Professor Vermeer, you want to jump in?
Sure, that's an excellent question, and it's a question that that we also receive not only from patients but also from clinicians that we work together with. And I'll start with telling you a little bit about the types of UV treatment that we use. And it's important for this story to realize that UVB therapy, the penetration of light into skin is relatively low. So it will be, it can be an effective therapy for thin patches, or maybe patches that are on the brink of becoming a plaque. But it will typically, the light will penetrate just a little bit below the basal membrane. So not just in a superficial layer of the skin. And if your malignant cells are in that layer, then UVB can be an effective therapy. If lesions get a little bit thicker and tend to be more infiltrated plaques, or in particular in those patients that have a folliculotropic mycosis fungoides, where the tumor cell infiltrates are located a little bit deeper in the dermis around the hair follicles, then you would need a light therapy that can penetrate deeper into the skin. And then PUVA therapy, so psoralen combined with UVA, is preferred because that treatment penetrates deeper into skin. So that's the first answer, I think. Then the second is, how long can you use this treatment? And that's a difficult one, and I think should always be titrated and be tailor-made for individual patients. We get this question often from dermatologists that are accustomed to giving light therapy for eczema or psoriasis, and they have the regimen that they will treat, at least in the Netherlands, for up to 3 months, and then they will stop. For cutaneous lymphoma, it's a completely different disease, and if a patient is profiting from the treatment, we tend to use it longer, maybe 4 months or even 5 months, or even a little bit longer. But of course, at a certain point, you want to stop it, because you do not want to have someone in light therapy indefinitely, for practical reasons, and also because of cumulative toxicity. You can, if use it in a clever way, in such a way, you say, well, let's use it in the winter months, and then in the summer months we will stop treatment, and patients can profit from the natural sunlight, and then it will make also life a little bit easier for patients, because it's very difficult and limiting, of course, to always have to go to the clinic or a clinic twice a week. The specific cumulative toxicity that we are worried about would be the induction of other keratinocyte-based carcinomas, so new skin cancers, but then skin cancer that would develop from keratinocytes. And we have seen this indeed in patients that have had a very, very extensive use of light therapy. So it's always a balancing of different things. One is how effective is this therapy? Is it really working for a patient? Is it a treatment that patients can easily incorporate into their daily activities? Is it how much light therapy did someone already receive, and what's the age of the patient? So combining this all, then you, together with the patient, you decide on a specific strategy. And typically you try to rotate your different therapies that you have. And I would say, as a general sort of rule of thumb, I think more than 3 months, yes, because we are dealing with a different disease than eczema or psoriasis. And I think if you have patients already for half a year, you would have to have this discussion. Is this still working for you? Is this still something that we think will give you additional benefit by continuing it, or should we try to find an alternative?
Great, thank you. Professor Quaglino, anything to add on light therapy?
Yeah, basically, yeah, yes, I completely agree. There's no doubt with what my colleague and friend Maarten told and explained to all the people. And if I can make a couple of rapid considerations, a little bit also enlarging this scenario, I think it is important, I mean, to highlight the fact that UV, either UVB or UVA, represent one of the most common or the most common treatment for early phase mycosis fungoides, and indeed are very, very active. Therefore, because a lot of times patients ask me, why, doctor, why don't you give me a systemic treatment? Okay, I can consider that. Sometimes also like retinoids in association with phototherapy, but in the majority of cases, phototherapy is highly effective and more effective than systemic treatment for early phases cases, and not for all the situations. So I think it's very important. This is originating and present in the skin, and skin-directed therapies like phototherapy are very, very effective. So it's important, and in the majority of cases also is associated with less severe side effects and toxicity with respect to systemic therapy. So it's important. I think that that's an important point for the patient. And the second point, I think that is active, but sometimes relapses can develop during time because mycosis fungoides is a chronic disease for long time, so for a lot of years. So some relapses can develop, or also there can be no complete clearance of lesions. So a few lesions can be present at the end, and patients don't be worried about that, because if there are a few lesions without itching, without significant, impact on quality of life, etc., there's no risk of having these lesions present and to follow this lesion without any additional treatment. So it's not the case to use, okay, for limited lesions, you can use topical steroids also, but no worries about the fact to leave some lesions which are stable without itching and without problems. There's no risk. So the point is, there's no risk for disease evolution to have some remaining lesions. I think it's important that the aim, the objective is not to clear all the skin. Yeah, for sure, could be cleared and we are more happy and we try to do our best. But if some lesions remain, there's no problem. You can follow and wait and see what happens in the follow-up.
Thank you. I think that's a really good point. And if I can think back 30 years ago when I was first diagnosed, when you get this diagnosis, you say, just eliminate it, right? It's a cancer, get rid of it, pull out the big guns, just get it out of my body. But really, the goal for this disease is use the least amount of treatment necessary for the shortest amount of time possible, but pay attention because it's chronic and it's over the long course of time. And to your point, we may not eliminate the disease entirely, but if you are able to live with it and you have a couple of patches and it's not impacting, visibly, perhaps on your face or other areas, and it's not bothering you, as long as you're being seen and followed, that's okay. And not to worry that all of a sudden tomorrow you might wake up and have more advanced and challenging disease, because that doesn't really happen. It's not a quick thing. Thank you. Okay, I have another question here. I'm going to condense it a little bit to get to the crux of the question. It's someone who's asking on behalf of their mother, who was diagnosed with mycosis fungoides recently in March. And they did all of the tests, PET scans and tumor markers, and everything was negative. But she lost a lot of weight from March to July and changed her diet to be very healthy, and wondering, could the diet be the reason for the weight loss, or could there be a reason, is the disease causing the weight loss? And she's being treated with narrowband UVB, so it's kind of a nice follow-up to the question. So maybe a little bit around the impact of diet and how that might relate to the disease. And it sounds like they changed their diet to a very healthy diet, so but substantial weight loss, so that's a little bit unusual. Anybody want to, Professor Vermeer, jump in here?
Yes, the fact that this patient is being treated with narrowband UVB suggests that we are dealing with a patient with mycosis fungoides with relative thin patches and plaques. So that would be early stages of disease. The fact that the PET-CT is negative is very encouraging. It means that the disease is only present in the skin and has not spread out to lymph nodes or other compartments. And combined, this means that we're dealing with an early stage disease that would typically not lead to weight loss. And I am inclined to think that the weight loss that this patient has might have to do with the healthy diet, and that in a way would be a good thing. My advice would be to keep track on the weight. If this should level out at a certain point and become stable. If it doesn't, that would be a good reason to talk to a physician again, because maybe something else is wrong. Could also be another reason for having weight loss apart from the mycosis fungoides. But based on the therapy and the negative PET-CT, I don't think the current mycosis fungoides would be the reason for this weight loss.
Great.
Yeah.
Professor Quaglino, anything to add?
Yeah, I think I agree. I don't have more comments. I agree completely to exclude mycosis fungoides as a cause of weight loss, and advise to perform perhaps some other blood exams or analysis to exclude other causes of for the weight loss.
Great. And maybe this takes us down another little pathway, but maybe you can share a little bit about your perspectives on nutrition. We get questions all the time. Should I change my diet? You know, there's a lot of, information out on the internet. Oh, cut out the sugar, cut out the carbohydrates. All these things cause cancer. Do either of you have thoughts and opinions on how diet may impact cutaneous lymphomas, and just giving folks maybe a little bit of a guideline in how to think about supporting their bodies and their immune systems right now that they've been diagnosed with cutaneous lymphoma?
Yeah, but I don't know if I can say, anyways, very rapid answer, in as much as I have to confirm that in my experience, I did not see any particular relationship between some diet situations and evolution or presence or disease evolution of cutaneous lymphoma. So in this case, I think that there's no particular point to discuss. However, it for sure is important to consider also food intake and correct diet. And I think that in the last years, particularly young patients ask a lot for a dietary consultation, and think that in some cases also in the multidisciplinary team, when asked for by the patient, is present also a specialist in nutrition and can give some advice as a general situation for a good dietary style and behavior, but generally not focused on cutaneous lymphoma. I think for general health condition of the body.
Professor Vermeer, anything to add?
I agree. We asked this question specifically to someone who was specialized in healthy lifestyle. And to make a long story short, there's not a specific advice that we can give to patients with cutaneous lymphoma. It's not like patients with cutaneous lymphoma should eat more apples or something like that. But in general, having a healthy lifestyle, and that includes no smoking, no alcohol or very limited alcohol, no drugs, having a very good diet, having enough exercise will make people more healthy. And that would help you, because we know that in cutaneous lymphomas, it's the immune system plays a very important role in battling the disease, and in particular in early stages, keeping the disease under control. That would in itself be of tremendous help. Also in more advanced stages, when patients are going through more intensive therapy, I think it's very, very important to keep patients healthy, and then having that healthy lifestyle, but then also paying attention that patients have enough calories to keep their body weight at least stable, will be very, very important.
Good points. Follow a healthy diet, everybody, and get your exercise. Always a good thing. So noted. Thank you.
And the same advice is applied to the clinicians as well. So
that's right. You're not exempt.
It's a good point.
Oh, yeah, that's a very good point.
There's an ancient Latin phrase which sounds like mens sana in corpore sano. So healthy mind in healthy body. And I think they apply for all the people. So then there are some exceptions for holidays or some celebration, birthday. I think we can say, okay, sometimes.
Right. Everything in moderation. Right. Okay. So let's may go down a different path. When should a patient? Not everybody has access to a multidisciplinary practice where you have experienced specialty dermatology and hematology, radiation oncology. When should a patient maybe move from a dermatologist to an oncologist? How do you determine who should be leading the clinical team based on the individual's patients? And I know it will vary a lot by country and accessibility to specialists and centers and geography. That is always a challenge, especially for a rare disease. People don't just get diagnosed that happen to live close to the specialty center, right? So if you have any thoughts or recommendations on how should patients think about who should lead their care, and maybe when you need to move into the direction where a hematologist becomes a little more involved?
That's a very good. It's a very good question, and you could say in a sort of ideal world, you would for every multidisciplinary consultation have all the relevant specialists that were just mentioned on board. If that's not possible, or if that's not practical, you could also say, well, if we could look at it a little bit different, and if we focus now on mycosis fungoides as an example, I think in the early stages of disease where we are dealing with patches and plaques, we need a dermatologist and we need a pathologist. Because the pathologist will tell me, is this indeed a case of mycosis fungoides, or am I dealing with an eczema or a psoriasis or something else? And you need a dermatologist to, well, as Pietro just described, make this distinction of giving UV therapy or giving local steroids, and have that discussion with a patient. At that point, we do not need a hematologist. So it will be, we would make good use of each other's time to organize in such a way that that I definitely discuss this patient with a pathologist, but I do not really need a hematologist at that point. If the patient progresses and would develop tumors, at that point, the radiation oncologist becomes a very good friend, and someone that we would really need and can really help us. And again, the pathologist will be important to tell me a little bit more about the histology of these tumors that develop, if there's plastic transformation, etc. Then, if patients get sicker and might have many tumors, or we are not sure if lymph nodes are involved, then at that point I definitely need a hematologist to combine or to be in that consultation with us. And then we typically try to organize combined consultations with a radiation oncologist and a hematologist. But we do not need the radiation oncologist and the hematologist to see every single patient. So it's with progression of disease that we need more input from the radiation oncologist and the hematologist. And I think, especially in the early stage of disease, it's dermatologist that organizes the clinical care and organizes the specialties specialists that are needed. At the point where people are being treated with chemotherapy, polychemotherapy, at least in the Netherlands, the hematologists typically take over, and they are the people that are in charge, so to say, of the treatment itself. But in evaluating treatment and evaluating the further therapy strategy, the whole team is involved again. But maybe it will be good to listen to Pietro as well, because I know this is slightly differently organized in different countries.
Yeah. I agree. Basically, it's the same. I have to say that we have a multidisciplinary team in Turin, and first, I think it's important that the multidisciplinary team meets and define a common shared therapeutic and follow-up algorithm for this center from international guidelines, and also based on the availability of different drugs in different countries. For example, histone deacetylase inhibitors are not available in Europe and US, yes, so there are some differences in that. But I think that first it's important to have this group and to work together. I think that all the specialists define the therapeutic management in their center, and then agree that it's not. I mean, there's no need to meet and see all the patients independently from the disease and the stage. Dermatologists are more involved in early phase diagnosis with the pathologists, and for the treatment of early phases of mycosis fungoides, radiotherapies in the presence of disseminated plaques or tumors, and hematologists for chemotherapy, and then depends also on the specific availabilities in the centers and also organization, because for example in our center in Turin we perform chemo also in the dermatological clinic, and only in cases of bone marrow transplantation clearly patients are referred to the hematologist. So I agree with this situation, and I have to say also that in Turin also we have meeting with hematologists and radiotherapists also, apart from mycosis fungoides, also for Sézary syndrome patients for the definition of the procedure and evaluation for bone marrow transplantation, and also in cases of rare cases of primary B-cell lymphomas. We did not talk about that, but there is a small part of cutaneous lymphoma, as you know, that are not of T-cell origin but B-cell origin, and the majority of these cases are very indolent disease course, topical steroids or localized radiotherapy, but there are a small part of this primary B-cell lymphoma, follicle central or large B-cell lymphoma type that can develop multiple lesions, and there's the important discussion about the treatment, radiotherapy or anti-CD20 or chemotherapy. So I think that also other diseases belonging to the spectrum of cutaneous lymphoma can be a good point for multidisciplinary discussion. So the point is generally multidisciplinary, and the team need to work together. But for specific cases, patients in early patches, early phase mycosis fungoides, some patches, there's no need to sit all the team together. The decision is to move to phototherapy, UVB, and dermatologists can do that. It's important that the group share the same indication.
Right. And
the other, I think that I don't want to pro my talk, but I think it's also important. I don't know if also Martine agree with that. Cutaneous lymphomas are a rare disease, and it's important to refer this patient to specialized centers, because perhaps I don't know how to say in your countries, but in Italy, not all the hospitals have all the specialists and organizations to treat these patients. So it's not the case of being I am better, I am not. It's not the problem. If there are specialized centers, we don't need a lot of specialized centers because are not so frequent these cases. But I think it is important the referral to these cases to some specialized centers that need to be identified by the national system. And this is important also to give the patient the best treatment available, but also to collect data and to treat the patient homogeneously. Also in the case of clinical trials, to have patients for clinical trials is very, very important.
I agree.
After the treatment, the patient can be followed also I mean in other centers, but refer to specialized centers in the case of new treatment evaluation or problems or diagnosis of differential diagnosis. Excuse me, sorry.
No, I agree that this was precisely what I wanted to add. In particular, in the diagnostic phase, you could say every patient with a cutaneous lymphoma should be seen at least once in a specialized clinic. And I think that would be time well spent, because then you hear, okay, we know this, we have done all our tests, we've done the biopsies, we've done the blood analysis, we've done the immunohistochemical stainings, etc., etc. Now we know your diagnosis is this disease, and we know from this disease it will behave like this, such and such a thing. This is what we think is a good way to start the treatment now. And then the treatment itself, and maybe in some cases the evaluation of the treatment could be done in another center. We preferably like to see the patients ourselves, so we know if the advice that we have given, how well that worked. But if there could be circumstances when it's difficult for people to travel or for whatever reason, then we will ask our colleagues to take care of this patient, give a particular treatment. They can share pictures with us by mail or other means, and we can give advice from a distance. But we think that it's in the diagnostic phase very important to see patients at least once. And as Pietro already mentioned, there are a lot of different types of cutaneous lymphomas. So 4 or 5 different B-cell lymphomas, 15 types of or 17 types of cutaneous T-cell lymphomas. It's really a complicated field, and it's very important to have the correct diagnosis, have a good therapy advice, and then that advice itself could be done somewhere else. But then at least you know you're on the right track.
Right, and actually that was my follow-up question, which you kind of alluded to, with regards to, I think, as a newly diagnosed patient, you don't always know what to ask, right? And I think it's so important to your point, if you have a diagnosis of cutaneous lymphoma, it could be one of many different iterations, and that specific diagnosis, whether it's mycosis fungoides or Sézary or one of the rarer of the rare, the cutaneous B-cell variants, or one of the other rarers or folliculotropic. I guess my question is, how important do you think it is from the patient's perspective to know specifically the name of their particular disease, cutaneous lymphoma, and the stage? And how does that fit into what you're both just talking about, the decision for treatment and what might be the best path forward? So how important do you think that is with regards to really knowing exactly what your diagnosis is beyond just cutaneous lymphoma and what stage?
I think it's very important. I think it's absolutely imperative that the moment we know what the diagnosis is in a patient, let's say it's lymphomatoid papulosis, it means I have to discuss with the patient, explain the nature of the disease, explain how it works, and then patients will understand why we do not have to treat all the lesions all the time. And I think it's really important to it's our job as clinicians to explain to people what disease they have and what it means to them, and also to help people understand a little bit what this disease, how important it is for you, what it can do, but also what it cannot do. And it will empower people to not be, how do you say, to be afraid of things that are not relevant to you. If you just say you have a CTCL, actually you do not know anything. You could have a CTCL from hell that would be very, very difficult to treat and has a very poor prognosis. Or it could be a disease that would be possible to treat with a local steroid, and we do not have to be afraid of any complications. And it will be very important, and I think absolutely central in our job to give the right information to people there.
Great.
Yeah. And I completely agree. And just a short comment is not easy. It's not easy for the patient because this is developing the skin so highly visible, and also to understand the fact that this is a tumor, but in the majority of cases, the disease evolution is indolent. So it's really important, because I see a lot of patients at first diagnosis of, for example, mycosis fungoides, because it's more frequent. And if you check in internet, it's also the majority of cases see very bad situations that rarely occur. So I think it's important to share the fact that even if it's a lymphoma, it's different in the majority of cases from lymphomas of nodal lymphomas, and only a minority of patients, unfortunately, for these patients develop advanced disease. So it's difficult to give the balanced information. This is not psoriasis. This is not an inflammatory disease. This is not a mycosis also, because sometimes it happens that some people ask me, is a mycosis, is infectious disease? No, the name is like that. Anyway, I have to say that into brackets also some clinicians sometimes ask me, why do I have to give an antimycotic treatment for these patients? No, it's not the case. Also clinicians, I have to say. I don't know if in your country happens this, Martin, or sometimes rarely in Italy this happens. Anyway, I think it's important to give balanced information. Sometimes, I mean, you have to, for sure, I am sure that I will see this patient sometimes during the next weeks or months. So it takes some more than one visit. So it's not the case. I think the first visit to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, stop. Say, I mean, at the first visit, I say 1 and 2 and say something, and then next visit, perhaps the patient asks me something. So I think it's important also to follow the patient and leave the patient consider that and make some questions so I can answer and understand better what the patient, which are the patient problem, and how he or she understood the situation. But it's very difficult to do that. And I have to say that also in recent years, sometimes it was important to get the help of a psychologist. We have in our multidisciplinary team for skin tumors also some psychologists specialized in neoplastic pain, following and take care of neoplastic patients. Sometimes could be useful. I mean, in the past, when I suggested patients to be followed by a psychologist, in the majority of cases they say to me, I am not mad, I don't have psychiatric disease. Okay, but it's different. Now I think that in Italy this changed, and also patients are happy to have this help. But for I mean, not for all the cases, also specific cases could be also a possibility.
Yeah, I think that's great, and thank you for that. And I'll just put a little plug in for us, the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation, because I think, to your point, you can't absorb all of this information in one sitting. It takes time, and it's very complicated disease and how it fits, and it's different than what maybe most people are aware of with the more common types of cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, and so forth. It's very different. It's treated differently. It's just a very different animal, if you will, and it takes time to absorb that. And that's kind of why we can play a role too, and try to share and help people get information in small chunks that can be digestible and understandable, and then formulate those questions to come back to their clinicians and say, okay, this is what I think I understand. Where do I fit? And how do we work together to treat my particular iteration of this disease? So it's very important. All right, so I have some interesting questions here. So we have a question from a patient in Germany who was not diagnosed early. She was diagnosed with eczema and so forth. It took 7 years for her to get a correct diagnosis. Not unusual, sadly. But she's had 4 children and seems to have an iron deficiency, which is causing her to feel tired. But there's some discussion with her GP and her clinicians that perhaps being on birth control pills targeted her mycosis fungoides. And I'm guessing there's not been any data around that. I don't know that we've captured any of that, but have either of you any thoughts on any connection with birth control on triggering mycosis fungoides or any correlation? Because it's now, they're looking at treating her iron deficiency and going back on birth control. And is that going to exacerbate or have an impact on her mycosis fungoides? So it's an odd duck, but we get interesting questions. So thank you for that question.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Very simple answer from me would be no. I've never seen it. I've never heard about it, and I don't think there's any danger in having birth control, anticonceptics, pills. So we have never seen an acceleration of disease course, and we do not see. We also see MF in men, and it's typically a disease of somewhat more elderly people, not old, but more like in between their 50s and 60s. So I don't think there are strong arguments that there is a connection with any hormonal compartment or influence. Sorry.
Yeah. Me too. The same. Unfortunately, we know that in some cases there can be a relapse of the disease, and also some patients can develop advanced phase disease. But unfortunately, we don't know which would be the factors related to that. Probably there are some differences. We have some recent data about molecular expression of specific mutations, so some kind of related to the tumor or whatever. But we can exclude this, or rather a situation from outside that can induce a relapse of the disease. I would also take the occasion of the story of this lady to highlight, I think, the fact that in the majority of cases the diagnosis is delayed. There is a long time to get the diagnosis because it could be difficult and take some time, because at the beginning the diseases can have very mild lesion, very difficult to diagnose. And indeed, as you know, in the recent registry that we have, ProClipI worldwide, the median time from the onset of lesions and diagnosis was 3 years worldwide. But this is not a problem. So this delay is not related to a higher risk of having aggressive disease or whatever, because this is a very indolent disease. So I think that the good message for all the people is, don't be worried if in your personal clinical history there's been a delay in the diagnosis. I mean, for sure, in an ideal situation, we all agree that it's better to make early diagnosis. I think there's no discussion about that. But don't worry about the delay of the diagnosis. I think the only point is, in some cases where diagnosis of psoriasis or eczema, which are more frequent, was associated with a treatment with immune suppressive drugs, or this could be a challenge, because immune suppression, we know that it's not good for cutaneous lymphoma. So I think this is more for clinicians. So when you treat a patient with psoriasis or eczema with particularly psoriasis, with this immune suppressive treatments, anti-TNF, etc., be sure that this is a psoriasis and not other, for example, rare cases of lymphoma. But outside these very rare cases, the general, message to give, don't be worried about the fact that in your personal history, the disease diagnosis was made after some months or years after the beginning of lesions.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's really a good point. The disease itself, as you mentioned, is very challenging to diagnose, especially
always
at early
mycosis
stage,
fungoides.
right?
Susan, sorry. Always mycosis fungoides. Other cutaneous lymphoma cases, very rare and aggressive, is different story. I was talking in general about mycosis fungoides. Yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. We've got a couple minutes left. I want to toss out one more question, which you sort of answered and alluded to, but when you're talking about light therapy, we talked about that a little bit in depth, but perhaps the person didn't quite hear. How long can you do light therapy? You know, you talked a little bit about, you know, maybe you do 3 or 4 months and then you stop and take a break. You go back. Can you do that for ever? Is there a point when you say you've had too much, or is there a difference maybe with the different types of light where you might have, if you're talking UVA light, since it penetrates a little differently, maybe there's a little different threshold for that for lifelong use?
There are guidelines. We have guidelines for the maximum number of cumulative UV that we are allowed to give to patients. But these guidelines have been made for patients that have eczema or psoriasis. So my argument would always be that I'm treating a very difficult disease. If I would not use light therapy anymore, I would immediately have a problem. What would be the alternative? And we try to not get into that sort of problematic situation by trying to rotate our therapies in a clever way. So we try to use light therapy in those patients that have extensive patches and plaques, try to combine it maybe with interferon or with local steroids, or maybe vitamin E derivatives to tablets to make that light therapy more potent, and in that way limit the amount of UV exposure that you give to a patient. So we're always trying to think long term. We're not only thinking about the treatment of today, but we are also thinking about the treatment 10 years from now. And so then sometimes we have to accept that a little bit of the disease will be there. We will not be able to get rid of everything. But if you do that, and that's where I would say the experience as a clinician comes in, but also the communication that you have with your patient, and that together you should make that sort of long-term treatment plan. And you could say something like, I'm going to treat you for 3 months. Let's see if we can do this treatment for 3 months or 4 months. Then will be April, and you will go outside and get a little bit of natural light. Be careful not to get too much sunburn, because in a way, light therapy would be a sort of more uncontrolled UV exposure. But then we'll try to switch to local treatments, local ointments, and if that works for you, we could, see if we can not use light therapy for a year or longer. And another sort of rule of thumb that we try to use is limit the number of courses of light therapy that we give to patients to 1 every 1.5 years, so to say. And if you do it in that way, and we now have quite some experience with that, we can really treat patients for a very long time using that therapy.
We have one last question that came in, and I know we only have a couple minutes, so this is a good one. Someone was asking about what are the tests to monitor the disease and assess the disease, and what makes it possible to check for blood involvement. So how do you determine if someone has blood involvement? And what?
Well, that's a project that Pietro and I together are working on. So it's
You are the leader. You are the leader of this project. I'm following you definitely. That's the project. Thanks for the.
But thank you. It's an excellent question. I'll try to answer it as short as possible. It's a difficult one to answer. The point is, in early stage disease with patches and plaques, if you do normal routine blood assessment, you will not see any signs of circulating tumor cells. But we know they're there because the tumor cells probably do not crawl through the skin from one side of your body to the other side. So there has to be a sort of blood phase where the tumor cells travel. With much more advanced disease, when patients are erythrodermic, and then you can, with this normal therapy, normal assessments that we use now, the normal flow cytometry, we can detect circulating tumor cells. But we now are developing a much more sensitive flow cytometry platform, and we've already used it in advanced disease, and we can see that we can detect and quantify tumor cells much better than we used to. And we're building on experiences from others, of course. A lot of experience come from Turin, from the lab where Pietro is working. And in particular, the loss of CD26, for instance, was described in his lab for the first time. But we are now combining it with novel markers and using new software. And in a way, I'm very happy and very proud that we have brought together 17 different centers in Europe that are collaborating using this new flow cytometry platform to detect and quantify tumor cells in advanced stage disease. But the next thing we will do is also do it for less advanced stages of disease. And we're very curious what we will see. And maybe it can help us to identify those patients that are at risk for progression.
That's exciting. So let's see, we have another minute. Professor Quaglino, anything that you want to jump in our final minute of discussion?
I don't know, just to follow the question of the patient, and I think that generally, because it's a frequent question from our patient, there's no specific marker in the blood that can be routinely used to monitor the skin disease. I mean, the skin disease is visible, and I can check the skin and see how is the disease, but there's no marker in the blood that can be followed to identify if the disease is worsening or improving in the skin. There's only the clinical picture. Okay, what Professor Maarten was mentioning is another point, is the involvement of the blood by the disease, and that's okay. But there's no specific marker in the blood to be related with the diagnosis of mycosis fungoides or the evolution in the skin of the disease. It's not like other tumor. There are some cancer markers. There's no availability of this marker now.
Mm-hmm. So
only
look at the skin, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So we could probably ask a lot more questions, but we're at the top of the hour. So I will say thank you very much to both of you. And I know you just came off a very busy week and being at a conference, and appreciate your time on a Saturday to answer some of these questions and share your wisdom and your knowledge. And again, we really deeply appreciate your time and effort, and the presentations that you did for us in both Dutch and Italian was very wonderful, and we'll have those available for patients as well to watch after our program today. So thank you both very much. I wish you a very wonderful weekend and a restful weekend with your families. And I'll actually see you both in Madrid in another week or two.
Yes.
Okay. Looking forward.
Many thanks.
All right.
Thank
Many
you.
thanks. Take good care.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank
Bye-bye.
you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Well, hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to our Q&A session with Dr. Jennifer DeSimone, who joins us from Virginia and the Inova Health System as a specialty dermatologist and specialist in cutaneous lymphoma. And we are also joined by Dr. Alison Moskowitz, who comes to us from Memorial Sloan Kettering in New York as a hematologist specializing in T-cell lymphomas and doing a lot of research in the area of T-cell lymphomas. So thank you both for joining us on this Saturday in September. And I know it's a busy time of the year for everyone, especially for those that have children going back to school and events and activities. So we really appreciate you all taking the time to be with us for the next hour and to answer some questions. I will say for everyone in the audience, if you can do your best to try to ask the question in a way that is not necessarily specific to your diagnosis. The physicians obviously cannot answer very specific questions related to your care, and we would suggest that you ask those questions of your own physicians. But we will address as many questions as we can in the next hour, and you can put them in the chat, and I will be able to see them on my other screen. And if I did all my technology right, which I hope that I did, and we can go ahead and get started. So thank you again both for joining us today.
Happy to be here.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. So I will we'll start off by what I hope is an easy question, or maybe not so easy question. But since we both have dermatology and hematology oncology here with us, we always get a lot of questions with regards to who should really be managing my care if I have a diagnosis of cutaneous lymphoma. When should I see an oncologist versus a dermatologist? How do I kind of navigate my healthcare providers? And maybe we could kick off with a little bit of that, both from your different perspectives. Maybe Jennifer, start with the kind of your view coming at it from the dermatology side, and then we'll flip over to Dr. Moskowitz for the hematology side.
Sure. So I think the question of what disciplines you need involved in your care really depends primarily on your burden of disease or your stage, and the duration of your disease and the pace of your disease. So for someone who has less than 10% of their body surface area involved with patches or thin plaques, stage 1A patient who, and as is commonly the case, had some sort of rash going on that was not correctly diagnosed for some years before they ultimately discovered that they did in fact have cutaneous T-cell lymphoma. Those individuals have an excellent prognosis and are largely fully manageable by a dermatologist. And you can get some disagreement about what needs to be done or what's indicated in the initial workup of a patient like that. But in most cases, things like a PET CT or specialized flow cytometry are not indicated for those very limited, rather stable stage 1A patients. So that patient could be managed by a confident dermatologist, even in the community, who has some skill and some experience with this rare diagnosis. That said, and I'll transition over to Alison, I think increasingly, particularly in more urban centers, we're trying to focus on assembling multidisciplinary teams that include all of the disciplines that anybody across any stage might need. I'm sure, Alison, that's the case at Sloan Kettering. That's certainly the case with us. So we, as new patients request a consult or a new patient appointment, I review each packet and determine before they even get scheduled who they might need. And so that's the ideal scenario, is where you're able to be seen at a multidisciplinary center where they have a CTCL program.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And because we do get to, I am lucky enough to work in a multidisciplinary clinic at Sloan, and as a result, I end up, even as an oncologist, I end up seeing the full gamut of stages, and often an individual with early stage disease, as you described, having less than 10% of their skin and having just, minimal patches or plaques. Sometimes I will see them initially with the dermatologist, but potentially either never again, and have the dermatologist take care of them going forward, or see them once a year. I think because we're in, because of the center where we are, sometimes it's a little, it's reassuring to the patients that, to hear from both of us that this is something that is associated with a good prognosis, and, and this, can very well be managed with skin directed therapy. And then also it's nice that, maybe we've met, in the beginning that, if the lymphoma ends up becoming more extensive and more treatments are needed, we already have a connection and, and are there for them, when, if our dermatologist colleagues feels like they need to have us weigh in sooner.
Great. So this is an interesting question and probably in the realm for Dr. DeSimone. So what do you recommend for an MF patient who also has eczema in addition to cutaneous lymphoma or MF, and the eczema is worsened by phototherapy, but it helps the MF? Any ideas? And I'm sure there are other folks out there that may have multiple skin conditions, right, in addition to the cutaneous lymphoma, and I'm just going to make the assumption that they've been properly diagnosed with MF, and MF and eczema combined, which is probably challenging in and of itself.
So that's a semi-unique scenario because eczema tends to be involving one domain of immune errors in the skin that is kind of the opposite pole of how MF pathophysiologically evolves. So it's unusual for someone to have true bona fide moderate to severe atopic dermatitis and then also have true bona fide biopsy-proven mycosis fungoides, just because they have a little bit of a different pathophysiology, and it would be unusual to have those competing pathophysiologies present in the same patient. That said, I've definitely seen this at least a dozen or so times. And it's interesting because things like topical steroids and phototherapy are both indicated in both diseases. So you can get a lot of overlap in how you treat the patients. I understand the challenge that is referenced here, which is patients having a hard time tolerating light therapy. And so I think that if your provider has determined that phototherapy is the best treatment for you, there are ways to customize or individualize phototherapy to help people who are not tolerating it with the usual standard protocol be able to better tolerate it. So things like decreasing the number of times per week you initially are getting your sessions, having a very slow upward titration of your overall time in the light box, using steroids immediately after you have your light session. Things like that, those little tweaks can really help to make the phototherapy more tolerable and therefore address both issues. That said, there are other things, if your physician wants to get a little more creative, that also can potentially kill two birds with one stone. Things like topical JAK inhibitors, creams that are anti-inflammatory at a specific point in the pathway that may be helpful in both disease processes. That's something to consider as well. But again, you really have to dig in with your provider to make sure that you really do have atopic dermatitis and that you didn't just have biopsies that were consistent with that prior to your disease evolving to the point where the biopsy correctly identified that it was in fact mycosis fungoides the whole time.
Yeah, that's always the challenge, right? Is that MF is so good at mimicking everything, particularly in the early stages and before it kind of defines or declares itself, even in a biopsy, even with the best dermatopathologist looking at a particular biopsy sample could still come back inconclusive. So yeah, very challenging. So here we go. A newly diagnosed MF patient, 1A, man, and has symptoms of skin feeling warm, facial flushing, clamminess. And is that consistent with MF?
I'm happy to let you
Either were.
Well, typically I think of, stage 1A means, that the skin lesions are really quite limited. So I actually would not think of the facial flushing and these symptoms as typical of having stage 1A. And, it would make me want to look into other causes for the facial flushing, or to look to see if maybe the flushing is really, erythema, that's, just redness that's related to, maybe a more advanced disease. I'd be looking at blood work to see if there's any hint that the lymphoma's in the blood, and also maybe just other causes for the facial flushing. So that's not something that I would think of as typical of stage 1A.
Right. Jennifer, anything else?
No,
I agree.
I agree entirely. By definition, stage 1A means that you have disease that's isolated to the skin, so you should not be having any sort of vascular instability associated with that, which would be a systemic complaint.
Okay, thank you. Gosh, questions are coming in fast and furious now. Everybody has woken up. What are the frequently experienced side effects of low-dose bexarotene, oral bexarotene, and how long can it be used if found to be effective? Good question.
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's, one of my go-to drugs. So, I'm using it quite often. As far as low dose, typically the doses that I'm using is typically 4 pills a day, so 300 milligrams a day. I don't know what the question, what dose they're referring to, but even at a lower dose, the main side effects are it affects your thyroid as well as your lipids, and so those are the main things that we look at. And it basically turns off your thyroid in almost everybody, and causes your triglycerides to rise, which is one of the markers that we look at on a lipid panel. And so we routinely will, that it's part of our standard that, when we start bexarotene, 2 weeks later, I usually start it with a medicine that will help keep the triglycerides under control. I usually start it with fenofibrate, which helps with that, unless the individual is already on cholesterol-lowering medicine. And then I usually check labs 2 weeks later. And at that time, we're usually already seeing effects on the thyroid. And then, and we often have to start Synthroid for that. But it takes some, and occasionally there is an individual who has a really high spike in their triglycerides, and it's an indicator that we probably are not going to be able to continue the bexarotene for that individual. But most people, we are able to find some balance with the bexarotene, anti-cholesterol medicines, and the Synthroid, and we find the right doses and the right combination. And then if the bexarotene is effective for the lymphoma, which in many cases it is, and it does take some time for it to work. Sometimes we get lucky and we see responses early on, but usually we say that it can take about 4 months before we really see efficacy. But the nice thing about what I love about bexarotene is that once you find that balance, and if it's working, you really can continue it indefinitely, and it can be a nice chronic medicine to keep things under control. Sometimes we'll add light therapy to it, and that can really enhance the efficacy if we need it. But even alone, sometimes that can be a nice long-term medicine. And so there's really no end that you have to, there's no reason to have to stop it. And I'm really, if it's working, I would be very hesitant to stop it, because my expectation is that the lymphoma would start coming back.
Yeah. Dr. DeSimone, anything to add? Maybe any conversation on diet recommendations, because it does change the impact on cholesterol levels. And I know some folks, also look at adding and modifying their diet when they are on bexarotene, oral bexarotene.
So I agree with everything Dr. Moskowitz said. The main side effects that you feel are usually while we're still trying to get the thyroid into goal range. Most people otherwise tolerate it quite well. So the side effects are usually lab-based issues. The triglycerides do go up. And so you, of course, want to try to avoid additional sources of high fats in your diets. You want to avoid fried foods, a lot of butter, things like that. But for the people who are just genetically predisposed to having a big reaction in their triglycerides from this drug, the effect or the impact of diet on being able to mediate that is pretty small. But of course, trying to give your body the best food you can and keep everything on an anti-inflammatory type diet with low fats, avoiding animal fats and processed foods is always going to help your immune system in general to function maximally, which in turn helps you control any sort of disease your body's facing.
That's great. Thank you for that. Good diet, exercise, right? A baseline for everybody, physicians included, right?
Yes,
for
for
all
sure.
of us. Well, that actually brings up another good question with regards to labs and testing. And maybe we can talk a little bit about when someone is newly diagnosed, what is the general panel of testing that is required, and perhaps a little bit about which tests get done, maybe for what different variations of cutaneous lymphoma. And then, over the course of time, what should patients expect for monitoring? What should you be thinking about with regards to, we all do our annual checkups and screenings and so forth. So are there things that patients should anticipate going forward to monitor their disease, and how does that happen?
I'm happy to start with the
Okay.
initial step, and then I can pass it on. So anyone who's stage 1B or higher definitely should have a flow cytometry done and a CBC at bare minimum. And what you're looking at there is you're looking for the presence of any of these cells that we know cause problems in the skin, CD4 positive T lymphocytes usually, in your average straightforward mycosis fungoides case, and you're trying to tabulate the number of cells in the circulation that also fit that abnormal profile, because you want to check if you've got disease in the skin alone, or if you've got disease in the skin and potentially in the circulating blood as well. And then every patient should have a thorough lymphatic exam to include evaluation of what we call the skin draining lymph nodes. Those are around the neck and the underarms and the groin area. Those lymph nodes are readily accessible on exam and are really important to be evaluated at the beginning. And then I do it at every visit as well. If you palpate anything that is abnormal, an enlarged node, then you can talk about what imaging might be indicated, meaning CT scan or PET CT scan. And then we go from there. And then I'll let Dr. Moskowitz take it.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It's, we try to do a minimal, we try to do a little less for when the disease is minimal, for example, the stage 1A, because sometimes, doing too many tests can end up finding, some false positives and that are not necessary to follow up. But I completely agree that, for someone who has stage 1B, which, as we had mentioned, has more than 10% of their skin, then we really also want to look to see if there's blood involvement. And then for if there's, that I agree, that if we palpate any lymph nodes on exam, we're certainly going to want to follow that up with imaging, such as a PET scan. I typically will do a PET scan at baseline for people who have stage 1B, particularly if they have what we call follicular tropic disease, which means that the plaques or the lesions are kind of a little deeper into the skin and involving the hair follicles, and sometimes those can look like nodules or even areas of hair loss, and so those, sometimes that can be a marker that we might find more extensive lymph and disease. So we'd like to get a baseline to see where we're starting. As far as, what if we find something on the PET scan? Let's say we find, enlarged lymph nodes that are showing some activity. It doesn't, I don't always refer people for a biopsy. I mean, technically the staging for cutaneous T-cell lymphoma, includes knowledge of whether or not the lymph nodes are involved. But if it's an individual where I'm going to be starting systemic therapy and the lymph nodes are, fairly on the smaller side, I assume that maybe they're minimally involved by the lymphoma, and I also assume that the systemic therapy I'm going to start, such as bexarotene, would help those as well. If there's a lymph node that really looks different, that looks kind of large, really bright on the PET scan, then it would be reasonable to do a biopsy, because one of the things we want to look for is not only whether or not it's involved by the lymphoma, but whether or not it really is, representing a more aggressive form of this, which we call large cell transformation. And so, depending upon what we find in the PET scan, we might want to follow that up. Sometimes, occasionally, this type of lymphoma can go to an organ such as the liver or the lung. And if we see something like that, we'd want to biopsy it, because it's unusual. So we'd want to kind of clarify what that is and see if it's involved, or see if it's even, related to something different.
Great.
There was a question, I guess, about following, after we've determined the baseline and what do we do going forward. The way I look at it is that I see the skin as kind of our, gives us information about what's going on throughout the body. So I don't tend to do routine PET scans or CAT scans going forward when I'm treating someone or monitoring them, unless there's a real change in what's happening on their skin. And that I think is a signal that we need to look further and make sure that we're not missing something on the inside as well. Even with regard to blood work, I certainly want to determine whether or not they have involvement of their blood, which, and we do that with by doing flow cytometry. And we can, even for someone who has Sézary syndrome, we can monitor their, get a good idea of the level of Sézary cells in their blood, even just by doing a routine CBC. So I do the flow cytometry. I do repeat it, at some interval, maybe every 3 months or so, but I'm usually seeing those individuals even more frequently and able to get an idea of what's happening, just by watching their routine CBCs, their complete blood counts.
Great.
May I add one thing?
Please.
I think it's important. I try to reassure my patients, because this question comes up a lot. And I think that it is emanating from a fear that there's going to be some tumor that emerges internally that we're not aware of, and then we lose the opportunity to treat them and improve the prognosis. So I routinely counsel patients, just exactly as Dr. Moskowitz said, that the skin is going to be a surrogate marker for overall disease activity. It's not like, say, melanoma, where the skin has already been treated and the skin looks pretty good, and then you've silently got something more sinister developing internally. The skin is almost always going to be a pretty reliable window to what's going on internally. And so I find that that's helpful to patients, to just let them know that it's a very different paradigm as compared to other forms of skin cancer.
Good point. I think that's a good point. I think that's one of the challenges with getting diagnosed with this disease, is that it tends to fall outside of the parameters of everything anybody might know about any other kind of cancer that you've heard about or had an experience about. Our staging is different. The way we treat is different. It's long-term, not short-term. Testing is different. Follow-up is different. And it's hard to wrap your head around all of that, especially when you're newly diagnosed, to go, well, how come you're not taking out the big guns and like eradicating this disease from my body? So thank you for that clarification, and appreciate maybe alleviating some people's anxieties over the disease. So this is a very good question, and we'll see who wants to take this. Is the idea of phototherapy that it slows the growth of MF, and what happens when you stop treating with phototherapy, and where does phototherapy play in the mix of the treatment options and regimens? So, because it's kind of a mainstay, right, for early stage disease.
I'm happy to take that. So I wish that phototherapy was causing direct destruction of the atypical T cells in the skin, but that does not appear to be the case. What phototherapy does is it helps to reduce or blunt the pro-inflammatory kind of secondary reaction, the inflammatory cytokine cascade, we call it, that makes the symptoms and the appearance of the rashes worse. So you've got these atypical T lymphocytes that are then kind of elaborating their own pro-growth, pro-inflammatory signals, and that makes everything even more inflamed, looks worse, feels worse. The light therapy is acting on that secondary component. And I think the feeling is that if you can really reduce some of those pro-inflammatory signals, then you can, in theory, reduce a lot of the activity of the abnormal T lymphocytes that are causing the problem. And so you can put people into a clinical remission in terms of how the skin looks and feels. But there have been many studies that have shown that even in the patients who look clear, if you biopsy that skin, you can still capture some of those atypical cells. So it's not a cure, but it definitely seems to kind of cut them off at the knees, so to speak. It takes these T lymphocytes and it reduces their ability to continue to elaborate their own pro-inflammatory signals.
Mm-hmm. And then, so what happens if you get to the point where your skin is clear? I know this is always a question, right? Do you go on a maintenance therapy? Do you stop? Do you take a holiday from light therapy? How do you figure that out and grapple with that?
So there are there are different guidelines and different approaches based on what type of light treatment you're getting. So if you're getting UVA based therapy, we know that in the long term there is an increased possibility for some carcinogenesis with squamous cell carcinoma, usually on a 15 to 30 year delay, but we do need to keep an eye on cumulative sessions with UVA. Also, it depends on the patient's degree of genetically determined protection against UV damage. So people who are very fair phototypes, very fair skinned people, they have basically no protection against ultraviolet damage. So we want to be careful in looking at the total number of sessions that they get of any type of phototherapy versus patients who have a little bit more pigment in their skin that shields them from some of that ultraviolet carcinogenic damage for other skin cancers. So those patients tend to tolerate phototherapy in the long run a bit better. But it's what we usually do is adhere to the guidelines, whether you've got UVA or narrowband UVB as your phototherapy type, and you want to treat them ideally 3 times a week until they're completely clear. Then you hold for 4 to 6 weeks. Then you reduce down to twice weekly for another 4 to 6 weeks, watching carefully for any breakthrough disease. Then you go down to once a week for 4 to 6 weeks, and then you attempt to stop. And then you have to just follow the patient. And just like everything else with this disease, it's highly individualized, the course that patients are going to take. Some I've seen are then in remission for 10 years. Others are good for 6 to 8 weeks, and then things start immediately breaking through. And so once a patient has shown how well their skin is going to maintain a positive phototherapy response after the conclusion of phototherapy, you're able to get an idea of who needs maintenance therapy and who doesn't. A lot of patients also live in geographic areas where they can seek some natural sunlight during 1/4 or half of the year. And so oftentimes I'll give them a break from formal phototherapy and they'll supplement with some outdoor sunlight during spring and summer. And then in the winter, when they flare again, we can resume a course of phototherapy. So I guess the take home message is you got to watch out for any damage that you might be doing with unlimited phototherapy. And you need to assess the patient and their individual risk for ultraviolet damage. And then you customize their treatment and implement maintenance versus drug holidays based on that patient and how they respond and how well they're able to maintain a remission.
It's very good. So for patients, keep track of how your skin's doing and work very closely with your clinician as you manage all of this. Okay, so let's see. We have someone that has a brown skinned person that is asking, they were diagnosed with MF stage 1 about a year ago, and they have some skin shedding, which they may have had prior to that. And is that an indicator of early stage MF? And by skin shedding, they mean the color of a white shirt would look brownish at the end of the day, even if they're in an air-conditioned room. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on MF stage 1, maybe in darker skinned individuals, maybe how MF might show up a little bit differently. And if there's any indication on, scaling or shedding or maybe dry skin, perhaps related to that.
Yeah, so I would say that if it is truly stage 1A, this patient said stage 1, they could be 1B, then any flaking or peeling or desquamating, we call it, should be isolated to the active spots. It shouldn't be a widespread phenomenon. I don't know if Alison, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's very common for the skin to be flaking, regardless of the color of the skin. And but if there's kind of a generalized flaking, you think that there's probably more generalized involvement of the skin rather than more localized, just like what Dr. DeSimone said. And so I'd be, I guess, this is a situation where I'd be asking the dermatologist I work with, do you think that this is more extensive? Should we biopsy some other areas? And probably looking into to determine whether it is a more advanced stage of disease.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Very good point. Okay, so this is always a good question, and I think sometimes a little controversial. So how do you supplement treatment with sunbathing? So it's always an interesting question, right? Any thoughts or comments?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So I think that kind of ties into what I was talking about in terms of utilizing ambient ultraviolet exposure as kind of free, informal phototherapy. And again, it's very much based on the patient's skin type, the degree of sun damage they already have, any history of non-MF type skin cancers or precancers, actinic keratoses, squamous cell carcinoma, basal cell carcinoma. And then once you have an individual's risk profile comprised, then you can start to determine what would be a safe amount of free phototherapy for that person. So there's no one size fits all answer, but in general, I'd say for my average patient who doesn't have any other major sun damage and who doesn't want to have to do phototherapy, or just, is maybe using steroids, but they've observed in their experience with this disease that when they get some sun, that their skin is better and they just want to utilize that. I typically say you can do 30 minutes, 3 times a week without any sunscreen in the summer. And I feel safe with that in patients who don't, again, already have a bunch of sun damage or precancerous skin change. You could do more or less based on patient-specific features and also geographic features. If someone's in Miami, that 30 minutes is a lot different than if they're in Maine.
Right. Yeah, and I think one of the other challenges is this disease does tend to like the areas where the sun does not shine. So it might be hard to expose some parts to the sun unless you have a very nice private backyard.
This is an international conference, so.
There you go.
For everybody.
That's right. Any suggestions for darkened skin pigments after electron beam therapy? That's a good question.
Yeah, that's tough because in certain skin types, you will pretty routinely see the development of post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. So that's actually a positive treatment response. That means that you had a bunch of atypical cells that were causing sort of a reddish rash. They've now been effectively targeted by your treatment, and that transitions into what's usually a temporary post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation or focal darkening of those areas. I do not recommend any bleaching agents or retin-A or anything like that because it's highly irritating and can create some confusion as to do I have recurrence or am I just irritated because I'm using bleaching creams. Good emollients, good thick creams 2 to 3 times a day should help you. And again, usually the post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation or the darkening from therapy is short-term. That said, anything that occurs from the knees down will take 10 times longer to clear up than anything that's not on a distal leg site. So you just have to have patience with that. It has to do with how much circulation we have in the skin on the legs. That tends to be areas where you can have the most prolonged dark patches, but just try to hang in there. Don't use any bleaching creams or anything else that can be irritating, but use some good thick emollient creams like Eucerin Original or Cetaphil Original cream, and that's the best you can do.
Good suggestion. I know sometimes that the side effects can be as bad, depending upon where it is, right? If it's on your face or somewhere very visible, that can be very challenging for folks. Okay, let's see. Where do we want to go from here? Let's talk a little, maybe we could talk a little bit about when is a good time to do flow cytometry. You know, that's kind of a specialized test for blood involvement in cutaneous lymphoma. And I know we talked a little bit about it's probably not needed for MF early stage 1A when we're pretty sure that the disease is just in the skin. But when would you look at doing flow cytometry for an individual, and what are you looking for that particular test to tell you about that individual's diagnosis, and then how does that maybe impact how you might treat? And I think I'll start with Dr. Moskowitz, because it tends to be a more challenging disease.
So we it's possible that we check flow cytometry a little more than we should, but we do tend to check it for not for stage 1A, but for stage 1B, but where there's plaque. So there's lesions that are raised, or as I mentioned, follicular tropic disease. Because sometimes you can have stage 1B, but it's really still kind of on the verge of stage 1A, where there's just more minimal, minimally raised lesions, or just patches, and just a little bit not too involved. But if for someone who has extensive skin involvement and some more raised lesions, I will tend to check it in the blood. Or someone who has just generalized itchiness, and we maybe not necessarily where we can see the lesions, but I certainly will check it. Sometimes we find that it's not there at all. Sometimes we find a very little amount, and then sometimes we find that it's more a little bit a higher amount. We kind of have a cutoff where if we find 1,000 in the blood, we technically we call that Sézary syndrome, and if it's less than 1,000, it doesn't quite meet criteria for Sézary. Some people are very close to the 1,000, and some people really have a minuscule amount. And how do I use that information? It really depends upon how the patient is altogether. It's not just we don't only look at the blood, but if we're looking at that, in combination with what's going on with their skin. Someone who has it in their blood and also on their skin, I still think that sometimes we can get away with starting off with treatments that just go to the skin and just monitor the blood. It doesn't mean that we have to go to systemic therapy such as bexarotene. I'm still always thinking about trying to get away with the most minimal treatment, and so that we reduce the risk for side effects from treatments. And sometimes we can get away with even just light therapy for someone who has a little bit in their blood, and and maybe extensive skin lesions, and just by monitoring the blood going forward. Sometimes for people who have if that's not working and we're thinking about systemic treatment, I still am going to try to start with a milder therapy such as bexarotene. I have found that for someone who doesn't respond well to bexarotene, when there's a little bit in the blood, or even a larger amount, the monoclonal antibody mogamulizumab tends to really be really good at clearing the blood and getting rid of the abnormal cells in the blood. And sometimes that then translates into a nice improvement in generalized itchiness and in nice improvement in the skin. It tends to clear the blood faster than anything else, and the skin lesions tend to lag behind. But for someone who has a little bit in their blood and I'm not getting them to feel better with, the milder treatments, usually MOGA is going to be my go-to, because sometimes that can help really improve their symptoms.
It's good to know. And I think for many of the patients out there, mogamulizumab is probably our most recently approved systemic agent for treating cutaneous lymphomas. So we're still learning a lot about how this new drug can be used beyond how it was used within the scope of the clinical trial, which was very, I won't say narrow in its focus, but it has very strict parameters. So now that we have it available to be used, we're learning more and capturing that data. And as you said, you might add it to someone that doesn't have a lot of blood involvement, but it could be a helpful agent that we didn't have access to before. So it's very good. Dr. DeSimone, anything to add?
I have one small addition. I'm glad that Dr. Moskowitz pointed out the notion of trying to be minimal in the treatment. And I think that, again, that's contrary to how people would ordinarily approach treating a cancer. But I always try to remind patients that this is more of a chronic medical condition than an acute cancer that we should aim to try to eradicate. We, at this point, don't have medical therapies to cure this, aside from potentially stem cell transplant. So we should focus on the best possible long-term management plan of this chronic medical condition. And so I agree that monitoring a little abnormal population in the blood while trying to minimize the side effects of full bore therapy is an excellent approach. And I think sometimes we do have to just explain the reasoning behind that, because it feels very counterintuitive to how you would ordinarily want to treat any kind of cancer that you're facing.
Right. I think that's a really good point. That's a really
I
good
completely agree with that. The goal is to make sure that the treatment is not worse than the lymphoma, than the symptoms related to lymphoma, and to improve symptoms and improve quality of life, but not cause side effects or toxicity with the treatments.
Right. And I think the other point too is around, there's still ongoing research happening. We're learning more about the disease and how it manifests and how it works, and new treatments coming through clinical trials. So, being available as these new therapies come down, or as we learn more about how to manage the disease, is also a good thought, because there's new things coming that might be helpful. So, anyway, okay, let's see. Another question related to side effects of narrowband UVB. Do you see people having skin flaking or dry skin as a result of UVB, even if it's perhaps having a positive effect on the way the disease looks or feels? But is there other side effects that might also impact the skin and how it's reacting?
Yes. So I have many patients who say, it's working and my individual patches are getting better, my plaques are thinning out, but I'm just really dry and the skin feels itchy in areas where I don't have active disease. And I think it just, it's hard to really pinpoint exactly what's going on there mechanistically, but it stands to reason that ultraviolet radiation, even in the very tightly monitored phototherapy circumstance, dries you out. And so you've got to really focus on doing the work of putting on a good thick cream multiple times a day. And I also encourage people, if they are itchy and really feeling kind of stinging outside of getting burned from a prolonged session in the light box, to try to use low potency topical steroid the day of their light treatment. That helps to mitigate the symptoms considerably. But you want to really focus on thick emollient creams 2 to 3 times a day. And then if you're still having a lot of tightness, itching, discomfort on the day of your phototherapy session, put something like triamcinolone on broadly after you get your light box treatment, and that should help.
Good advice. Very good advice. So let's talk a little bit about itch, our favorite topic that we don't have always great answers to. Any food for thought on addressing that really difficult, challenging underlying itch that sometimes doesn't all go away, or it takes time for a therapy to work for the itch to subside? Anything that folks can do while they're kind of waiting to manage the itch while a treatment is hopefully working, or so they can get some sleep at night, maybe?
So I don't know if you have any tricks, Jennifer, but you know, that it is one of the most challenging things, and you know, it's just heartbreaking sometimes to see how you know, that's one of the main symptoms that people suffer from. And it's absolutely true that even when we sometimes get the lymphoma under control, sometimes the itch lingers longer than actually than you know, even if the skin is improved. I mean, sometimes we do get lucky, and you know, and the itch goes away, you know, as we get the disease under control, and it's just such a, you know, it's just so that, you know, I think what makes this, you know, rewarding to take care of people, to see them, you know, just have such an improvement and be able to sleep at night, and but for people where the itch, you know, often we're kind of addressing the itch almost separately from the lymphoma, because we know that the itch can sometimes linger, and so you know, we are often prescribing medications to try to help, and I don't feel like I mean, we often start off with the typical allergy medicines, which don't seem to really work that well, like Benadryl or Atarax, but you know, those often are the ones we start with, and then if that's not working, you know, often a go-to is gabapentin, which can make you a little sleepy, and so we often try that at night, and we'll kind of increase the dose, you know, as tolerated, and increase, you know, even, you know, prescribe it during the day, and you know, and kind of titrate up and see if that can help with the itch. If that doesn't help, there's other medicines that you know, that can be tried. There's even, you know, antidepressant medicines that sometimes help with itch. There's nausea medicine that helps with itch, you know, surprisingly, apretinent, which is, you know, sometimes hard to get, but you know, that's kind of, you know, our treatments that we'll try. But it's, you know, they're completely different treatments than our treatments that are related to the lymphoma. We're kind of trying to attack both at the same time.
Dr. DeSimone, any additions or thoughts?
Our practices are very similar, with starting out with hydroxyzine, escalating to gabapentin, and then titrating that dose up as tolerated. It's a horrible, horrible symptom to endure. I mean, some of these patients really are tortured, and they come in and they have scratched themselves to bleeding, and they're miserable, and they really can't sleep. The number one way, and we're talking mostly about patients who have Sézary, right? So it's having that high circulating tumor burden in your bloodstream that correlates with that deep-seated, just awful, haunting itching. So the best thing you can do is minimize the tumor burden in the bloodstream. Yes, some people still have itch even after they've reduced their measured Sézary cells on repeat flow cytometry, but most of them do feel somewhat better after they've responded to treatment. And then we just try to kind of cover up the rest of it with these types of drugs. But it's tricky because many of them are sedating. Many of them have drug-drug interactions with some of the other things that patients have to take. By and large, Sézary patients are older. They have multiple other comorbidities. They're on a bunch of other medicines that they need. So this is probably the hardest problem, I think, to fix when taking care of cutaneous lymphoma patients, because they truly are miserable, and there's no quick nor universally reliable therapy for it. So we just try and do our best to meet each patient where they are.
Yeah. One of these days we'll have a better answer targeted to cutaneous lymphomas. I hold that hope somewhere. Having experienced that intensity of itch when I was in tumor stage mycosis fungoides, I know how awful that is. Here's a good question. This is probably back over to you, Dr. DeSimone, but how frequently can one use clobetasol, because that's at the top end of the steroid potency, and which formulation works best? So there's ointment, cream, or foam.
So
What's your take on that?
Sure. How frequently you use it depends on how long you're going to be continuously using it for. So for example, you can, at Dana-Farber, when we have patients who are steroid naive and we're trying to treat them first off with steroids, we give them clobetasol and then triamcinolone. This is where I was taught in fellowship, and this is the protocol that we used continually, and I do that now with patients. And so what you do is you put them on the clobetasol for 2 weeks and then have them kind of downshift to the triamcinolone for 2 weeks, go back up to the clobetasol for 2 weeks for 3 straight months. And the reason that we alternate is because we want to be able to maximize all of the benefits of that high potency clobetasol, but we want to minimize the potential side effects of skin thinning, depigmentation, etc. And so that's why we implement those 2 different potencies. But what I'm getting at is that it depends how often you can use it, depends on how long you're using it for. And while there's no exact upper limit that is universal, my rough guideline is you shouldn't be using clobetasol and clobetasol alone continuously for any more than 4 weeks, and you shouldn't be doing a 4-week stretch any more than 3 times per year. There are a myriad different ways of using it. You can use it just Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then it's safer for many weeks at a time. You can use it Monday through Friday, take the weekends off, and that also can be done for 6-8 weeks. But you want to just make sure that you're watching your skin closely and that your provider is watching your skin very closely for any early signs of side effects related to long-term use, which again are skin thinning. You can see stria or stretch marks form. You can see pronounced little blood vessels in the skin and bleaching of the skin. If you see any of that, you need to definitely hold off on the clobetasol. And then in terms of which vehicle is better, it's largely a matter of preference. However, because the ointment, the thicker, greasier vehicle, creates an occlusive effect that can further enhance the therapeutic response to the active ingredient. So if you use clobetasol in a sticky ointment, it's kind of driving itself into the skin. It's holding itself there because it's got that thick vehicle. Whereas if you use the cream, it gets absorbed. You don't have that same occlusive phenomenon. So you have a slightly decreased potency in the effect.
Good to know. See, these are all really wonderful. That's why I love our patient community. They ask really good questions, and these aren't the kinds of things you think to ask when you're in front of your physician, right? But it's good to know. And I always learn something new, which, after so many years of either living with the disease or listening to the science and listening to all the Q&As, there's always something new to learn. It's great. Thank you.
No, I was actually thinking that it's so nice to work side by side with dermatologists, because I learned so much from you guys regularly, and I'm learning so much just from hearing you. So I really appreciate it.
Me too.
Yeah. I think that's the beauty of, the blessing and the curse of this disease, right? You need expertise in both hematology and dermatology and pathology and radiation oncology, and it really does take a team often. So let me ask this question. So when is it appropriate to go from a skin only directed, right? We talked a little bit about, and you both shared the importance of doing the least amount of treatment necessary, right? But there's probably for some people a point where you've got to choose to add something, or the light therapies not being as effective. And so when do you look to adding maybe a therapy or changing to a systemic agent? Because we do a lot of mix and match, and I know that can get confusing for patients too, like, well, why don't they know exactly what I should be going on next? So maybe you could talk a little bit about that. I'll toss it over to Dr. Moskowitz and then back to Dr. DeSimone.
It might be really frustrating that we don't have one path that is the way to go, but I have to say I think that I have treated every single one of my patients slightly differently because it's so individualized based upon, it's not only about their lymphoma, it's also about their life, their lifestyle and what they're able to do and, and what they do for a living or what other medicines are on. But so we always will try to get the most out of whatever treatment that we're giving, for as long as possible and not give up on something too soon. And, if we're trying something like light therapy and it's been a few months and the individual is really, the lesions are not improving or, the individual is uncomfortable, sometimes this can happen. If the skin lesions are kind of thicker, they don't always respond so well to the light therapy. Then we might consider adding really, often it's bexarotene to try to improve the response. And as the other side effect of bexarotene is that it makes you more sensitive to light, so you do have to be careful about that. But we in some way use it to our advantage because it can almost make the light therapy work a little better. If we start bexarotene for someone who's already getting light therapy, we basically have to make sure, I'm not the dermatologist, so I'm not the one administering light therapy, but we have to make sure they tell their dermatologist who's giving them the light therapy that they basically have to start all over again because they're going to be more sensitive to light. And so if they all of a sudden start bexarotene, they may burn, at the, if they've been on light therapy and been, getting exposure for, at a higher level than when they started. So it is really individualized as far as when we start, but it depends upon, what's happening on their skin and how uncomfortable they are. And also what systemic therapy we start really depends upon how quickly things are changing, and how uncomfortable they are or the nature of their lesions. So for someone who has maybe more lesions where skin lesions where we're really worried about infection because they're breaking through the skin, so they have open sores, or where we're really seeing that the skin lesions or maybe lymph nodes are really kind of changing at a more rapid pace, and we really need to start something that is going to work a little faster. And then I typically won't go to bexarotene in that case. And that's when I might try something like mogamulizumab, particularly for someone who has Sézary or blood involvement. If they don't have blood involvement, then often another go-to is depending upon the expression on their lymphoma cells. If they have a marker called CD30, then my preference would be to try a drug called brentuximab vedotin, which is basically targeted chemotherapy that delivers chemotherapy right to these cells that have CD30. So if you have a little bit of that can be very effective. And, in fact, it's probably one of the more effective drugs that we have for this. And then for someone who doesn't have any of those features, then sometimes my go-to is a drug called romidepsin, which I sometimes can improve the lymphoma, kind of more rapidly. And then it really depends upon how they respond. I don't necessarily continue any of these forever. It depends. It depends upon what's happening with them. Romidepsin or mogamulizumab actually can be continued on an ongoing basis. Brentuximab, the targeted chemotherapy, really you have to limit how much you can give because many people develop neuropathy or numbness and tingling on their fingers and toes. So sometimes I'll give that for a shorter period and then maybe transition to one of the milder therapies afterwards to maintain the benefit that we get from that. So it is so individualized and so dependent upon how they respond and, in certain markers. And I see I'm talking for a long time and we're getting to the end of this, but, but that's, it really is dependent upon how the individual is doing.
Yeah, it's complicated. Dr. DeSimone, any thoughts?
Well, I think the answer to that question is a 2-hour lecture at least. So
Right.
Dr. Moskowitz did an excellent job of succinctly explaining what's going on. But I understand what you mentioned, Susan, in terms of patients being frustrated because there is not a clear-cut algorithm for us to refer to. And that, again, is in direct contrast to how many other malignancies are managed, where there are specific guidelines, and it's very reassuring and comforting to know that if this, we do that, and you're going to get the same opinion no matter who you talk to. All bets are off when it comes to cutaneous T-cell lymphoma. You could see 4 consults and you could get 4 different opinions, and all 4 of them would be right. So it's very challenging, and it doesn't lend that ease and reassurance that you get from a more concrete treatment algorithm. And that is another hard element of this disease for patients to have to navigate through. But I think having a doctor who has some experience and one who's good at communicating with you about why they would suggest one thing over another, help explain what your unique disease features are that make one therapy slightly more likely to be a good choice for you. Those things can help a lot with that element of just confusion around why your treatment plan is crafted the way it is.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really, really good point, and another good point to have that dialogue and that relationship with your physician, because this is a long-term chronic disease that could change over time. For some people, maybe it won't, but for some people it might. And to have that kind of communication and feel comfortable having those discussions and open dialogue, so that as a patient, you can make the best decision for you, given all of your circumstances and what you're dealing with. So, well, my goodness, here we are at the end of the hour already. We could probably go on for at least another hour, but thank you both for taking the time on your Saturday afternoon and answering our questions so eloquently and wisely. We really appreciate your wisdom and sharing your thoughts and perceptions and perspectives. And thanks to everybody who asked such great questions. And I think they're valuable for anyone trying to navigate through their diagnosis of cutaneous lymphoma, whether it's an early stage, newly diagnosed, or you've been dealing with it for a long time and trying to grapple with some of the challenges. So thank you all so much. And I think we're off to our peer-to-peer networking session next, where we'll have a chance to just chat amongst ourselves. And hope you both have a lovely rest of your day and weekend. And hopefully we'll see you again soon on one of our programs down the road.
Hopefully in person.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
in person.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Take care. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our Q&A session for our Pacific Western region part of the world, or US, North America. And today it is really an honor and a pleasure to be joined by Dr. Steve Rosen, which I know many of you know, may not require a lot of introduction, but I will just say he's the Provost and Chief Scientific Officer and Director of the Comprehensive Cancer Center and the Beckman Research Institute at the Irel and Manila Cancer Center Director's Distinguished Chair for City of Hope in Duarte, California, and has been a long time physician researcher in the realms of lymphomas and in T-cell lymphomas and cutaneous lymphomas. So welcome, Dr. Rosen.
Thank you, Susan.
And we are joined also today by Dr. Aaron Mangold, who is the Associate Professor of Dermatology at the Mayo Clinic in Scottsdale, Arizona, and expertise in cutaneous lymphoma and complex medical dermatology. So welcome, Dr. Mangold. It's great to have you with us as well.
Thank you.
And this is such an exciting opportunity to have kind of the best minds, right, on the hematology side, as well as on the dermatology side, which we all know cutaneous lymphoma is kind of the best of all those worlds, right, in a very complex environment. And I'll welcome everyone to put your Q&A, your questions in the Q&A box, and then I'll be able to see them on my handy dandy little dashboard here. And we'll just roll through the questions as best as we can for the hour that we have together. But I just thought I'd start off, hot topic as always for patients, and perhaps now with some of the new boosters coming out with regards to COVID. I think there's always questions around the cutaneous lymphoma community about, are we immunocompromised? How does that help? How do I deal with COVID? Should I be more concerned? Should I do the vaccines? And it's a tough question because we have a very broad brush of patients with varying types of disease. But I thought I might start and ask, since we have both of you here, and now we're 2 years into our COVID experience, what have you seen and in the cutaneous lymphoma patient population, and what kinds of thoughts and perhaps some insights that you can share with our folks? So Dr. Rosen, I'll toss it over and see if you've got a
Sure.
place to
Well, I can
start.
start with some general comments, Susan, and then get to more specifics. So I think there's compelling data that individuals who are vaccinated in general have a milder course of the disease. It doesn't prevent you from actually getting COVID. I had COVID after being vaccinated and boosted, and it was relatively mild. I didn't require any intervention. I take care of patients with both B-cell lymphomas, which makes up the vast majority of lymphomas in the United States, about 80%, and patients with T-cell lymphomas. Patients with B-cell lymphomas tend to be immunocompromised in general. They often will not develop an antibody response to the vaccine, any vaccine. They may develop a T-cell response, and there's a lot of debate about the importance of the T-cell response versus the antibody response. But clearly they're at higher risk for severe infections. In that population, if they're infected, at the present time, we're treating them with outpatient Paxlovid. And if that doesn't work, we're using remdesivir. At City of Hope, we actually have a trial which has very strict eligibility criteria with a drug I've repurposed called leflutamide, which I've shown works as a therapeutic in myeloma, but it's the ideal drug for COVID because it's anti-inflammatory and antiviral, and it's generic and inexpensive and approved for autoimmune diseases. And everybody we've treated who have failed other treatments have benefited, but it's only on a trial. So for T-cell lymphoma patients, like patients with cutaneous T-cell lymphomas, the immune system appears to be more intact. I can tell you back in the 80s, we did a trial with mouse antibodies, mouse monoclonal antibodies as a therapeutic against a target that was both in B-cell lymphoma patients and in cutaneous T-cell lymphoma patients. And the patients with the B-cell lymphomas didn't respond to the mouse antibody. So they made no human anti-mouse antibody response, whereas every T-cell lymphoma patient developed a whopping anti-mouse antibody response. And so my suspicion, though I haven't seen enough data yet, is that the vast majority of patients with cutaneous T-cell lymphomas will respond to vaccines. In the B-cell lymphoma patients, we are using Evusheld, a passive antibody, as a protective vehicle. And it's given every 6 months now because of its half-life. And I've had several patients who everybody in the family was infected, but their infection was much milder because they had Evusheld. In general, we've not been giving it to our T-cell lymphoma patients at the present time.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Mangold, anything to share based on your experience over the last 2 years? And I'm sure you've gotten a lot of questions as well from patients.
I think where I will start is kind of on the other end, which is recommendations for most patients, especially early stage patients, is clearly to be vaccinated. I think one of the things we see most commonly in our practice is exacerbation of skin disease with vaccination. And that's something that's involved a lot of coaching with patients, where we've seen individuals with Sézary who have transient skin flare that is self-resolving. We've seen other cases of people who have tumors that will transiently flare when they get vaccine. And this has been described in other cancers as well. So one of the things from our standpoint is, yes, we recommend vaccinations, especially in the less immunocompromised, with no concerns of, are they going to mount a response? But really the focus being of, if you get a skin flare, if you notice your tumors transiently enlarge, we see that. It's normal and it will resolve. We haven't seen in our practice any patients who've actually had true disease progression with vaccine. It's typically that immune stimulation, which then stimulates the normal and malignant cells, which then sort of self-resolve over time. I would say that's probably been the two most common questions. Number one, should I get vaccinated? Number two, is my skin going to flare during that time frame? I completely agree with Dr. Rosen as well. This is a subset of people with respect to immune response to vaccine that we think should get a protective advantage and should hopefully have milder disease when they're vaccinated.
Great, that's good to know. And then I think that's the first time I've heard, that there might be a possible skin flare. So good to be aware of that in case that happens and you get the vaccine, not to panic, but also to make sure that folks are seeing their physicians so you can just monitor, because as we know, it's challenging, right? Yeah.
One, and I think a great example too that comes up, I can think of one case that we reported, I believe, which was the first case of new onset of prior complete responsive disease after vaccine. We've seen patients where they've developed like a CD30 LPD that recurs after vaccination hadn't been present for a long time. Interestingly, in those cases, I was saying it tends to be self-resolving. It's just a transient immune stimulation, number one. And number two, it often doesn't correlate with next dose. So a common question that will come up is, my skin flared up, should I get my booster shot? Our point of view has been yes. And we have a large series of patients where they've had some side effects with one shot, but not with another. And it doesn't correlate one-to-one.
Interesting. Very interesting. And I know, prior to coming on board, Dr. Rosen and I were chatting a little bit about the clinical community globally are beginning to collect the data experience across all of the institutions that see cutaneous lymphoma patients and the experience with COVID. So we're looking forward to seeing some of that data that comes out of that perhaps soon. I don't know when all that's going to be together and be shared, but just to let all the patients know that the clinical community is actually very engaged in capturing the data specific to cutaneous lymphoma and COVID. So I suspect we'll see some interesting data coming out of that can be shared and then put into practice as we go forward and try to navigate whatever's coming next. Who knows, right? Who knows what's coming down the pike? So let's see, where shall we start? So maybe we start a little bit by talking about maybe a tangent on this discussion, not necessarily about COVID, but we do get questions with regards to people's immune system, right? And with cutaneous lymphoma and all the different variants, there's a broad spectrum. What would your perspective be with regards to someone's innate immune system, if you will, based on their disease state and their compromised immune system in general, and how does that correlate maybe to disease progression? Dr. Rosen, any thoughts?
In general, the immune state is pretty healthy, definitely in comparison to B-cell lymphoma patients. And if it's affected, it may be affected by an intervention, though the majority of the interventions for cutaneous T-cell lymphomas don't truly compromise the immune state. One therapy which we don't use as frequently as we did in the past was alemtuzumab, an antibody that was often used for Sézary patients, but now replaced with mogamulizumab. And so I'm trying to remember the last patient I took care of who had a bizarre infection, in contrast to my B-cell lymphoma patients, where it's quite common. It's just, it's not at the same risk level.
Got it. Dr. Mangold, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. I agree with regards to general immune function being relatively normal. I think some of the things we do know, though, about cutaneous lymphomas is the skin barrier, as well as some of the functioning T cells within the skin do have some gaps in them. For example, we know individuals with folliculotropic MF that tends to be more progressive and relapse refractory. I know the Northwestern group has published extensively on this, that they tend to harbor certain species of Staph aureus. Recurrent infections are associated actually with poor outcomes in those individuals, not just with respect to sepsis or infection, but also with respect to disease progression, probably reflecting some of that imbalance within the immune system. Another thing I think that you notice in early stage disease with progression is really just the normal repertoire of immune cells that live in the skin. And as the disease progresses, you see, I always tell my patients, I think of it kind of like a forest where all those little T cell receptors are like trees, and you see the forest kind of being cut down. And then there's one big tree that's left over. And that is associated, often with disease progression, whereas when that forest is able to repopulate and grow around that large tree, you see improvement of disease. So we do know that with respect to the normal immune cells, having them around, number one, is good for a lot of reasons, but it also probably balances some of that tumor microenvironment to keep the disease in check. And when you translate that, I think, into clinical practice, most CTCL or cutaneous lymphoma centers will focus therapies that don't reduce immune cells, they're not cytoreductive. We'll focus with therapies that are immunostimulatory in some scenarios, depending upon if it's systemic or skin directed, as well as we'll use targeted biologics, as Dr. Rosen had alluded to, the replacement of Campath or being mogamulizumab, which is very well tolerated, is actually immunostimulatory in many ways and seems to do better in the long run. Or if you go back a long time ago, using drugs like interferon, which is unfortunately fall by the wayside because of availability, those drugs are extremely effective and keep people immunocompetent. Complications-wise, I think it's very relevant. I know with my Cesaric patients, barrier is important, keeping the skin clean, keeping it protected, and really avoiding the thing that seems to cause issue, which is unfortunately sepsis from Staph aureus infections or the things that colonize the skin.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try to summarize this question and see if I can get to the gist of the question. So it looks like they haven't had a definitive diagnosis for CTCL from the biopsies over 2 years of having symptoms. Not sure I quite understand. They had it looks like maybe 14 years ago, an original diagnosis, but recently they had more patches that showed up on their back. They've been doing phototherapy, looked like MF stage 1, took some weeks off, and now they're doing just kind of clobetasol, and they're getting a home light box unit so they can do the light therapy at home. But now the old patches were receding and some new patches are showing up, and it looks like they might be moving to add a systemic agent like methotrexate in a low dose. Just trying to understand, they're trying to understand kind of, I guess, where they fit within the treatment landscape, right? With disease that seemed to be under control, but now is flaring, and light seems to work, but they're kind of in between access to light. So any thoughts on maybe how you navigate these times when you might be either in between treatments or you're stable for a long time and then your disease flares and you kind of go, well, now what's next? And should I go to a systemic therapy or should I just stick with the topical? And I know that's probably very specific for this patient, right? You can't know exactly how to respond, but I think a lot of times people struggle with that kind of question, when should I add a systemic agent? Should I stick with what seemed to be working? So any thoughts or comments or insights that you all might share? I'll let either of you take a stab.
I can stab first, since it's probably earlier stage, more in the derm
Okay.
realm. One of the things I think with mycosis fungoides, especially early stage disease, and I tell patients this all the time, I think it was Roger Bannister said the problem with people when they run is they run too fast when they want to run slow and run too slow when they want to run fast. You have to know the response rates with therapies and the long-term trajectory of disease, and then decide what is the appropriate therapy. There are individuals who have early stage disease that we've put on romidepsin before, and there are reasons why we did that was because of the patient's specific issues. And there are other patients who have very similar disease that we don't put on any therapy at all, right? And I think you have to take those things into account of what is the goal of care. In stage 1A disease, the goal of care is not prolonging someone's life because they're going to live like everybody else. It's to minimize morbidities associated with the disease, or to really allow that person to live their life to the fullest. And just had this discussion on Friday in my lymphoma clinic with an 81-year-old gentleman who had quite extensive disease, and really he didn't want to do any therapies, right? So you have to have that intimate discussion, and you have to come up with really what is the goal we're looking at. Are we going to cure you? Probably not, but we want you to live like everybody else. So as I jokingly will say, you have a t-shirt that says I have mycosis fungoides, and that's the extent. It's not defining you, but it's a part of you. As the disease with skin only progresses, there are maybe some mortality associated, but again, I think the focus is on reducing morbidity. The most difficult patients I find to manage are individuals who have early stage disease that is either highly symptomatic or highly refractory to therapy. And those are difficult discussions because you go from relatively low morbidity therapies as well as low financial toxicity to higher morbidity therapy, some even with mortality associated with rare complications and extremely high cost. So there's not one size fits all, and there's not one therapy that stays on you forever. We often rotate therapies, and we'll switch through. But I think the big deciding point in do you go to systemics is your disease defining that you need to make that transition, or are there symptoms for you that are defining the need to make that transition, be it bexarotene or targretin or methotrexate or interferon? I don't think that there's a right choice. There's a lot of different flavors. The one thing I will tell patients with earlier stage disease is typically the wrong choice is chemotherapy. At the beginning, we do know that from data from a long time ago that we shouldn't do that, but there's a lot of flavors and degrees of, this is the right thing for me. At the same time, though, I would ensure that, again, that cadence, don't go on methotrexate or don't go on targretin and expect tomorrow for things to clear up. These are diseases that are chronic, and the treatments have, often slow, sustainable onset, and often will give, durable benefit in those scenarios.
Right. Dr. Rosen, anything to add?
No, I agree everything that Aaron said. If you look at the guidelines from the National Comprehensive Cancer Network for each stage, and whether it's initial treatment or subsequent treatment, there are a dozen options, and you go to different institutions and you'll get different opinions. Clearly, it always has to be individualized. Aaron alluded to a trial that I was involved with as a fellow at the National Cancer Institute decades ago, where patients were randomized to sequential, essentially palliative treatment. They started with topical nitramustid, then they got PUVA, then they got single agent methotrexate, et cetera, versus, and this was a randomization, very aggressive multi-agent chemotherapy and a total electron beam skin irradiation. And I think, to the surprise of the investigative group at the National Cancer Institute, the prognosis was no better with the very aggressive treatment than with the sequential palliative treatments. And in fact, in patients with the most advanced disease, they did more poorly with the very aggressive treatments. And I was very proud of the fact that I was one of the first people to stop using chemotherapy in skin lymphomas. and then in myeloma, and then most recently in chronic lymphocytic leukemia, where we no longer use chemotherapy for any of those blood cancers. And we've gotten into the use of biologic approaches.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, a new wave in the future, which I think is very exciting for all of us in all different diseases. So again, I'll try to condense this question. Hopefully I get it right. And please feel free to tell me if I get it wrong and we need to recalibrate. So she was diagnosed 1A MF 10 years ago, probably had it for a long time, underwent skin-directed therapy. And then a few years ago, she noticed clustered papules in a different area, had a skin biopsy to rule out LYP. The path report says suggestive of recurrent MF, increased number of CD30 positive lymphocytes. And she's wondering, how do you can she get a clear diagnosis to confirm whether these new papules are MF or LYP? And I know we have quite a few patients that have both, right? And a little different iteration on a similar theme. Maybe you can speak to, what's the best way of trying to get a good diagnosis so you know what you're treating and what you're dealing with, whether it's all MF or MF and LYP at the same time, and how do you, what's the best methodology to try to navigate that so she knows how to make good decisions for treatments with her physician? Any thoughts?
I can take a first shot. So one of the things to keep in mind, and I say this working at a referral center for cutaneous lymphomas, you can have the best dermatopathologist on planet Earth, or even a team of them, review pathology, and there are limitations. Cutaneous lymphomas are one of the diseases where it's clinical pathological correlation. And you really need to look at the biopsy, and you need to look at the patient, and you need to look at the biopsy, and you need to look at the patient, and look at the course over time to make the decision. There are cases that we see in other diseases like CD4 positive small medium T cell lymphoproliferative disorder, where you literally can't tell. And the reason you can't tell is you have to see the patient. If someone comes in with papules that are CD30 positive, look a little like MF, look a little like lymphomatoid papulosis, and they're self-regressing, well, it's lymphomatoid papulosis. If you see that same biopsy report and you see the patient and the biopsy came from large, annular circinate plaques all over the body, well, that's not lymphomatoid papulosis. That's probably a CD30 positive MF. Or you see that same person and that individual has something the size of a softball that's been growing on their shoulder. They have primary cutaneous anaplastic large cell lymphoma, or a skin manifestation of a systemic anaplastic large cell lymphoma. But those could look very, very similar under the microscope. I think one of the hard things as clinicians and one of the hard things as patients in 2022 is we don't like the answer of I'm not quite sure yet. And it's much easier to assign a diagnosis than to not assign one. In those cases, I think what you have to do is to say, this is what I see. Let's watch the disease course, and then we'll decide what do we want to call this and does that impact treatment. The good thing I would say is if you have MF versus CD30 positive MF versus lymphomatoid papulosis with MF, there's not a large difference in treatment approach, and a lot of the therapies do overlap. But I think from the point of view of patients, you feel like, how can I have two rare diseases? Suffice to say, I think you had alluded to, Susan, it's not that uncommon to see these co-occurring together.
Right. Dr. Rosen, any thoughts?
So I agree with Erin. I'll just tell you a few stories. So years ago, I saw a gentleman who had generalized skin lesions. A biopsy was described as large cell lymphoma, and he had lymphomatoid papulosis. He had gone to Loyola, where they recommended that he have chemotherapy and a transplant. He went to University of Chicago. They wanted to put him on an experimental regimen. And then he came to us and we said, are you symptomatic? He said, no. I said, does the cosmetics bother you? No. I said, let's just watch. And he almost fell out of his chair. He died in his 90s from unrelated causes. Maybe 20 years ago, it was a summer, and a young boy came to see me with a lesion on his forehead the size of an egg, and it was a CD30 positive lymphoproliferative process. And we were debating, honestly, at the time, whether we were going to treat him with radiation alone or radiation and chemotherapy, because it's just as we were transitioning to not use chemotherapy at all. And there was a world's expert on lymphomatoid papulosis, Marshall Caden, who was out of Harvard. And we sent the slides to Marshall for review. Fortunately, Marshall was on vacation, because in the 3 weeks from when we sent the slides to Marshall getting back, this egg-sized lesion completely regressed. And when Marshall got back, he told us this was definitely anaplastic large cell lymphoma of the skin. Shows you how challenging it is. And then subsequently, we saw 2 other students. This happened to be a student from the University of Wisconsin who had similar lesions on the face. It probably was mosquito bites that looked like CD30 positive lymphoproliferative disorders. So it's a fascinating area. It's a fascinating biology, and you definitely don't want to do any harm. Christian Querfeld, who's the head of our cutaneous lymphoma program, also like Aaron, a dermatologist, and she's a dermatopathologist. We just saw a gentleman in his 80s, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, who was told by his, in this case, dermatologist, that the biopsy showed large cell lymphoma. We need to start aggressive therapy. And in conversation, he had lesions waxing and waning over a number of years. And he had an interesting variant of lymphomatoid papulosis. And again, we told him that unless this bothers you, we would not intervene. So.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a really good question or comment or thought. You know, it gets challenging from a patient perspective when you don't know what to ask for or kind of when to push back, or, you know,
that's when they should contact you, and you should say, these are the experts who should take a look and
right.
help.
Yes, go get a second opinion, right? That's the key, right? But I think that's an important thing, and in such a complex disease where it's challenging, and you have to be an experienced practitioner to be able to, especially in the nuanced diseases that are not, I mean, it's not clear cut to begin with, and then you throw a few more monkey wrenches into the mix, it becomes even more challenging. And I think the you know, do no harm first is the key, right? Yeah. So let's see. So our first question that we had with the woman that had the patches on her back, I actually misinterpreted her question. She said, she clarified for me. They thought she had, I think, another kind of lymphoma 14 years ago, and then tested 11 years ago, and it came and went until 2 years ago. And since then it's been active and hasn't receded to a dormant stage. So I guess that's, you know, a question with regards to disease course sometimes, particularly for mycosis fungoides. Have you ever seen patients where it's quiet and then flares, and then is quiet and then flares, and how is, or maybe what's the best approach maybe to treating and grappling with that over the course of time, when you don't want to your point, over treat, do too much treatment, right? When sometimes you just want to take it a little bit slower. Do you have any thoughts or ideas for patients in how to kind of navigate that kind of challenge? Treat, don't treat, what should I treat with? Should I go aggressive? Should I not? How do I grapple with that? Or how do I talk to my physicians about what's the right approach?
I think there's kind of a few embedded questions there. One is, do you see disease that has a non-specific phase that waxes and wanes before it declares itself? And yes, we do. I mean, I would say the data that we've published on pretty extensively is Sézary syndrome as an example, where patients often go through a pre-Cesaric state for sometimes over a half a decade before they really get the true onset of symptoms. And it's how these immune cells evolve over time in that environment and what your normal immune system is doing against them. So that sort of waxing and waning we do see before there's a more definitive diagnosis. I think one of the hard things for patients, and I'd be interested to hear Dr. Rosen's opinion about this, we don't have data in cutaneous lymphomas that our therapies, when we set the highest, bar of thing of what does a drug do, does it prolong someone's life? We have a lot of data and we have better endpoints on trials that say, how does this drug work over time and in what compartments does it work? But we don't have that data. We do know from other indolent systemic lymphomas that whether we treat you at time of diagnosis versus whether we wait till the disease decides it wants to be treated and we give similar regimens, we know those patients do almost equal, for lack thereof of better term. And I think it's hard because, again, we're a society of doers and diagnosers to really take that idea and say, well, if you would have diagnosed me 5 years ago, I would live 5 years longer, or my disease, I wouldn't have tumors. We don't have that data yet. And one of the biggest limitations is this is a chronic disease. It tends to be indolent, and our staging systems are severely lacking. The common stagings we use don't as accurately predict prognosis as we might like, and it makes it exquisitely difficult to say, are we doing better? Are we making you live longer? Are we helping you? And as Dr. Rosen also alluded to, we only really have one trial that showed that maybe don't do this because it might shorten your life if you have advanced disease, but the rest of it is a big question mark. So I think for patients, the hardest thing to grapple with is whether I do phototherapy or whether I do methotrexate or whether I just jump to a really strong systemic therapy that might get me a good response. We in all likelihood have no idea if we're making you live longer. We might make you look a little bit better for a period of time, but it's that shift again of, are you managing morbidity or are we really concerned about outcome? Until we get to advanced disease, the short answer is probably not. And I think it's hard as patients to see that, where I'm not quite sure what it is. And if I made that decision earlier and we called it MF, am I going to live longer, do better because of it?
Right.
I agree completely. I really don't have anything to add there.
Good. Yeah, it's a challenge, right? So here's an interesting question, and I think this is a really a good one. What does the CD4-CD8 ratio tell us? So I know that, when folks get their results and we talk about these markers or these ratios, like what does that mean, and how do I interpret that, and then how does that help determine potential therapies or where I land in the landscape of the disease? Dr. Rosen, want to take a first pass?
The cutaneous T-cell lymphomas in general are CD4 positive, and so you see typically an amplification of the number of cells that are CD4 positive in the skin or in the peripheral blood. Whether it's mycosis fungoides with blood involvement or the Sézary syndrome, there are some cutoff figures we use, and also the clinical presentation of total body erythroderma versus patch plaques, etc. I can tell you an interesting story around CD4 since you brought it up, because I don't know how often it really dictates how we use treatments outside of its supportive of mycosis fungoides. But when I was a fellow, the first patient I saw had very aggressive disease, and different than any other patient who was on the unit at the National Cancer Institute at the time. And it turned out that he actually had a brain lesion. He had a lytic bone lesion that actually went to an amputation. He had a very large spleen and liver and circulating cells that were hyperconvoluted, but didn't quite look like the Sézary cells, but more popcorn-like. And it turned out he was the index case for what's now known as HTLV1 lymphoma. or the adult lymphoma, T-cell lymphoma, that is endemic to certain portions of the world. Africa, the Caribbean, South America, and interestingly enough, Kyushu, Japan, because the Portuguese used Kyushu as a staging area for slaves from Africa. And that's how it entered Kyushu. So a number of things came together that led to the discovery, one of which was the technology to make monoclonal antibodies. And that was in 1975 by Kohler and Milstein. And so we were making antibodies against cancers and every subset of normal cells. And one of the antibodies that was made was OKT4. And we call it now anti-CD4, but it recognized the CD4 cell population. And so here, this individual had OKT4 cells in abundance. In Bob Gallow's leg, Frank Richetti had discovered what was called T-cell growth factor. We now call it interleukin-2. Turned out that this individual cells were producing a great deal of interleukin-2. And in fact, his cells were one of the few cell lines that we used to study the disease. It was human T-cell lymphoma, cell line 102. There was only one other that was started out of the first 101. So it shows you how difficult it was to grow these cells outside of the body. And you really need the microenvironment to sustain the growth of these cells. Temin in Baltimore, who won the Nobel Prize, had discovered reverse transcriptase. So this was an RNA virus that has some relevance to COVID. COVID's an RNA virus, and that's why it's so difficult to make vaccines against RNA viruses. They keep mutating. And the electron microscope had been advanced that you could actually see viral particles. And this work was done by Bernie Poise. And so they started a cell line from him, and they isolated the virus. The original report was the CR virus based on his initials. Turned out that his wife had antibodies against the virus, as did a patient from Boston. And you say, well, how can, and who's Caucasian? How did that happen? Well, it turned out he spent 2 years in Kyushu as part of the Merchant Marines and would go to the bordello. So that was the connection. I got tuberculosis from him. So he had rare, he was immunocompromised in contrast to most of our mycosis fungoides patients. So you think what was happening in 1979? Young men in San Francisco were developing bizarre infections, also affecting OKT4 cells or CD4 cells. And so it was assumed that HIV would be a similar virus, and it was originally called HTLV3 because that was the presumption. Turned out it wasn't a similar virus. But that was sort of the origin of discovering these CD4 cells, which are helper cells, but they're the cells that are involved in general for the cutaneous T-cell lymphomas. And it helped us with the diagnosis more than anything.
Dr. Mangold, any thoughts on, what do we do with this CD4 CD8 ratio, and is it something that we use to monitor disease, or how does it play a role perhaps over time? Is this something we should be looking at if it changes or increases?
I think from the simplest standpoint, especially now, I think patients have access. I know our patients, as example, have access to everything. So you can read your pathology report and say, what did they mean when they said this, that, or the other thing? And one of the things you'll see are those ratios. As first pass, they're used really to define the immune cell infiltrate and identify if that infiltrate is aberrant or not, right? You should again see similar numbers and similar types of cells if there is inflammation. And the further they get from these similar balances, you say, well, that's not quite normal. Now, when you look at why might that not be normal, there's one possibility that there's too many CD4 cells, and those could be CD4 positive cells that are malignant or lymphoproliferative disorders or reactive. The other possibility is that there's not enough CD8 cells. And those ratios can be important, although not used in common practice. For example, when you look in the blood, we do know patients who have Sézary syndrome, who have very, very low CD8 counts, they don't seem to do as well. And do we do something to target those CD8 cells, or do we necessarily treat them differently? No, but in my practice, for example, I do quantitate the cells at baseline to say, what does your immune system look like? Do you only have Sézaric cells in your blood, or do you have other immune cells that are functional? And again, we do see some prognostic value of CD8 cytopenias in patients with these more aggressive lymphomas might not do as well. From a targeting standpoint, I don't think it's necessarily that relevant. It can be relevant, though, in the lesser common CD8 positive cutaneous lymphomas. And then there it can be extremely important because there are variants of mycosis fungoides, for example, that's CD8 positive that is extremely indolent. Some people have even argued, do you call that mycosis fungoides or do you call it a lymphoproliferative disorder? And what's the difference? But there are other cytotoxic lymphomas that can happen in the skin that are extremely aggressive. And the differentiation there kind of goes back to the lymphomatoid papulosis versus CD30 positive MF. It's typically clinical pathological correlation. And we do use some of those to raise question marks. For example, I can provide a general case of an individual who is said to have CD8 positive MF, talk to the patient, and they had patches that were hypopigmented present for, a decade and a half doing nothing. Very similar pathology of another outside referral that we ended up seeing who had things that looked kind of like MF that were eroded, had positive cytotoxic markers, and was, a cytotoxic lymphoma, which is extremely aggressive. And we do use that to raise the suspicion to say, could this be an actual cytotoxic lymphoma? Could this be a different type of lymphoma altogether? Gamma delta lymphoma is another very rare one that can do this. It can be aggressive. I think as the practitioners, it's useful for us to say, do we raise any red flags? From a patient standpoint, I think it maybe adds some confusion because I don't think that necessarily those things are prognostically relevant as much as we would say in mainstream. And someone might ask the same question to say, well, I've got a T cell clone in my skin and my CD4 to CD8 positive ratio is normal. Does that mean I don't have MF, right? And you could in the right clinical setting.
Good. So then that brings me to the next question about what is that diagnostic group of procedures that should be done upon to make a diagnosis? And then what are the kinds of, are there things that should be periodically tested to monitor the disease? I'm guessing it probably depends on the variant and so forth, but in general, at the time of a potential diagnosis, what's the general panel of testing that you all do or you do for a patient to come up with the diagnosis? And then once you have a diagnosis, what are those tests that maybe you should do periodically, or how do you monitor where the disease is and how treatments are working, or is the disease progressing and so forth? Any thoughts or recommendations?
I can go with early stage disease first. I think the diagnostic criteria, when you look at them, there's nothing that's set in stone. Even the consensus of early diagnostic features of MF, there is still some gray area, but in general, you should have spots that are, typical in morphology to looking like MF, that are persistent and maybe progressive over time. And on histopathology, when you biopsy those areas, in general, you should see, as we talked about, that difference of CD4 to CD8 ratio. You may see certain other markers like CD7, CD26, which may drop out, just again, indicators of aberrancy. And you may or may not see clonality depending upon how you look at the tissue. I think, at least in my practice, when I see patients and they don't meet all of those, I often give them a diagnosis of atypical lymphocytic infiltrate, and then I give a differential of what it could be. From the definitive diagnosis, in those cases, it really fit well. Again, using mycosis fungoides as example, I'm not an over-tester in my practice. I think dermatologists in general may be a little bit more apt to rebiopsy. I really look at, in the disease, is doing an additional test going to change my course of management? And unless the disease is progressive, non-responsive to treatments, or there are other signs or symptoms to, warrant further workup, I don't often repeat many labs. I often don't repeat biopsies because it's not going to affect my next course of treatment. When I do think I may need to change treatments from, say, skin-directed therapies to selected systemics, I will often evaluate those patients because we do know now with systemic agents that the response rates, again, by what sort of general bucket is the disease in. Is it a skin disease? Is it a lymph node disease? Is it a blood disease? Is it a little bit of all of them? We do see deviation in how these treatments work. And I think the newest example and the best example that we have is mogamulizumab, which is, as I tell patients, this is the Ferrari in the blood. I mean, this drug is unbelievably effective for blood disease. But if you have a patient who has bulky nodal disease, it's probably not going to debulk their lymph nodes. So I tend not to do a lot of repeated testing. Again, if we want to assess response, we will. For assessing response in the blood or lymph nodes, we'll do reassessments, but usually it's diagnosis, treatment, and then clinical follow-up to dictate what do we do next, meaning do we do biopsies, do we do labs, et cetera.
Yeah, I would agree. It's mainly a physical exam and a skin biopsy. We reported decades ago that CAT scans in patients who had no evidence of adenopathy by physical exam were pretty worthless. And ironically, we would often pick up other disease processes, but not anything related to cutaneous T-cell lymphomas.
Interesting. And I think that sometimes gets challenging for patients as well, because we're all taught, right? Go get all your preventative diagnostics every year and so forth. And it's like, well, I have this ongoing chronic disease. How do I know? But the good news is it's in the skin, right? You can see it. So as a patient, if you're living with it, I always think it's a good idea. We know our skin best because we're looking at it every day, and we have a pretty good idea of some things changing to bring that forward and have the conversation about that.
You had asked earlier on about disease where you don't see anything, and how does it? It was interesting when we did some of the original trials with ultraviolet light. It was surprising to us. We would see disease manifest as the initial light therapy was being applied in areas that we didn't think was involved,
Yeah, and we get that question a lot actually at the foundation, and it may be, Dr. Mangold, you can speak to this a little bit. All of a sudden someone gets a diagnosis and, okay, great, I'm doing UVB light therapy, and now my disease looks like it got worse. What happened?
Yeah, it's a very common thing. Phototherapy, I think it comes up some. The one that it comes up the most is when we do low dose total scan electron beam. Patient's disease comes up really quickly that they never saw. The reason that happens is there's reactions in the local tissues, even with that quote unquote invisible disease, that are your normal immune cells reacting against the malignant cells, and then the response within the keratinocytes to all that inflammation that occurs. So it's not uncommon that we see transient flaring of skin. I think one of the other ones too that we're very aware of from other diseases, and even a phase 1 trial that we're running now, some systemic therapies too can have a pseudo progression. I think the one that everyone should be aware of who practices are the mogamulizumab associated rashes. Those are ones that are very common, and I would still say now we get quite a few referrals of question of progressive disease when patients are receiving mogamulizumab, but that sort of awareness that with immunological cancers, things that stimulate immune cells will cause immunological responses, and they may be more than expected because of the type of cancer it is.
Yeah, we had reported that with lenalidomide a number of years ago, which will also show flares in other blood cancers, and then you see a regression.
So how do you manage that from a patient perspective? Because you probably don't know who might have that reaction, one person versus another. So there's no predictive component, right? To at least the best of my knowledge. So how do you counsel a person? And then how do you know, or how should the patient know Like, should I be overly concerned about this, or should I not be too concerned? Like, this could be a normal, like, how do you navigate through that? Or how do
Hopefully
you
the
counsel?
physician who's providing the care, and there would be a dialogue about
mhm.
what's going on. But you see it.
Mhm.
I'll tell you one other interesting observation we had years ago. Aaron had mentioned interferon, and there's a wonderful story with interferon. So when interferon first became available, it was clear that it had unique activity. And in fact, in one review of all the systemic therapies, it's probably still the most effective for traditional mycosis fungoides. And that was a patient of mine. We had started trials with interferon in Chicago, who actually went to Arizona in the winter for 10 days because of a loved one's funeral. And when he came back, all the areas that were sun exposed, he wore a V-neck t-shirt, et cetera, the disease melted away. And so we started the original trials with PUVA and interferon. And today, I think it's still the most effective therapy that I've ever been engaged with. It's not used as frequently for a variety of reasons, but it's incredibly effective. But what was fascinating is the alpha interferon that was being used. About 20% of patients with cutaneous T-cell lymphomas with repetitive injections of alpha interferon would develop neutralizing antibodies. And we would often see it in effects on blood counts initially, but we would then document the neutralizing antibodies. When we combined it with PUVA, you didn't have any neutralizing antibodies. And we published on this, again, several decades ago. And now what I presume was happening, because back then we couldn't document it, was that the light therapy was damaging antigen-presenting cells in the skin, the dendritic cells. And so you weren't getting the presentation of the antigen to the immune system and a subsequent antibody response against the interferon, which would abrogate the effect. These patients would progress when they developed antibodies. So the combination was beneficial in several ways.
Interesting. Well, as someone who did a lot of interferon over the course of probably a 20-year window, and I'm here to talk about it, probably had a positive impact. And yeah, challenging. Anyway, that's a whole nother topic of conversation on availability and when things go off patent or go away and all that good stuff. That's a whole nother conversation for another day. So we have about 5. Okay, here we go. Let's see. We have about 5 minutes. So we have a question. Can you speak to the risk of secondary cancers and if that gives any indication of disease progression? So is there any correlation between, a cutaneous lymphoma diagnosis and having another cancer? And I guess there's probably a variety of ways to answer that depending, but any thoughts?
I think in general, it's mainly skin cancers from the light therapy that patients are exposed to at times. Systemic, I don't know of any data suggesting a significant increase in systemic cancers in patients with cutaneous T-cell lymphomas, in contrast to patients with B-cell lymphomas, where there is a slight increase.
Interesting. Dr. Mangold, anything to add?
No, I agree. There are, I think, on the far end of the spectrum, the average person on one end with mycosis fungoides, again, this example, do they get other things? Sure, usually they're indolent. I mean, as we talked about, lymphomatoid papulosis and MF are very common to co-occur. I think on the opposite end, when you think about, are there genetic predispositions to getting things like lymphomas and other cancers, there is some data on that, but it's something that I think is at such an uncommon level. It isn't when someone walks through the door, if they get breast cancer, we do BRCA screening, right? When patients walk through the door with MF, we don't recommend, inherited cancer screenings that may detect something else. And melanoma, the other one is, pancreatic cancer with genetic predisposition. We don't have data like that. And again, I think it's not as exciting or as sexy per se as a whole body PET scan, but a conversation of how are you doing in a physical exam goes a long way with most patients with skin lymphoma, and taking into account how they're feeling, how they look, rather than something like genetic testing to say, do you have some other predisposition?
One interesting observation we had, again, decades ago, we looked at HLA associations, because here you're looking at immunologic cells. And we were able to show that Sézary patients had an HLA phenotype that often resemble patients with autoimmune diseases, which is not surprising. We didn't see that in the classic mycosis fungoides. And subsequently, it's been shown in some of the indolent B-cell lymphomas, also the HLA association may be the most important and not a specific genetic mutation.
Interesting. I think that's also frustrating for patients, you know, with the general news that comes out about, you know, the genetic connection or a gene, a specific gene for a specific causing or a lack of a gene or morphology of a gene that causes a cancer. Like, there's not really any rhyme or reason that we are aware of, and it's not a genetic disease, not a genetic cause. So, you know, it's kind of like, well, where did it come from and why did I get it? I won that lottery. But I know there's a lot of research going on and trying to understand that, how the disease manifests, how it functions, how it becomes, it gets smart and it avoids the treatments and all those kinds of good things. So we've got, oh, this is my 2-minute warning. So I'll give you each a minute to just share any area of interest that you might see maybe on the horizon for hope for new therapies or new approaches to treating and managing cutaneous lymphomas. I know that's a minute's not a long enough time, but.
Dr. Rosen, do you want to start?
Sure. So I can tell you what we're doing at City of Hope. We have a number of grants from the Leukemia Lymphoma Society and from the National Cancer Institute focused on the microenvironment, which is very relevant. I mentioned you can't grow these cells outside the body. And so we know that there are cells in the body that are fostering their growth. And one of the trials we have right now that's supported by the National Cancer Institute, and we're doing correlative studies, is looking at antibodies against immune regulatory proteins. And this happens to be one called PD-L1 plus minus immunostimulatory drug called lenalidomide. And we've had some home run responses with the combination. A few patients out over 2 years now with disease control. In my lab, in B-cell lymphomas, we've shown that downstream of an antibody that sticks out of the B-cell lymphoma, if you look downstream at signaling molecules, that's where all the major therapeutics have evolved. And so we started looking at downstream of the T-cell receptor, which because it's a T-cell disorder. And at least one target is very exciting. It's called P38 gamma. It's in a signaling pathway that relates to proliferation through the T-cell receptor. And we have, through a screening of a library, a chemical library, we came up with a drug that works very effectively. You had brought up the practical issue before about what do you do if you can't get intellectual property around a drug? Who wants to develop it? Nobody. So we've now, with colleagues at Northwestern, have wrapped it in a nanoparticle. And it's been picked up by a company, and we'll see where that goes. So that's what we're doing. And I want to, before I leave, I want to thank you again for everything you do for our patients and for all the physicians and nurses involved in the treatment of patients with cutaneous lymphoma, Susan.
Yeah, it's our pleasure, but I'm going to let Dr. Mangold have the last word.
I think one of the therapies that's in early phase human trials that everybody's probably heard a lot of buzz about, specifically in other systemic lymphomas, are the genetically engineered immune cells, CAR T cells. There are CAR T cell trials ongoing in skin lymphomas. They're in the first cohort of phase 1. The second cohort should be opening with some of those studies starting next year. And those are things, I think, Susan, getting to that point, when you look at the genetics of mycosis fungoides, there have been thousands and thousands of patients who've been sequenced with these diseases. There's not going to be a single home run. And you know what this opens up is the idea of creating that sort of concierge immune cell that can kill cancer for you. There are risks of them, and it's not, you know, made for everybody yet, but I think it's a pretty exciting therapy on the horizon. There've been very good responses described in the early phase human studies.
That's good. That's a good note to leave on. So thank you both so much for joining us and for being willing to share your knowledge and wisdom and experience and perspectives whoosh, been a long day. Really appreciate it and look forward to having seeing you along the way and keeping track of what's happening in your practices. And again, thank you so much for sharing your time on a Saturday afternoon with us and with the patients. So always a pleasure and an honor to have you with us. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Have a great rest of your weekend. Well, here we are at the end of the day. I hope that you found a lot of value. You had the chance to meet other people and gain some insights, as well as get questions answered from our experts. It's really been a delight and a privilege to bring this program to you today. And we all look forward to seeing you on another program sometime this year, or maybe at a live event. And maybe perhaps we'll be able to do this program as a hybrid next year, and we'll have the chance to meet some of you. So I was asked today to share a little bit of my personal story. Many of you may have heard my story, but I'm guessing many of you have not. So in everything that I do, I always share that I am a patient, but many of you may not know how my journey has been and how I've gotten here. So we thought this would be a good opportunity for me to share a little bit about me personally and my experience with cutaneous lymphoma as we end our great international program today. So my journey started back in 1991, believe it or not. It was really a long time coming, a long time ago, actually. And although it seems like yesterday, to be quite honest with you. And similarly, I was just embarking on my professional career. I was in my early 30s and had gotten my first job in sales and marketing with a software company in healthcare, and kind of serendipitous looking back at it. But yeah, and yes, it was the 90s. So, hair was different then. And I certainly look different now, right? But I really was enjoying starting my career, hanging out with my friends, looking forward to a really great future. And similarly to all of you, I had this really strange rash around my waist and it just didn't go away. And I went over the course of a year to, I think, 5 different dermatologists. And probably similar to many of you, they gave me lotions, steroid potions, all that kind of stuff, but it never went away and it was itchy and it was annoying. And I finally went to a dermatologist on my lunch break and she took one look, right? They do that little funky thing with the up close eyeglasses and look at your skin, which is, a little bit demoralizing sometimes. But she took one look, listened to my history from the last year and said, I think you have a rare lymphoma. I'm referring you to a specialist. I live in Philadelphia, so I was very fortunate to have a specialist here back in the early 90s. And I'm taking a biopsy. And I went, whoa, really? That was the first time anybody had done anything other than just look at my skin. So I love this slide because I think maybe this is how all of you felt when you received your diagnosis. Out of the blue, hit you like a ton of bricks. Like, what? I thought this was just a skin condition that I just needed to find the right cream and make it go away. And now you're telling me I have this rare cancer. Like, it's hard to wrap your head around that. And back in the 90s, we had no internet. There was not easy access. There was no Google, even though now we have Google and sometimes that's not a good thing. But back in those days, there was no way to get any access to information. And when I landed with the specialist in Philadelphia, he basically told me, well, you have this rare lymphoma called mycosis fungoides. What weird terminology is that? But early stage, and the line was, you will live with it and not die from it. And I thought, okay, let's go get the big guns and get rid of it. And I'll be living my life, after all of this. And he said, no, that's really not the way this works. What really is beneficial, especially for you in this early stage disease, which will probably never progress to anything more challenging, is we do light therapy. And then we didn't really even have UVB. We had UVA, so PUVA. Some of you may have been on PUVA, where you take the Sorlin and then you go stand in the big light box. And I did that. And with the UVA treatments with PUVA, you have to wear the little funky glasses for the day. And my boss at the time nicknamed me Susie Sprocket. And I thought, that's so funny. Yeah, not a big deal. I got through it. It was good. My disease kind of didn't all totally disappear, but it became under control. Sadly for me, and strangely, my physician, who at the time was one of the global experts in the field, who had dedicated his life to taking care of and researching cutaneous lymphomas, Dr. Eric van der Heide, I was so lucky to be under his care, because my disease progressed over the course of about a 5-year window. And I ultimately ended up in tumor stage. By 1998, I had tumors all over my body. The itch, as I know many of you can appreciate, was unimaginable. I wasn't sleeping. I was still working full time in an outward facing sales job. Rather difficult. I had a tumor over my eye. My face was scabby and red, and I had tumors in my scalp. It was very, very challenging. And I had pretty much come to the end of my treatment options, because back in the late 90s, there weren't a lot of other treatments on the table. I was able to do a round, actually it took me 3 months, quite frankly, to do the electron beam radiation. So some of you, if you've had electron beam radiation for your disease, are familiar with this lovely big machine and how it works. They had to radiate my head. So in this picture, yes, that's me bolted to the table, which is an interesting experience in and of itself. So they did 5 segments on the front of my head, and then they had to flip me over and do 4 on the back. And then they did, quite frankly, I had tumors and patches and plaques pretty much everywhere. So every portion of my body ended up doing targeted electron beam radiation. Back in the late 90s, they weren't really doing total skin electron beams. So this was my opportunity, or my options at the time. And then we followed up with interferon injections. And for me, by September of 1998, my tumors had all dissolved. My skin looked normal. My hair was gone. They took me up to the point of total hair loss and didn't tell me, but I came out of that. And I think the biggest thing for me was, holy mackerel, I got my face back. And I think for any of you that might be grappling with this disease that's very visible, especially on your face, there's no amount of makeup that can cover that stuff up. I can tell you. To be able to look in the mirror and see my real face without the scabs and the crusting it was a miracle. It truly was a miracle. And I turned 40 that September, and the center picture is me in my beautiful wig with my mom and dad. I threw myself a huge birthday party celebration. And then I decided that I was really lucky and I needed to give back. So I signed up with Team in Training, which is an arm of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. I jumped into the world of triathlons and began my 10-year stint in raising money for cancer research by participating in triathlons, which was an amazing, amazing experience. And I will tell you that I was never the fastest by any stretch of the imagination. And my claim to fame and I think one of the things I'm most proud of is I finished a half Ironman in 2004, and I was 5th from last. So I was pretty much out on the course for the whole 8 hours of the day, except the beginning and the end by myself. But I didn't finish last. And it was really the culmination of being very grateful that I had come through this experience, which was really a 10-year time frame from diagnosis in 91 through 98, and actually going forward. But that was the intense period of time for me. And then for the next 10 years, from probably 2000 to 2010, I actually did that combination of electron beam radiation for tumors that would pop up, and then interferon injections for 6 months. So I did that combo for a good 10 years thereafter. And quite frankly, since then, I've been in pretty good shape. I have patches. I have some patches and plaques on my foot. It's a pain in the neck, and but I'm so grateful. I am so grateful that I was able to access one of the best and most knowledgeable specialists and researchers in the world at the time. I was able to get treatment that worked for my disease, and I was able to really regain my life and to be able to give back. So after all of that with the triathlons and the team in training, I got connected with the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation. So Dr. Stuart Lesson, who is the gentleman in the blue hat, was president of the foundation at the time. And the other gentleman in the blue shirt is Chris Shipp, who was also on the board. And Dr. Lesson became my physician after Dr. Eric van der Heide, who you see in the other picture with me. Yes, that's me in dark hair. And Judy Jones, the founder of, along with Dr. Stuart Lesson, the founder of the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation. And I was invited to Dr. van der Heide's retirement party with all of the physicians in Chicago. Judy snuck me in the back door. And I had the opportunity at the end of the dinner to get up in front of all of these physicians and my beloved Dr. Eric van der Heide, who was my physician for 15 years in my disease, and say thank you. And that was such a privilege. And that really led to me becoming an active member of the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation. And I joined the board in 2008 and served on the board of directors. And then in 2011, I had the opportunity to leave my corporate job and come over to join the foundation as staff. And this is a little synopsis of how I like to look at my journey from being diagnosed with mycosis fungoides stage 1A in 1991, out of the blue, the lightning bolt hits and you're on a whole new path through my really aggressive tumor stage that took me through 97 and 98, actually before then too. And then recovery and giving back from 2001 to 2010. And in the middle, jumping over into the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation Board of Directors in 2008. And now I get to be here as a patient and to be of service to all of you and to bring forward your voice into the bigger outer world. It's so important for us to raise the awareness of cutaneous lymphomas so that other people can get diagnosed faster, better, be able to bring the science back to you to help the pharmaceutical companies who are doing clinical trial understand what's important to the patients, to create better clinical trial protocols, and to work with the regulatory bodies like the FDA or the EMA to share with them what's really important to cutaneous lymphoma patients. And I have the privilege of, I can spin my hat multiple ways. I can be the CEO of the foundation on one hand, or I can be a patient on the other hand, and I can be the voice of all of you. So it's such an honor and a privilege for me to be here and to share a little bit about my story and my adventure. And I hope that, that helps some of you know that you are not alone and we are all in this together. So I'll just finish up here by sharing a little bit, about the foundation that you probably all know, but our big vision really is a life free of cutaneous lymphoma for everyone. Probably won't get there in my lifetime, but I think that's a really great vision for all of us to have. And for those of you who might not be familiar with what we do, I love this, all these pictures, right? The most exciting thing and the really best thing I get to do is to be with all of you and to connect. I can't wait till we go back to being in person. And I hope that I have the chance to meet everyone at some point in time, even if it's just via phone or email or on a virtual event. And if you've checked out our website, we updated it several years ago, and to make it more accessible, easier to navigate, better ways of bringing you information. We're doing, this year, we've started doing these mini video series, and we're building the playlist on the YouTube channel. So trying our best to bring sometimes complicated and complex information to your fingertips so that you have it available when you need it along your journey. And we're always open to hearing back from you. So if you've got ideas or thoughts or things that you think we can do better, let us know, because we're here for you. And we also support research. And we had started with our Clarions Award back in the day. We've moved to our Catalyst Award. And if you've participated in any of our announcements, we announced our new Catalyst Award winners in July. And we look forward to having an update from those researchers on their work a little bit later in 2023. But that's also a way for us as patients to help facilitate the researchers who are doing such amazing and great work, not only in developing new therapies, but we can't develop new therapies if we don't really fully understand the disease itself and how it functions and how it evades the immune system, how it grows. And so it's so important. And if you have an interest in supporting research and helping us, I encourage you to reach out to us. We definitely need funding to help to continue this program. And we look forward to being able to doing more for more researchers and supporting the young investigators to be able to share their work and to engage with the clinical community, which is also important as the clinicians and the researchers, finish their careers and retire. We need younger people coming into the field. So we also support the young researchers through our Young Investigator Awards. And finally, we launched a couple of years ago, actually right in 2020, when the pandemic was in full force and effect, our Cutaneous Lymphoma Community Connections. So if you haven't joined, I encourage you to join the platform. It is secure, it is private, no one can see your information. It's not like Facebook where other people can have access in the background. And it's really an opportunity and a place for you to share with each other, like you may have done today in the networking sessions, but it's an online format and we get to interact and engage and share our stories, share our ideas, share questions, right? That sometimes only another patient who's been through it can answer. So if you haven't joined the community, I really encourage you to do so, because it's better if we're all there and we're all sharing and supporting each other. It's really another place in this day of technology where we can leverage the platforms to actually bring everybody connected in that virtual environment. And I had to put this picture in. The wonderful staff of the Cutaneous Lymphoma Foundation, the women that I have the privilege and honor of working with, they will all not be happy that I share this picture, but we took this picture at our new office. We just moved offices in June. We have a small a small office, but outside of Detroit, Michigan. But Holly, Autumn, Deb, and Sue, and me, we are here to serve you. And I can tell you that there is no way that I could do the work that I do without these amazing human beings who are so dedicated, give so much of their time, their energy, their talent, their expertise. You may not always encounter everybody, but I wanted to show you the team. And then, of course, we have an amazing board of directors that is made up of patients and clinicians who help us move the foundation forward. And as our global world changes and life changes, we have to be resilient. We have to be innovative. We have to be thinking on our feet. So we have to change and move forward so that we can better serve you. So with that, I will end our time together today. Again, thank you for joining us. Thank you for trusting us to bring you vetted the best information about cutaneous lymphoma, to connect all of us together in a global patient community so that we can bring our voice forward and share what's important to us while the researchers are doing their work to understand the disease better and bring new therapies to market through our industry partners, and to be able to say to the regulators and those folks, hey, these are important therapies, and this is what it's really like to live with cutaneous lymphoma, and why it's so important that everyone has access to new treatments, to old treatments, to specialty physicians. It's really important. So I thank you for your time today. And we're going to finish up. I found this song, and I think it speaks so beautifully and so inspired me. As we create our global community, I'll sign off and turn it over and let you enjoy this beautiful global choir that was pulled together virtually from every corner of the world as we sing together on behalf of all of us. Thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Take good care of yourselves. Goodbye for now.